Don't you think I didn't see you? You're not sneaky. Hello, hello. Currently we have an ad that's about to hit, so be prepared for ads, and then we're gonna hop right into yapping. Okay, driver, what does that even mean? Also, Thea, I don't know if I have ever mentioned this before. I love Skate the Infinity. I watched it explicitly to watch the dub. And hey, bitches and bros and non-binary hoes is like my favorite greeting. Well, thank you for the follow. That's a name I recognize. Why is mobile Twitch like this? I don't think Driver is okay. I think Driver is struggling. Well, hello everyone. I'm not gonna lie. I started stream and there was like 30 straight seconds of just like no one chatting, which I'm so not used to. So I was just like, oh, my career is over. Because I have no sense of self-worth. Because I'm silly. Well, thank you for the follow. That's another name I recognize. Oh gosh. So for those of you who don't know, I try to greet everyone that comes in. So, hello, Driver and Helta and Maddie and Hydra and Double Skull and Thea and Celador and Marvin. Is it Marvin? MRVN? Like, I've seen you on the Discord. I just don't know how to say your name. And we also got Guile. I think that's everyone that was chatting. And it's Jay Crispy. Hello. Okay. Like, I don't know. I was starting to do like the pokey rap for a second. Just like, we've got Driver, Helta, Hydra, Double Skull, ba 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 da 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 ba da. Like, I don't know. That kind of, what did BDG call it? Like in Brevin David Gilbert in the better pokey rap or the complete pokey rap. He was just like white mom rap from the late 90s, early 2000s. Also, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Yes, I am finally playing Dwarf Fortress today. However, some of you I don't think have been in stream before. And some of you have only been in YouTube stream last week where it was completely yapping. This is ostensibly a gaming stream. Does anyone who's a regular in chat know what I mean by saying this is ostensibly a gaming stream? Does anyone have a guess as to what I mean by that? Does it have adventure mode yet? I don't know. I know. Okay. I know you can be a terrible tyrant and that there's like elves and goblins that you don't like and that there's like a government that you have to work for. Also, it's a colony sim. Like, I know nothing about Dwarf Fortress. Actually, let me, should I add in like blind to my title to make it clear that like I know nothing about Dwarf. I need people to backseat me. I don't know how to play this game. All I know of Arrow's streams that this week got purged. Exactly. Welcome on in, Gravitas. I'll spend 2 hours talking about talking, then play a game while intermittently continuing to talk. Exactly. Surprisingly for Dwarf Fortress instead of a more approachable RimWorld but respectable choice. I own Dwarf Fortress because a friend of mine, Neko Boy Blue, another streamer, actually got me Dwarf Fortress because he's like, I want you to play this at some point and I want to support the devs. So, Merry Christmas. It wasn't a Christmas gift. It was just he wanted to give me the game because he wanted the devs to be supported. Also, how's my audio? Is there anything bad with audio? Is the music too loud or anything? I can also change the song because for those of you who don't know, I actually make my own music, which I don't consider myself a music producer. I really have never been musically inclined, but like I made this song and also I made this song and I just have different BGMs that I put on in the background so that no one can copyright me if I use my own work. It's late, you're gonna eat. Good night. The Steam release of Dwarf Fortress is a lot more approachable than the version from the Bay 12 website. Good to know. All I know is it has like graphics, and I've watched a little bit of Neko and Rory playing it. So like, I've seen gameplay of it. I just have no idea what I'm signing up for. Step 1, dig hole. Step 2, forget something and hecking die. Got it. You're not on your PC, so you won't be able to backseat at peak efficiency. Arrow, no one knows how to play Dwarf Fortress. I was hoping you'd teach us. Good. Good. I'm glad to know that I am the blind leading the blind. Remember, losing is fun? Okay. My goal with this is to go into this blind and make the most like authoritarian, totalitarian regime. I want it to be awful. I want there to be like the children yearn for the mines. I mean, they're dwarves, obviously. Like they're all going to be in the mines. But I don't know the difference between like, do I have to worry about like the quality of wood that I make my tables from? I played a game called No Moria. No Moria, I think is like a discount, like not like off version of Dwarf Fortress from like 15 years ago, where it's gnomes instead of dwarves and it's isometric instead of top down. But it's like, I was completely lost playing that game. I have not played colony sims before. I have not been a colony sim management style, like neck in the weeds, learn how to play this game style. Like, I am not a wiki gamer, I will say. Playing Terraria is a lot for me because I have to worry so much about all the different crafting recipes. I like in my Terraria collab with other people that I played through end of last year into 2025. I just let the others handle all the crafting. I was like doing potions and stuff. I'd love Stellaris if I want the authoritarian experience. Ooh, I also have heard great things about it. Just make sure you have wood. So the Discord mod experience. Yes, the authoritarian petty despot who wields their limited power as if they were a god, and when questioned, completely overreacts. I've not been addicted to Balatro at any point. Exactly, Wolk and Coid. Materials don't really matter for quality, mostly just the skill of the crafts dwarf. Okay. I didn't realize that I would have to worry about the skill of my crafts dwarves. All I thought it was just like, okay, this person's going to be like a mason. This person is going to be a miner. This person's going to be like a woodworker. Do I have to worry about like, oh, this person has 5 points in table making, but only 4 points in chair making. So they shouldn't make chairs. They should only make tables. Like, is that the sort of game this is? How am I? I am doing well. Unfortunately, I said in the Discord, hey, I might have to push back stream. Like, I want to work on this video. Yeah, I know. Sorry. I did not get that video done, and I realized it would take me over an hour to finish it. So I was just like, whoop, guess I'm doing it later. But I don't think I'll actually have time later today, because after stream, I gotta run, because I am super busy yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Like, I have other stuff in my life going on, so I have been rushing to keep up with content creation, let alone my other responsibilities. So if I miss today, please forgive me. I do think it's a funny clip. It's a clip from, I think last week's Twitch stream. Because for whatever reason, I can't just clip a segment of a YouTube stream. I have to download the entire stream and then manually grab a section of it. So instead of doing that, I just grabbed a highlight from last week. One more thing to remember is not to assign a dwarf to simultaneously be more than one miner, woodcutter, or hunter. Oh, so specialize them mining, woodcutting, hunting. So don't have them be like a bunch of different stuff all at once. Try not to overdo it. An overworked dwarf is a sad dwarf. Well, yeah, but what if I want my dwarves to be sad and overworked and depressed and like so beaten and abused that they can't help but just follow my orders? I'm normal and can be trusted with a community. By the way, mod applications are open. If you're on the Discord server, you can apply to be a moderator. If you're 21 plus. Because I have rules put in place that are greater protections for people under 21. So I figured it wouldn't make much sense to allow someone who is under 21 to enforce rules that would affect people who are under 21, because I think minors should be protected online and offline. You'll face absolutely no consequences at all. Awesome. That's all I wanted to hear. Fun fact, Dwarf Fortress used to simulate a capitalist economy for the settlement, a solution to keep dwarves employed and therefore housed and happy. People would make rooms full of levers to pull back and forth all day. No, I didn't say I'm Norman. I said I'm normal and can be trusted with a community. Time for some fun. You can't say things like this. You're live on Twitch. You know what? I'm caught in 4K. My true colors are revealed. For those of you in the VTubing sphere, it's just business. How many of you how many of you am I your first VTuber? And or I'm the only one you watch consistently? Because like, my guess is that a handful of you just groaned or burst out laughing, and the rest of you are just like, why is that funny? I don't get it. Issue is don't beat them too much or they go on a killing run. Oh my gosh. See, that's the thing. I could do a first run. I could do a first run of Dwarf Fortress where I'm properly trying to like play the game normal, or I could play Dwarf Fortress where I'm trying to make it as awful as possible. Most of the ones I watch are the ones you introduced me to. Pog. I'm pretty close to the only one I catch consistently. I see you in like Rory's chat, and I think also Neko's as well. Liar. You're the second VTuber I watch consistently. Other one streams every day. Well, that would definitely mean that you're likely to catch their streams. Well, this is the first of your streams I've made it to. So I am primarily a YouTuber. I'm primarily on YouTube, so I consider my content mostly YouTube oriented and mostly TTRPG oriented. I mostly talk D&D and Lancer and Kane. And also, I consider myself more of a D&D tuber, a TTRPG tuber, in the TTRPG space, more so than I consider myself someone in the VTubing space. I consider myself someone who is a VTuber that is in the TTRPG space, because I'm not really a part of the VTuber community. I'm not really out here doing like covers and all of that. Like, I could, if you want. If people were to watch it, I would absolutely do like the worst karaoke you've ever seen in your life. It was using the Imperium of Man as a guideline. Exactly. They're the good guys, right? Right? Like 40k Imperium of Man, they're the good guys. I mean, they're humans, so they have to be good. Also, if you want to roleplay your fortress, you should look at Legends mode after you generate your world before hopping into Fortress mode. Okay. So let me ask you this. With Dwarf Fortress, what is the vanilla experience of Dwarf Fortress? What is the most basic, like, okay, you're playing Dwarf Fortress. Here's what you should do if you want a no frills, like normal run of Dwarf Fortress. And how can I make that silly is my question. I think an in-character karaoke you should do with Tequila. Is that entirely because of Baby Driver, where I have the gunshots going on in the back? Imagine I sing Tequila, but you guys have to time the gunshots to go on the beat. Oh my god. Luckily, there's a tutorial in the Steam version. Oh, Pog. Vanilla experience as Legends more. No aquifer, temperature climate. What does... Okay, so fun fact. My first exposure to Dwarf Fortress, like the first real one, proper one, was Pirate Software talking in a clip, and he talked about how he had a battle, and he had this general who had a horrific loss against a bunch of goblins. And this general survived, barely won, but was traumatized, and he was severely depressed afterwards. And over like years in game, he eventually overcame his depression, he overcame his anxiety, he overcame his trauma, and then eventually goblins attacked again. So then he goes out to fight them, and he freezes. Because apparently, due to the fact it was raining, and he was fighting goblins, just like he had when he experienced that traumatic loss before, he had a panic attack and was not effective in the battle because he completely was having a traumatic flashback. That's what I heard about this game first. Have you heard of Boat Murdered? Why would I hear about Boat Murdered? Is that a Gundam? Are we talking more Gundam? Is that what this is? Just no, do not trust elephants. Why would I not trust elephants? Elephants are based. Elephants are so smart. Yeah, there's some really good stories like that from this game. And that's the thing. I don't know, like, I'm assuming this is all procedurally generated. My understanding of this game is that it's all procedural generation. It's just a series of complicated systems interacting with one another. So if you have a food crisis going on at the same time as a, like, I don't know, insurrection from the elves, you will have like an elf-based food crisis that your dwarves respond to differently than if it was like a goblin-based food crisis. That's my understanding of it. Wildlife can be very aggressive. Boat Murdered was an online community-run fortress that died a horrible death. Oh no. Elephants are the natural enemies of dwarven kind. They know sin. No, if you want to talk about knowing sin, talk about dolphins. Dolphins are smart enough to know not to do what they do. Yet they do it anyway because they think it's funny. Orcas are smart enough to not do that. Dolphins do not only know sin, they are sin. Listen, my hot take, which I think anyone who knows about this agrees with me, sharks and dolphins should have swapped reputations. Sharks should be the beloved, like, sea creatures who everyone is, like, amazed to see and, like, love so much. And then it is Dolphins, which are the ones that are reviled and feared, and like if you see one, grab your child and pull them away. You were summoned back by a single mention of Gundam. Dolphins don't just know sin, they revel in it. Dolphins use pufferfish venom as a recreational drug. Yeah, and they go out of their way to like bully and assault other smaller creatures purely for the gratification of it. Shork, shork, pog, pog. Orcas are smart enough to know what yachts are and that they must be destroyed from what I... No, so the thing with orcas are intelligent enough to recognize that humanity is a joint and social species. So if you piss off one human, you piss off all of us. Much in the same way that if you piss off one orca, you piss off all of them. So orcas are intelligent enough to realize that if they kill a human, humans will retaliate against all orcas. So orcas, there's been like under 5 recorded deaths in history from orcas because they're smart enough to realize if we kill humans, humans will kill us. However, they engage in trends over time. Orcas will have fads and like cultural zeitgeists that they follow. One of which was damaging the propellers on luxury yachts. It was like a meme trend. It was a viral TikTok orca trend to go up to a ship, damage its propeller, and then leave. They didn't kill anyone. They didn't sink the ship, even though they could have. They would just go up, damage the propeller, and dip. It was like, I'm gonna go touch the butt, and then they touched the butt. Like, another time, there was a different instance of this, where orcas would put a fish on their head, and then go up to surface, and like, go up to humans with a fish on their head. They had a fish hat. They had a dead fish that they just put on their head like a hat. And the thing is, a bunch of orcas would do this, and then they would stop. Because the trend died out. Yeah, they're doing insurance scams. I can never dig too deep. Listen, if there's not like some sort of Balrog or a Balor that I can come across, I don't want to dig deep. If there's not one, if there's not an ancient evil I can unearth, why am I digging? You know? Yacht damaging prank gone wild. Exactly. Like orca TikTok goes crazy. I mean, it's mostly just, but then sometimes you get some like really cool stunts. Orcas sink millionaire yachts. Not always, but yeah, generally they will just go around and they'll like damage luxury yachts because that was a trend. That was just a thing that they were like, yeah, let's do this. Also, orcas will work together to assist other orcas, even if it doesn't benefit them, which demonstrates a level of cooperation and communication that is rarely seen in the animal kingdom. Because even when you have cooperative species, it's generally a symbiosis where I do X, you do Y, you doing Y benefits me, me doing X benefits you. That's why we're both doing this. 2 orcas will work together, and then the smaller, weaker orca will get all of the food. Because the bigger, stronger orca is just helping out the smaller, weaker orca. Without any sense of, and they're not related, they're not mates. It's literally just like, oh yeah, let me help you out, homie. And then they help out their homie. They're smart. They're really smart. Orcas, heroes of the working class. A maritime communist revolution where their symbol is an orca. Kill all whales. Say the killer whales. Wasn't there a trend of orcas wearing salmons as hats? Yes! Yes! I mentioned that. Where they would just like put a salmon on their head and then go up to the surface and just be like, hello! You want to cuddle with an orca? Well, you can get a blowhigh. That's like 2 steps removed from an orca. I think that there's also a orca one. I joined in, the first thing I hear is a maritime communist revolution. Listen, Yuzu, that's just par for the course here. That's just what we do around here. As much as chat has kind of like forced the role of me being like, a comic book villain, like mob boss, and all of you are my goons, and like I send you off to like rob banks, and I kick you, and whenever I'm like foiled by the hero's plans, like, comrade, you and me, we go in places, and that place is not where the bourgeois are. Let me tell you that. We played Disco Elysium. That's basically the same thing as reading Marx and Engels. Exactly. We played Disco Elysium, and we played a soft ultra-liberal route. Obviously, I'm an expert on communism. You want to see Arrow's Orca Sona? Aerorca? Wait, I was gonna say Orca has arrow backwards in it, but no, it doesn't. Because if I go here, if I look at Orca, like nearly, but not quite. I have to get rid of that. But if you want to, wait, so what would an Orca Sona be? Would an Orca Sona be just an orca that has my jacket on? It's the orca with my jacket and maybe like the fringe covering one eye. Is that just what my Orca Sona is? I'm finally on my Tyrant arc. Hey, I've been on my Tyrant arc. You don't see nothing. Also, shout out to AE, because AE just had, I believe it was his 3-year anniversary last night, and he had a massive turnout, despite the fact he was a loser lame-o who was like, oh no, I don't think too many people are going to show up. And then he had like 200 people at one point, because he's cool. I've had Tyrant vibes for a long time, but outright, my chat literally calls me their comic book villain mafia boss and expect me to kick them comedically when I'm foiled by the hero's plans. I shoot my chat regularly. Like, I execute chatters more than I get new followers. The BBG we need. Arrow, but they're Shylily. I actually don't know much about Shylily. So I know she's like an Orca VTuber. I know that there's some controversy around her about like someone stole her model, or like she stole someone's model. I don't know. But I mean, if you just make me look like Shylily, I guess that's my Orca Sona. You know what? Fair point. Sorry, again. Listen. 1 in 4 chatters experience premature execution. That's okay.
Be gone, thought!
I forgot I added that. I forgot I added the be gone thought. I was like, wait, who's doing that? Why is there a banish Rorston redeem? Because we can banish Rorston. Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, for those of you whose first introduction to my Twitch tech, some of you have been on YouTube chat, some of you are YouTube video only. There's a 1-point channel redeem. You get about 10 points every 15 minutes, where you can just ban a random chatter. If I get purged, I'll be so mad. I'm stopping in during my 3 minutes a day. Hey, folks, can we get some take him out backs on AE? AE seems like he really wants to get shot. Like, I don't know, he is a revolutionary. He is from my world, but everything is slightly worse. So I think he wants to get shot. You're upset because you got shot? Listen, if you can't handle getting shot, you don't deserve to be in this community. Okay, now I'm gonna... Okay, I brought back AE. Because I felt bad. This chat is scary. Oh, this chat is terrifying. Yeah, if you thought that like my community was like wholesome and sweet and like, oh, we can talk about like our special interests on the Discord server. My chat is where we get off all of our chaos. My chat is where just all of the bad vibes are let out. Because what this is really, on the Discord, it's a bunch of people ranting about their interests. In YouTube, it's a bunch of people sharing their ideas. In Twitch,
hey, boss, remember,
it is pure
dwarves
chaos.
are just bearded minions.
I don't know if I agree with that. However, I did consider adding a beard to my model for this stream. I was going to tell you about the cool audio drama I got cast in, but I guess not. What do you think DMs are for, Goober? What do you think DMs are for? Unless you wanted to take over unless you wanted to hop on call. Daily Gundam Yap sessions in the Discord. Like, literally, I know nothing about Gundam. I don't know why so many people just started yapping Gundam. You love my community's vibes, but it's a level of chaos I cannot contend with. That's the thing. I've had multiple people be like, you're so chaotic. You're such like a chaos gremlin. And I'm just like, no. My chat is, though. Lancer's a gateway to darker things, like being trans? Like, is that what this is? Hey, come, sit next to Arrow. It's related to a franchise you talk about a lot. That is true, that is true. But I've never watched Gundam. I've never watched Evangelion. I've never watched classic mecha. So I talk about this like mech TTRPG. I talk about all of these like sci-fi elements and these mech suits and this high scale conflict and combat. And then suddenly it's just like, well, I feel a bit like an imposter. Like, I feel as though I'm a bit, you might even say, an imposter among us. Oh, the audio drama. Just tell me in DMs, you goof. You're not saying it is, but it's way funnier when your whole party is trans femmes and you feel prettier. What? You are a meat automaton. Everyone here, I want to remind you, you are a brain pilot in a bone mech suit with flesh armor. Now, I will say this is a generalization. Some of you are not human. And I want to respect the fact that some of you are not human and may not have the same kind of biology. But broadly speaking, this is like 90% of you. Do you consider nerves to be part of the brain? Nerves are just brain, but more. Is it a part of the... I mean, that's the sort of thing. Do you consider veins and arteries part of the heart? I would say because it's so intrinsically tied, not just to the actual organ, but also to its purpose, it is not the same organ, but it's basically the heart. It's the heart plus plus. Same thing with nerves. Nerves are just the brain plus plus. But also nerves go through the spinal cord. Are nerves spinal cord? Is the spinal cord the brainstem? Is the brainstem the brain? Like, then you get kind of into a slippery slope. I think it does make sense to delineate them as separate organs and separate entities. But I think that to say that they're not so closely related, you can make the argument that they're the same, is silly. Isn't the skin the armor and the flesh the working bits? Well, I mean, kinda. Well, so, okay. Okay, so brain, definitely the pilot. Bone framework, scaffolding, really. Bone support beams? Well, because bone also produces... Bone has marrow. Marrow produces blood. Blood acts as the fuel source. So you have blood fuel. Like you would say like, oh, food is fuel. No, so food is the raw material you add in to the food to blood nutrition engine. Bone is the chassis that everything is embedded into and strapped onto. You're going to say hello, but I'm so upset by the phrase long brain that I'm not even sure what to say anymore. Well, welcome on in, Cynic. Iron-blooded orphans is a really good starting point in... Oh, that's a Gundam thing. I was just like, oh, iron-blooded orphans. So like, most human orphans? Dare I say all of them? It also has a really unique setting and aesthetic that sets it apart from the majority of the other series. It's also a lot more grounded. I mean, I will say, when I look at... Oh no. I do love me some gritty, sad, grounded series. And that's why, and you're not allowed to tell Rory this, 86, I liked it. And then I kind of like, I dipped a bit and then I went back up a bit and then I kind of dipped a bit in watching it. Broadly speaking, I still liked it. I still liked it over time, but near the end of actually the anime, there's more like light novel material that I haven't read, but in the anime at least, it has a happy ending for where it is. And I feel like it would have been more impactful if it was sad. I feel it would have been more impactful if it was not a happy ending. I'm glad it was a happy ending. I'm happy for the characters it was a happy ending, but it's the sort of thing where the fact it was a happy ending undercut the struggles to get there, because there was a lot of struggles to get there. Iron-Blooded Orphans is great till we deal with the child marriage plot line. All right, your 15 minutes are up. All right, A is now leaving the chat. Can we get some like take him out backs on him? I think we need to put him down. I don't think that he wants to go back to work, so we should just put him down, put him out of his misery if we can. Witch from Mercury is also a really good Gundam series. Beautiful art and animation. Okay, so I am not a stickler for art or animation. I, broadly speaking, don't really care. That being said, I can appreciate really good animation. I mean, true, I don't. See, hey, I know what you want. Come on, baby, I know what you want. I can treat you right. I just need you to know I did like the hand rubbing thing as I said that. I hate the child marriage plotline because yeah, McGill's really is a perfect adaptation of character. I don't like how accurate of an adaptation he is. Why do we keep the part Bandai? Listen, I think there is definitely room for problematic elements in otherwise non-problematic media. That being said, I find so often it's just like, hey, we're gonna like add a child marriage plot line to this. We're gonna add a plot line where it's, you're not, like, I don't know, we're gonna add shock value plot point to this. And it just doesn't go well. It just, you can have problematic elements in media that is otherwise non-problematic. The issue being is that if it's for shock value and or if it is focused on enough that it becomes central to the story, then it becomes problematic, I feel. Oh no. All right, let's move off of Gundam then. Also, I came here to see the rise of Boat Murdered V2. Everyone knows about Boat Murdered, apparently. Okay, everyone's talking about Boat Murdered, which apparently is a community Dwarf Fortress server or whatever. Server? I think it's just a fortress. It's a community Dwarf Fortress that completely just fell apart. I don't know the controls of this video game. So if you're hoping to get some grand rise and fall of nations, I am sorry to disappoint. After stream, you gotta look at it or do it on stream. I mean, I want to like look into that sort of thing, but okay. I've mentioned this before. I don't do reaction content. Honestly, mostly because in my view, I want my content to be me. I don't want it to be about the thing I'm reacting to and that I build an audience of people who are like, hey, react to this other thing. I want to see your reaction to this, where it's all about the thing, not about my ideas or my interface with my community, or, I mean, not even me specifically, but just kind of like my originality and my input. That's the main reason I haven't done reaction content. However, I think it would be fun to do something like, hey, we just played a whole bunch of Dwarf Fortress. Let's check out Boat Murdered. And then we kind of like do a deep dive on stream together kind of deal. And now you're done talking about Gundam. Okay. The series at its core is about the tragedy and exploitation of children. That's the thing. I've heard a lot of like classic mecha talks about like, yeah, they put like 16-year-olds in mech suits, partially because anime, but also partially because like that's when your reaction speed is at its best. That's when your eyesight is at its best. That's when biologically you're at the apex of a lot of your like mental flexibility and plasticity, for instance. But that is incredibly messed up. That's incredibly traumatizing. That's incredibly not okay for a child. And that's like a common running theme in these like old school mecha anime. Losing internet tried to take you out. See, that's the thing. You purge the weak and you accidentally hit your router. That's what happens when you miss. You hit someone's router. I agree, a lot of isekai use shock value to make people dislike the villains in a way. Okay. I don't know how hot of a take this is. Because I don't really watch isekai. Isekai by itself, as a medium, as a genre, is fine. The fact it's saturated with slop is why so many people don't like it. Isekai by its nature is fine. 3 Hearts and 3 Lions was a story of, I think it was either World War I or World War II soldier who like died in combat and got transported back to like 13th century France as a knight, and then lived out his life as this like knight with a shield of 3 hearts and 3 lions. That's actually a book I really want to read. I've literally had that on my TBR for like 10 years since Matt Colville recommended it in one of his like early videos. But that's like an early version. That's Portal Fantasy. I mean, that's basically, Portal Fantasy is Isekai. Isekai is Portal Fantasy. It's the idea of, I mean, like Narnia is not Isekai because, is it? Is Narnia Isekai? It's Portal Fantasy? Well, yeah, Portal Fantasy is Isekai. Isekai, I don't know if it involves death per se, but it's, you are a real person.
Be gone, thought!
You are a real person who gets transported to a magical otherworld where you then live out your life and potentially have magic powers and potentially bring something with you, like I'm a secret deity, or like I have my smartphone, or I have a harem of like monster girls or whatever. Like whatever the isekai is, that's what isekai is. Portal Fantasy is there is a portal to a magical otherworld that oftentimes you step through. I think the big separation between isekai and Portal Fantasy is oftentimes you choose to go to the magical otherworld and there is a way back, potentially. Isekai is almost always you're thrown there, you're stuck there. Right? Digimon is my favorite. Digimon is isekai. Wait, no. Digimon. Okay, question. Isekai changes the rules of the world and your place in it. I got reborn as X. I am now a knight. I am a wizard, a god, a noble, whatever. Portal Fantasy is, I am still Arrow. I then get transported to Narnia, where I am still Arrow. I am normal human Arrow, but I'm normal human Arrow in the Digimon world. I'm normal human Arrow in, like, the Lord of the Rings world. Is the difference between Isekai and Portal Fantasy you change in the transition? Well, because when I think Digimon, I think of like season 1, season 2, season 3. Fun fact, I actually knew about like season 1 first. My introduction to Digimon was the Digimon movie that everyone hates. Let me see if I can find it. Digimon movie. Was it this one? Yeah, it was this one. It was this, because this is the one that it involved 2 plot lines where there was the initial season 1 plot line, and then that ended, and then there was the season 2 plot line with the season 2 characters. And I didn't know that. Or no, right, because it was season 1 plot line, and then with all the season 1 characters, or at least some of them, and then that ends, and then that dovetails into another plot line where it's the season 2 cast. And the season 2 cast are like in their prime, they're their same age, it's all of that. Every time Digimon movie gets mentioned, I remember the Angela Anaconda divorce story. What does that mean? Someone else, the one that was part of the divorce 99, what does that mean? What is Angela Anaconda? Narnia kind of sits on the fence to me because they don't seem to change physically, but they are like made instant monarch family or something. That's the thing. In Isekai, I feel like there's a change of the person as they go to this other world. In Portal Fantasy, I feel as though it's you are just transported to this other world. In Narnia, they are transported as a part of the world. They are transported, and in that world, they are royalty. In Isekai, you're transported into the world, and you're like a level 1 slime, or you're an adventurer, or you're a noble, or whatever. That's like a core conceit of a lot of Isekai. Therefore, 3 Hearts and 3 Lions, which was written like 100 years ago, would be Isekai. Because it wasn't just he's transported there, he is transported with an identity ascribed to him. Although I might just be making that up. The Digimon Angela Anaconda divorce. Angela Anaconda was a West. Okay, let me look this up. Angela Anaconda Digimon? Oh my gosh! Wait, I remember this was like the short. This was the short in the beginning of the movie. I blocked this from my memory. Wait. Oh my god. Suicide Squad Isekai is really Suicide Squad Portal? Yeah. I remember this. This played at the beginning of every... this played at the beginning of the Digimon movie. And I didn't understand it. And I didn't know why. That sure caused a divorce? Wait. How did it cause a divorce? Sorry, I'm doing a CAPTCHA to go on Reddit. So I can look up the short. Okay, so does anyone know why the Angela Anaconda short was put before the Digimon movie? And let's pull this up. Jeff Nimoy, executive producer / Tentamon, has said that the Digimon movie was entirely executive decided, taking 3 separate stories and amalgamating them together. Smash Mouth, everything. Smash Mouth was in this? Wait, Smash Mouth was in the Digimon movie? Angela Anaconda had been acquired from a Nickelodeon short and was considered a win for that, and was loved by some unnamed executive for its unique art and some relation to someone related to the creator. Because of that, Angelamon, the strongest Digimon, was born. I didn't remember how cringe and hilarious it was. The soundtrack included kids in America. It did include kids in America. Wait, I remember that. They wanted a Digimon theatrical movie in response to Pokemon the first movie. Having a short was likely influenced by Pikachu's Vacation. Okay, Pikachu's Vacation short from the first Pokemon movie actually goated. I've mentioned this before. I grew up with like VHS tapes in my house. Like we had VHS tapes and we had VHS players, and I had like OG Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters, like a good, like, I don't know, like four VHSs of Duelist Kingdom, like the middle of Duelist Kingdom on VHS. And we also had like 3-ish Pokemon original series VHSs. And I would watch these fairly regularly. Like, these were not, oh, they're just like stuff hidden in the basement or like off in storage or whatever. It's like, no, I had a little TV in my room that was like this, and it had a VHS player here, and it wasn't connected to a cable box because my parents didn't want me watching TV too late. So I had VHSs, and this was in my room on my dresser. So it's like that. And what I would do is when I was sick, so like my bed would be here, my head here, so like I could watch it as I had like my ginger ale or my Sprite or whatever, because I'm like super sick. I'm watching on this tiny little TV, which, mind you, is like maybe 30 centimeters wide. It's not a big television. And I'm looking at it from 3 meters away. So when I'm sick, I'm in my bed watching the same Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh episodes that I've watched for years. And then once the episode finishes, I get recommendations for like, what was it? Was it Kuma the White Lion? And I got that old school ad for, it was an ad for the Game Boy Color where a bus driver gets a bunch of Pokemon to hop on his bus, and then he drives it into a dump. So then he leaves the bus, and then the bus gets compressed in a trash compactor. So then it becomes a Game Boy Color that the bus driver then picks up and can start playing Pokemon. Own TV. So this is something that like I didn't have when I was super young. I only got this when I was like at least 10. I did not have a TV at all in my room until I was like at least 10, maybe even a teenager. And then once I got that, it was not connected to a cable box. It was just the VHS player. 30-inch? No, 30 centimeter. When I say 30 centimeter, I mean like 1.5 feet, maybe. Honestly, probably less than a foot. I mean 30 centimeter, 12 inches. What's up, my dog? You're cute as hell. How's it going? Gang bang, bro. Make a boom. Jesus dang. Wow, what an entrance. What an entranceness. I mean, I'm from 03 and we had VHS. I mean, that's the thing, right? Because I could say, like, for anyone curious, I have not revealed my age. I like my privacy. I have not mentioned how old I am. But I don't mind speculation. I don't mind folks having a general sense of it. If I say I grew up with VHS, that could mean I was born in the 70s or I was born in the 2000s. Theoretically, I could have been born in like 2010 and still had VHS, depending on the technological, financial, living situation of my family. But broadly speaking, VHSs were phased out by the mid to late 2000s. They got overtaken by DVD. And then DVD kind of got phased out in the early to mid 2010s by streaming. Does anyone else, I'm going to say something. Does anyone else think Blu-ray is super bougie? Does that mean anything to any of you? If I talk about Blu-ray, I never had a Blu-ray player. I never understood why people made Blu-ray. Apparently it was like higher quality or whatever. So I'm just like, so Blu-ray is bougie. If you had a Blu-ray player, you grew up with money. Yeah, I'm old. There's no way you're... No, I'm not. I will make it very clear. Part of the reason, like, I am a legal adult. I will make that clear. Blu-ray versus HD DVD. We're the blurst of times. We are the blurst of times. I mean, yeah, I was still using one as a kid, but I don't know when it had been introduced. And that's the thing, is that it's like, if I say, man, you know what? I grew up on CDs. That's not very specific, but it generally says like, okay, probably in the 90s to the 2000s, maybe into the 2010s, but by then like iPods had already been around for a decade. Versus if you say, I grew up with cassettes, there is a very low probability that you grew up any more recently than in the 2000s if you were listening to cassettes. Even in the 90s, that was being phased out for like a Walkman and CD players and like mobile CD players. I remember people buying a PS3 just because it was cheaper than a Blu-ray player. I'm like, no, you're right. A PS3 had Blu-ray capability. That was a selling point of the PS3, is that it could play Blu-ray, and it was cheaper than a Blu-ray player. Yeah. They made it for higher quality, like 180 FPS monitor. Yeah. I have a hot dog under my couch. What does that mean? Although okay. Since we're just kind of yapping about age, I think this was an iPod Shuffle, where all it was like play, pause. It was like, I don't know. It was like shuffle, loop, next song, previous song kind of deal. And like this was all of the functionality of it. And then it had like a headphone jack, right? Like, so it was this thin little thing that had like a headphone jack, and it also had this like clasp on it. So you could like attach it to your keychain or whatever. So if I do like, and then this was all it was. Thunderstorm killed your internet for a bit. Oh no. I can't decide if that's more concerning if taken literally, or how would it be a euphemism? So anyway, this is what I think of when I think of like an iPod. And then I think of the iPod Touch, which was basically just an iPhone that couldn't call. And I think it couldn't call, couldn't text. Like it had no SMS messaging services. Okay, question. Does anyone remember minutes? Or maybe you still have minutes. I don't want to be presumptive and say like people who presently don't have to worry about minutes, because that is still a real thing in phone plans. But like, does anyone remember when minutes were normalized? And where it was more economically conscious to call someone? Yeah, I know a lot of people do still have minutes now, which is why I kind of like immediately was like, well, actually, wait, I don't want to make people feel bad if they still have minutes, because that is still a thing that a lot of people have to contend with. But it was the norm 20 years ago. It was the only option 20 years ago, where it makes more sense to call you so I can get you a full conversation done in like 40 seconds rather than text you 8 times and spend minutes where each text is like 3 cents or whatever. You have an unlimited plan, but I remember my older brother having to deal with them on his first phone. Took you a minute to recall what minutes meant? Oh my gosh. I mean, it's still the best way to have a phone for selling drugs. I mean, it's cheaper. It is cheaper than anything like unlimited. It is cheaper than anything. Well, is minutes... Question, is minutes the same as if you have like, okay, I have like 12 gigabytes a month? Because like that's generally what I had, at least when I was like later in my growing up, is that like I had like, okay, our family plan is like 12 gigs a month. Minutes as late as 2013. Is this the same? Data is for internet. Okay, so that's what I'm thinking of. I'm like, what I am more familiar with from like later when I was growing up is data and having to worry about that. Minutes is something where like, that is old school. Oh, I was talking. Also, just a quick reminder for everyone, Purge the Week is cheap. It's really funny, but try not to interrupt conversations by purging the week. It's something where if we get raided, I love to have my whole chat purge the week and show those raiders what for. And similarly, like right now we're during an ad break. During an ad break, it's fine to purge the week because, well, I pause for ads. But just during a conversation, try not to purge the week. The week are never chosen, it's by chance. Data is still a thing, but mostly because they throw... That is very true. I wasn't sure if data, like modern data, was the same as minutes or kind of like an evolution of it or distinct. Firing line pog. Well, thank you for the sub. Although, I'm not sure why you opted to wait until the ad to do it, but that is very silly.
Be gone, thoughts!
The random be gone thoughts is so... Because I'm so normalized to the gunshots. That is not something I should be saying. I think there's something wrong with me. Be gone, thought. I remember when I learned how to circumvent data caps on my old phone. Oh my gosh. See, that's the thing. My audience, at least according to YouTube, is broadly speaking 18 to 25, followed closely by 25 to 34. So it's completely reasonable for like half of my audience to know what I'm talking about and half of my audience to not know what I'm talking about. It took so long to type this correct without Twitch breaking. I'm so sorry, driver. Is it okay that I'm... Yeah. See, that's the thing. In the same... And I could wait for the ad to wind up for this, but like we are... Presumably you're not hit by the ad if you're asking that. I don't think age should be a barrier to community, assuming the community is safe and inclusive. So that's why I don't age restrict my community for like minors, despite the fact I'm very careful about making sure minors are safe. In the same token, I think if you're like 60, I think if you're 50. So welcome back from the ad, everyone. I'm just talking about how most of my community is between 18 and 24, 25 to 34, like to like an 80% of my community is in that age range. But I don't think there's anything wrong with being younger than or older than that, because this community is safe for work. This community is protective of and accommodating for its minors. So it's not like anyone is unsafe here. And if anyone is unsafe, then that is an instance where I will take immediate corrective action. and I will be extremely careful to ensure that that does not happen again, because internet safety is something I think is very important, broadly speaking, but particularly for minors. But at the same token, if you're 40, 50, 60, rock on. If you're here watching TTRPG stuff, if you're chatting, if you're having a good time, if you're going to hop in the community TTRPG game that we're going, go for it. I don't think there's anything that should stop you from connecting with other people so long as everyone involved is having a good time. That's my main thing. There's nothing wrong with being outside of the most common demographic. Because if that was the case, anyone who was not a straight white 18 to 24-year-old would feel excluded. Which obviously is not the case that I want. Which is so funny because most of my active chatters, I think, are trans femmes specifically. But according to YouTube demographics, it's mostly like US-based white or US-based men from the 18 to 24 range. And knowing the rest of my demographics, I would not be surprised if a lot of them are white. So it's the sort of deal where, like, I don't want to feel as though there is a majority of one demographic or another in my community. I want everyone to feel welcome, so long as everyone is not being a jerk. Except fascists. Like, if you're a fascist, I don't want you in my community. And I will remove you from my community. You're 78% straight? That's very specific. That's more specific than I was when I thought I was straight. I want to join the community TTRPG game, but also anxiety and stuff. So I suppose I should probably talk about this. What exactly am I trying to accomplish with this TTRPG game? What I'm trying to accomplish is all of you people who are like, I want a group, but I am lonely and sad. I will take a group and I will be like, eat this, my child. Consume and grow strong. And then you will be like, thank you, Arrow. I owe you my life. And then I will say, like, good. Then die for me. And then that will be like our dynamic going forward, is that you are now my thrall. However, you get a cool TTRPG group out of it. So no, don't worry about it. Averages aren't terribly reliable. The average person has slightly less than 4 limbs after all. And that's the thing, is that when it comes to age averages, when I say average, I mean YouTube demographics says that, like, I don't know, 35% of my audience is in the 18 to 24 range, and 30% of my audience is in the 25 to 34 range, right? So that means that 65% of my audience is in that one, like, 15, 20 year range. That is not because there's a bunch of people who are 13, there's a bunch of people who are 60. That's because there's a bunch of people in that range. That's how tiered demographics work, and how that can help prevent outliers really screwing with averages. Another one eventually, but for now I'm still getting a handle on it. Chat makes me out to be a mafia boss, BBG, but that's not true. Die for me. Okay. People love it. If I didn't tell you to die for me, do you think I would get half as many people to stick around in chat? Do you think I would get half as many people to actively be engaged participants? You love it when I tell you to die for me. And I appreciate that. I contain multitudes. I am a river to Arrow's people. Thank you. Yes, age demographics tier list, which is more competitively viable. See, most people would assume it's the 18 to 24 year olds. However, they have the poor debuff. They don't have any money. So actually, the 25 to 34 demographic really kind of pulls ahead competitively, given by the fact that they have a bit more life experience, they have a bit more money, but they aren't quite hitting the age debuffs that the 35 plus crowd is hitting. And don't even get me started on under 18. They have the delusion of invincibility. Like, there's a glitch in the game that says you're invincible on your screen until you hit level 18. A lot of people don't know that's not actually true, and they're going to make decisions off of the assumption that they cannot be hurt and they can recover from any consequences. That is not true. So I would say like competitively 25 to 34s, but then I think actually the 35 to like 44 range is actually third tier. I think it's that 45 to 55 range to 54 range. That's actually second place because this is like prime midlife crisis area. And like if you're 45 to 54, you've probably already gone through the worst period in your life. And this is when you're just like, I probably have a steady job. I'm either like in a long-term marriage or I'm recently divorced. I'm not going through a divorce. I might find someone new in this age range. I might have kids. I might have a hobby that I pick up. And again, even though you're suffering from like age debuffs, you're still robust enough if you're staying healthy and you're looking after yourself that you don't have to worry about things like the same extent that you would in the senior prestige class. 50 plus has big money buff because they used to exploit it. See, no, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying this is not a vertical slice of 2025. This is the projection of your life over time. You are going to peak in 25 to 34. Then you're going to have a bit of a dip in 35 to 34. And then you're going to have like a second wind in 45 to 55 to 54. It's all downhill from there. I'm so sorry. I don't make the rules, except yes, I absolutely do. I love capitalism. I have like over $20. That's so many sweets. That's like 2 things from Starbucks. Congrats. Okay, who here goes to Starbucks? I have never ordered something from a Starbucks. Not even like a snack or a scone or whatever, because well, first off, I never go to a Starbucks because I'm not a coffee drinker, right? I don't drink coffee, so I don't go to a coffee shop. However, if I know people who are going to a coffee shop, I just won't buy anything because I'm like, oh, I want a cookie. I don't want to spend $4 on a cookie. Very irregularly, like once a season. Don't support their... What is that political stance, if you don't mind me asking? Been boycotting them for years? Wow, is there stuff going on I didn't know about? Not gonna lie, I wasn't expecting to watch Arrow Tier Zoo, the local retirement home, when I joined stream. Listen, Tier Zoo, fantastic channel. The retirement home, low tier. That's my answer. Starbucks has been trying to bust union. Ah, right. I wasn't sure if it was unions or not. I remember that they were extremely hard to unionize in for the longest time. Don't go there, really. Been to Tim Hortons, though. There's a bisexual barista that makes one of the best Okay, listen. All I know about Starbucks is that there's the meme about bisexual baristas making the best coffee you'll ever have in your entire life. That's the only thing I know about Starbucks. I saw the Starbucks Union furry. They seem cool. Wait, so is that a furry of unions at Starbucks? Is that a member of the Starbucks Union who is a furry? Because I know that I know someone who worked at Amazon for a minute, and she joined like the trans union at Amazon. So is there like subsections of the union that's like, if you're a furry, join the Starbucks furry union? You've heard more about non-binary baristas lately? Listen, nothing says they can't be both. Like a bisexual NB barista. Also like androgyny pog. You're a barista, but not for Starbucks? I know they're bi because they told me when they recognized my ace pin. Yeah. See, that's the thing. Unironically, like, so for those of you who don't know, I'm actually from the US Northeast. So in terms of like, so like, I'm from like this region of the country. Arrow Bagels, yes. I'm from this region of the country. This region of the country is unique in that we are very time oriented. And broadly speaking, we are not nice. We're not mean. We're not rude. We're not nice. Because when you're so time oriented, you don't have time for pleasantries. So if I were to go to a coffee shop, they would ask me what I want. I would tell them what I want. They would tell me how much money it is. I would pay them. And then they would give me their thing and I would leave. Very transactional. And that is seen as polite from where I'm from. It is seen as polite to not waste their time for them not to waste your time. Because probably there's at least one other person waiting behind me. They have places to be. I have places to be. You behind the counter have stuff to do. I'm going to minimize my imposition on you. You are going to minimize how much time it takes to fulfill my order so that everyone can get to where they're going quickest. See, but that's the thing. That's not why cafe culture is dead. Literally anywhere else in the country, this is incredibly alien. Everywhere else in the country, the stereotype that Americans love to yap is because of the rest of the country. They'll chat. They'll get to know you. They'll ask you about your day. What are your plans? Literally just to chat. Not because they're hitting on you, not because they're trying to like get you to buy something, literally just because culturally it is polite to demonstrate interest in someone else everywhere else in the country. So I always thought this was so weird. And then I learned that is normal. We're the weird ones. I go into a store. I ask for what I want. They tell me how much. I pay them. They give it to me. I leave. If I spend more than a couple minutes ordering food, that is impolite to the people behind me, to the cashier. That is like weird. In other places of the country, if I spend a good couple minutes chatting, ordering, asking what they would recommend, like not necessarily in like a fast food joint, but like striking up a conversation, that's expected. I would prefer the way the Northeast does it. I have been spoiled. As an American, Americans will never shut up. Exactly. The Great Pacific Garbage Patch, not to be confused with London. Well, that's the thing. You can't confuse London with the Great Pacific Garbage Patch because the London is the Great Atlantic Garbage Patch. Okay, but honestly, when I worked retail, the customers who wanted to talk all day were the worst. Like, I have other people to help you. Already bought your stuff. Please leave. Exactly. Don't actual French people basically try to spit out bonjour so quickly? It's more like bonjour. I wouldn't know. You weren't old enough to drink coffee when I visited, so no idea. Also, now I realize that A, you messed up the ocean, and B, I confused London and the UK. Okay, it's one thing to confuse the UK with England. Or the UK with Britain. It's another thing entirely to confuse it with London. I'm sure Londoners are very happy about that. I think everyone else in the UK is furious. England is... Oh my gosh. It's called a Great Garbage Patch. That excludes London. No, a driver is not okay. We have established this. But okay, can we just talk about how boring I am? My favorite city is the British Isles. Can we talk about how boring I am for a second? I don't smoke. I don't drink alcohol. I don't drink coffee. I do not imbibe illicit substances. I am not one to go out and party. While you were doing all of this, I was talking TTRPGs with an anime avatar. Vices does not interesting a person make. Okay. Disagree. Not because I'm glorifying these things. These, like, Basically all of these things, including coffee, I will say, including coffee, are generally not super healthy. That being said, you're interesting. If you're the sort of person who parties regularly, you have stories to tell. If you engage in illicit substances, you probably have interesting stories to tell. If you drink alcohol, that's a social lubricant as much as it's a poison. Like, these are all things that make you functionally more interesting as a person, even if they are not healthy. And I do drink tea. Tea is the closest thing I have to a vice, I would say. Well, I suppose my violence. My incredible violence on Twitch chat is probably my biggest vice. But I do drink tea regularly. And it's a part of a daily ritual I have where when I'm being productive at night, I will get a single glass of tea. Generally, it will be an herbal tea. But if I'm not recording because caffeine screws with your vocal track, I will have like a black tea. I might have a green tea. I'm not a huge fan of white tea. Oolong, I'm not a huge fan of. Like root and like earthy teas, I'm generally not a huge fan of. Chamomile. I'm not a huge fan of chamomile tea. But what I've done, I get juice. So like every morning I drink a cup of juice. Every night I drink a cup of tea. Or not every night, but like most nights I drink a cup of tea when I'm being productive. And just kind of like to get a bit of sugar and like sweetness in the morning, I have some juice. I have been adding a little like half shot of pomegranate juice to my chamomile tea. Suddenly, it's not like flowery, herbal, earthy. It's like pomegranate-y infused with this earthiness. It's actually really good. Yeah, my penchant for drinking is interesting. It will continue. Listen, what I really want to do, so like Celerity Dust, for instance, calls them sippy streams, right? Like streams in which you imbibe substances. I do not imbibe. It is a choice not to, and I don't plan on changing that anytime soon. What if I had a drinking stream where I made other people drink? So like I had a stream where I'm playing like, I don't know, I play Fortnite, for instance, right? And every time I die, my friend has to take a drink. So like I'm on call, I'm living back in the Prohibition. If I was living back in the Prohibition, I'd be like making moonshine and selling it. Like, let's be real. So grenade apples, it's not grenadine. I'm not adding grenadine to it. I'm adding literal like pomegranate juice. But functionally, it's like adding a little bit of grenadine. I can only imagine this killing Rory. Imagine me with Rory and like we were playing a co-op game and then he was drinking every time either of us died. A friend once had to drink ketchup. Someone call an ambulance for alcohol poisoning, but not for me. That's just the German word for it. What a stream where you force Rory. Why is everyone assuming it's Rory? It could be A. A's a lightweight. It could be Leans, or Leans in chat right now is talking about how he has a drinking problem and it will continue. I assume coffee with ketchup in it, no? Is that wrong? Am I mistaken? I'm not sure who Eddie is. AE, Archivist, the guy who was in chat earlier, you goof. Rory, our favorite victim. Rory is not a victim. I will have you know, Rory is the aggressor, and everything I do is in self-defense. The reason I have banished Rory is for self-defense purposes. I sincerely hope that's not what it is. If anyone has ketchup coffee, I will shoot them. Listen, we're gonna shoot them anyway. That's what we do around here. It's black coffee, hot, with 3 spoonfuls of Heinz ketchup. It was better than I used to be. I don't mean to worry. Oh no, Leans, I'm teasing. I assume it's all responsible, if not social. Like, you can have responsible vices. You can have quote unquote unhealthy habits that you do in moderation, and there's nothing wrong with that, right? It's when it gets out of hand that's a problem. That alcohol poisoning is karmic punishment for his various rock-related crimes. Exactly. That's by self-defense. Ideal poison. Wait, with that. Okay, so we have some more people in chat now. I've had. Did I save these? I don't know if I saved them. Oh no. Oh gosh. Do I have the time to go into the server and look up? Because someone made Pokemon teams for me. Someone made a. Oh, there we go. Here we go. So I have had my community say I would be a good night driver. I've had my community say I would be an evil like organization leader in Pokemon. And these are the suggested teams that I've had. I remember these and that mine wasn't actually a great fit. Oh no! Why wasn't it a great fit? Can't believe I got shot for spreading Kachoffy propaganda. I believe that. I believe that a lot, actually. Yeah, so these are the two different submissions. I don't know why. I mean, I guess the reason there's so much purple is because it's like poison, dark, ghost, psychic, maybe steel. Back to the void with you. Well, I can definitely see Crocodile, but I don't know about the rest. See, that's the thing. I don't know Pokemon well enough to make my own team, right? And I'm assuming I would have a 6 stack because if I'm the leader of a villainous organization, I would be endgame, if not post Elite Four, right? I would not be the champion. I would not be the champion. I would be, what do you do right before or right after the 8th gym? Which is generally like a 6, maybe a 5 Pokemon team. So what would fit my vibes while being competitively viable? I could totally see Arrow using a Steel type team. That's the thing. People have said Steel. They've said Dark. They've said Poison. They've said Psychic. And they've said Ghost. And I think a lot of these is because like Dark, Poison, Ghost, they all kind of fit with like the punk aesthetic. I do consider myself alternative, alt. Some people call me goth, which kind of goes with like the psychic, the ghost, the steel, mostly for the gun. But no, it's just a fun little thing to chat about. Is there an orca Pokemon? I don't know. Orca Pokemon. I know there's a whale Pokemon. Kyogre. Apparently just Kyogre is an ogre. You made your own Pokemon design? Ooh, share. Like a mastermind kind of deal. As a psychic type? Yeah. See, that's the thing. I, generally speaking, am a... I mean, like, I would be the villainous leader, right? I would be your Giovanni equivalent. I generally... And this is not just because I have like a gang of Twitch chatters, but also just like in how I am treating my community, it's... I have this organization that I send forth. A gang. A goons, so to speak. So it's this sort of deal where being a mastermind kind of fits with that. Being like a leader kind of fits with that. A goon squad. Okay, I can see it with Kyogre once it's red and white instead of blue and white and red. What's it like, Primal Kyogre? Because like I'm on Bulbapedia right now. I'm not gonna lie. There's a classification of Pokemon called Super Ancient Pokemon, and I don't know what that means. I know that there are like legendaries, and then there's pseudo legendaries, and then there's like pseudo wudo legendaries. Pokemon is like too rich for my blood. Although I do want to go through every single game and do a Nuzlocke from game to game to game, because I know nothing about anything past Gen 2. I know a good bit of Gen 1. I know a fair bit of like Gen 2, Gen 3-ish. I know like nothing past that. So I think it'd be so fun to like play Gen 5 Nuzlocke with no prior information. And I'm just like is this a good Pokemon? And then chat's just like, yeah, it's wonderful. And it's like the worst Pokemon in the game. They're the 3rd generation after Kane. So that's the Antediluvians. There's also mythicals. What's the mythical Pokemon? So like a legendary is the special Pokemon of that region. This is your like Groudon and Kyogre and Rayquaza. A pseudo-legendary is a Pokemon that is not a legendary, but has the stats and rarity of a legendary. So they're not like the poster child legend of that generation, but they're like half a step below that. And a pseudo-legendary is a Pokemon that is not a pseudo-legendary, but is thought to be a pseudo-legendary. So it's not actually rare or good enough to compare with a legendary, but people assume it's a pseudo-legendary because it's cool? This is peak Dwarf Fortress gaming. Listen, it's been an hour and a half and we're not gaming. That's typical. Honestly, like 2 to 3 hours of just straight yapping is what we do best here. Do the Nuzlocke and name the Pokemon after Chatos? No, literally, that's what I would do. Like, if you want, I could start that now instead of playing Dwarf Fortress, but I feel like people want to see Dwarf Fortress. I've heard from some of the Pokemon tubers I follow who tried Nuzlocking generations they don't normally play, that they learned the hard way, that they needed to go in with a plan to make up for their lack of memorized knowledge. I mean, I also wouldn't do it super competitively. Like, I wouldn't stop myself from using items. I've heard there's like a big divide in the Pokemon community of, what is it? Rare candies for Nuzlocks? Because the whole deal of like a rare candy is that one rare candy gives you one free level, but in a Nuzlocke, it's not fun to just sit there and grind for like an hour straight, killing the same like Rattata over and over and over and over just so you can get experience. Tyranitar is the best pseudo-legendary. Do 2 screens Dwarf Fortress on one Pokemon on the other. Right, and I have like shared controls. So when I go up in one, I go up in the other. Let's see if I can build an effective city while also beating the Elite Four. I'm of the opinion, do whatever you care, who wants. See, that's the thing. With this, it's like, I probably wouldn't do a level cap because I don't know what the levels are. If I'm going into Gen 3 and I have a series of level 30 Pokemon, I don't know what the level of the gym is. I don't know if I'm under level or over leveled. What I would probably do though is to not be a coward, is I would probably make it like that I can't leave a gym once I enter it. Although that might just screw me. Like, I don't know. I would have to workshop it a bit, but I do want to do I'm going into this generation blind. Let's do a Nuzlocke. But would Arrow commit to no items in battles? No. I would absolutely use items in battles. However, I don't know, like, tempo. So if I have, like, a hyper potion, right? If I have a potion that's going to full heal me, when do I use it? Do I like quick attack you to get you to swap, or do I hyper potion now and then you take and then you deal damage to me and then I quick attack you because then you swap? But then if I get you now, you might swap into something that's like super effective against me. But what if you're super effective against me now and you're just not using it? I'm telling you, try Pokemon Fusion. It's super stupid. See, Pokemon Fusion, from what I'm aware, is just Pokemon, but you have Pokemon X and you have Pokemon Y, not the literal Pokemon X and Pokemon Y, mind you, but like you fuse them together into like this. And then if this was like a water type and this was a grass type, you now have a water grass type. Is that right? Side note, I hate how Twitch turns my smiley into it. See, I hate that too. I rarely use emotes. I really only use my own emotes. And that's purely for the sake of like communicating like, hey, these are my emotes. I want to demonstrate that I have emotes. But anytime I use emotes, I'm probably going to use emoticons, and then it changes my emoticons into emojis, and I'm like, no, stop this. Kind of, yeah, you have some control in the fusion. This is an attack moves only household. This is an attack moves only household. Buff moves are the enemy. So that's the thing. I know, for instance, if I get a Haxorus, right? Like in Gen 4, I want to like Dragon Dance 3 times and then I can sweep. Right? Like that's like a known strategy. Is like get a Haxorus, Dragon Dance 3 times, Dragon Claw, Gen 5, sure. Shows you how much I know about this game. Oh, so you can always do the other way around? Because of the cost of going to the unhinged access? Listen, do you think anyone in my channel or community is hinged? Do you think anyone in my community is on Hinge, the dating app? Hey, Gilbrine. There's some hilarious fusions. I think one was like Lopunny plus Snorlax. See, that's the thing. Pokemon fusions are silly, but it's also so cool. Because isn't it like there's a different fusion if you do Snorlax plus Lopunny versus Lopunny plus Snorlax? Unless I'm mistaken, I think that there is a difference between like X plus Y versus Y plus X. Because I know that there's a site to preview it. I just can't remember if it's like which one is the base. Buffing is admitting you're weak and need outside forces to be strong enough. Weak. Exactly, and we purge the weak here. This is survival of the fittest, but we're also naturalists. We only believe in your natural ability along with supplemental essential oils. Which, buy my sponsor right now. Imagine if I got reached out to by like an essential oils like anti-vax company and they're just like, hey, we want to sponsor you. And I'm just like, why would you want that? And they're just like, because you said that on your channel, right? And I'm like, no, I was joking. What is wrong with you? Listen. Cynic, you didn't mean to get Coid again. However, Coid should have just been strong enough. Protective shield. Think of all the free essential oils. It says essential in the name. That's true. Well, no, it's crazy. Like fish oil? Because like fish oil supplements is something that like I've never had to have, but like my sibling had to have when they were younger. Like this, I would consider an essential oil, but it also is like medically founded because it's a pill. It is like, I don't think it's over the counter. I think it's just from the pharmacy, but it's like, I need to supplement my vitamins, so I'm going to take fish oil supplements. Now sponsored by BP, ignore the oil spills. See, the biggest power play would be to be sponsored by BP and then immediately take a Dawn dish soap sponsorship. I am Alpha and Omega. I am the beginning and the end, mother and father, the creator and the destroyer. Fish oil is basically liver squeezings. You can get fish oil OTC. Essential oil is something else. Essential oil is toxic aromatic stuff. You mean aromatic? Which, yes, in case you're wondering, I am indeed aromatic. I do smell nice. I am the bone of my sword. The only essential oil I need is a cup of motor oil in the morning. Okay, there was a person on like My Strange Addictions, right? She was addicted to drinking gasoline. And I remember this distinctly because I remember a YouTuber like 15 years ago making a joke about it. And it's just like, wait, so how do you fill up your car? Is it like one for you and one for me? And it's like, how do you consume gasoline? And you have like a cup a day or something. That makes you upset. Want to know why that makes me upset? That makes me upset because imagine having the money to afford drinking gasoline. I can't afford to fill up my car. You can afford to fill up your stomach. No, gasoline is not poison. Gasoline is toxic. It's not, oh, if you consume this, it's poisonous. It's no, it is non-consumable. There's this one guy who ate a whole plane. So there's a guy, I can't remember his name, but basically it was like his stomach acid was 4 times the strength of a normal person's. And because of that, his stomach lining was also 4 times as strong. So he could eat and digest basically anything. It just took time. So what he did is he ate like tires and he ate tables and he ate all this stuff. And then what got him in the Guinness Book of World Records is he ate, I think it was like a Cessna 170 or like a 177 over the course of a year. Like they would break off a piece or like cut it off, and then he would eat like a bite-sized portion. It would sit in his stomach. He would slowly dissolve it and digest it over time, get no nutritional value. I imagine it sucked. And over time, he eventually ate the entire plane. Which, imagine, you're eating an entire plane. Right? What do you think the confidence interval is? Because like obviously it's like, okay, we're taking the first bite, we're taking like this little section of the propeller off. Cool. Later in the day, I'm feeling frisky. I'm gonna go for seconds. I want to start strong. And then it's like, okay, next day. I guess like next day. Like at what point do you get unmotivated? Not because you don't think you can do it, but because you realize how much work this is. Right? Like it's not a question of if I can do it. It's a question of how long have I committed myself to this? Like, do you think he got through the entire propeller and like the back wings and then like he was starting on the wing and he's just like, those tires are gonna suck. Like, ugh. That landing gear, I'm not looking forward to it. The engine seems like the worst. But like, I just have a visceral reaction to the idea of eating the landing gear. Like, and then he's thinking that, and it takes him 6 months to get to the point where he's eating the landing gear. So he's just thinking that constantly for like 6 months. I think that man's iron willpower is almost more impressive than the iron stomach. I mean, that's the thing. For something, I can tell you to a limited degree. I'm not quite at this point, but I have definitely flirted with the idea of, oh, this is popular. This is getting views. This is something that people want to respond to. Should I like do this more? And I imagine if you're the guy who's eating a plane, that's a constant, like, people are interested. Even if like your friends and family get bored after a week, you have other acquaintances that you can eat a part of a plane in front of. You have like a show you can go to where you have a big giant chunk of the plane that you break it up into 3 parts and then you eat all 3 parts. You can make it interesting. But it's also like, that's insidious because yeah, it's working now. But is that what you want to commit to? Is that what you want to be known for? Is that all you want to do? And personally for me, a lot of the time the answer is no. The answer is, yes, this has good growth. No, I don't want this to be the one thing I'm known for. I am not going to ignore it. I'm not going to stop making content on it. I'm not doing a full pivot. I don't care Lancer does better than my D&D content now. I'm still going to make D&D content because I care about D&D content. I don't care that consistently my new TTRPG videos do worse, like my Kane videos do worse than my Lancer videos. My Wild Sea video actually did quite well. But like my Vampire the Masquerade video doesn't do as well as my Making a Mega Dungeon videos. I still want to talk about new TTRPGs. And the community, broadly speaking, has said we want to hear about new TTRPGs. That's an upside down Beyblade. Shut up. Shut up. I think the wheels would be the worst. All that chewing. Ugh. The engine block. Now that takes some willpower. If I ate planes, I would bring it up with everyone who I didn't want to talk to me. Like someone walked up to me when I want to be left alone and just say, I'm eating a plane. And they'll be so weirded out. Here's the thing. If you say that, that's the same issue as if someone starts talking about like Pokemon and you just are like, I have no idea what Pokemon is. You think that's a good strategy because they're like, ugh, who are you who don't know what Pokemon is? No, their hyperfixation kicks in and now they've locked you into a 2-hour conversation about Pokemon. If someone brings up Warhammer to you and then you're like, sorry, I don't know anything about Warhammer, they'll be like, oh, don't worry, I can fix that. Speaking of a new TTRPG, Tom Bloom teased something for Thursday. Ooh. I'm not gonna lie, I have not read Kill 6 Million Demons. I don't consider myself to be like a fan of Tom Bloom. Everything I've seen from him, banger after banger, I must say. Banger after banger from Tom Bloom. To the extent that I don't consider myself like a Tom Bloom fan, I do consider myself someone who follows Tom Bloom's work. You know? You've been meaning to read it, but you haven't gotten around to it. Apparently, it like takes a month for every new chapter because it's so like big in scale. My sibling has actually told me about Kill 6 Billion Demons like years ago before I learned about Lancer. And apparently it's really good. I've never been big on comics. I was never big on manga. I started reading more manga like this year. I've been busy recently. I haven't been able to keep up with it. And I've read some comics. Like I read the Infinity Gauntlet saga. Was it Infinity War? Like the OG, like from the 60s or 70s, like Thanos first got the Infinity Gauntlet to impress death, and everyone in the multiverse comes together to try to stop him, including like the cosmic entities, like the Living Tribunal. Like I read that. I read a little bit of Bane's introduction in comics, because that was one that like my buddy who's super into comics was just like, listen, if you read like one Batman comic, it has to be this one. I haven't read Kraven's Last Hunt. I've heard good things about Kraven's Last Hunt, but I haven't read it. I love how the Infinity Crisis was all because of some purple dude who's horny for the anthropomorphic personification of death. Okay, but Marvel Death. Have you seen her? Well, so first off, this is her modern incarnation, which like, it's just a conventionally attractive woman with a skull face. I know too many people who look at this and say, well, she even has the grippers out. This is just a conventionally attractive woman whose face is a skull. And I know too many people who their response to seeing this would say, I just put a bag over it. To which I say that's a coward. I say you look her in the eye socket when you say would. But I'm thinking, and Thanos. What is her? This is how she used to look. Let's cover that up real quick. This is how she used to look. She used to literally look like just a woman in a like navy, like almost like reminds me of like Raven, or like Raven's mom, of like that kind of color of like dark navy, dark purple, almost off black robe. Like, this is literally just a woman. They should have kept that for the movies instead of giving him the dumbest plan ever. Okay, that's the thing. I don't really know why they changed it. I think it would have been interesting if they took the kind of like, what was it, Batman 2020? Like the Batman, like with the Riddler angle of like, they made the Riddler an incel. They made the Riddler like a Redditor, like a toxic 4chaner. If they just did that for Thanos, like his original incarnation was, that would have been so funny, but also would have made more sense than the like, oh, I'll kill everyone and then more resources. Like, they didn't want Thanos to be a simp. I mean, why not? Like, literally, why? Like, I think they made Thanos an extremely interesting character. However, honestly, what they could have done, have him have the exact same explanation, have him have the exact same flouting of his ideals of like, oh, if I kill half the universe, then half the universe will be grateful and they'll get more resources, blah, blah, blah. But then, like, as soon as he gets it, he leaves and shows up to Lady Death and is just like, hey, I did this all for you. And then it's revealed that like he was basically justifying to everyone else with a dumb explanation because he was hiding the fact that this was all to court Lady Death. Which I think probably the reason they didn't do this unironically is they just had Hela. And Hela is not Lady Death, and a bunch of people would have been confused. That may unironically have been a major point of what was going on. I think we went from 4 billion to 8 billion in like, what, 30 to 40? Not in 30 to 40 years, but like, I think Industrial Revolution, quote me on, like, don't quote me on this. I think like Industrial Revolution, like 1820s, global population was like 1 billion. And in the last like 200 years, or was it? Yeah. So in the last like 200 years, we went up to like almost 8 billion. Which I don't know about you. When I think the global population, I think like 7.6 billion. That's what growing up, it was always like 7.5, 7.6. That's what the global population was. We are at the point where we're basically 8 billion, which is crazy to me. That's a lot of people. It was the creation of artificial ferment and pesticides that doubled the world population. Yeah. I was like, hey, deputy. Who was it? German dude who made fertilizer. Fritz Haber, who is widely considered an extremely controversial figure in history because he developed, I think it was like a form of fertilizer that like added nitrogen to soil. He for synthesizing ammonia from nitrogen and hydrogen, this process is crucial for the industrial production of nitrogen-based fertilizers, which are essential for feeding the world's population. He also worked for 1930s and 40s Germany. Or technically speaking, only 1930s Germany, but like he did some war crimes in World War I. And then his work was continued in World War II, which is not very good. However, he also like revolutionized global farming practices. So it's one of those things where like he did something incredible. He also did something awful and multiple somethings awful. It's neat. I know that guy too. You know him personally. Wow. Crazy. I just got here. I think that, yeah, I think he led to the invention of mustard gas. Nitrogen's linked to food and boom. Wikipedia says humanity grows 0.85% a year, so we'll double in a century, which is kind of scary in the long run. Yeah. Maybe Thanos was right. Also, shut up, Neko. Neko, you... Neko, only humans have rights. Catboys don't. It's always the farmers who do the most heinous nonsense. So he was a scientist. He was an agricultural scientist, but his work was translatable to warfare because if you know anything about World War I, that was when all of the nations of the world were like, hey, we've gone through a scientific revolution. What if we just like tested that on other nations? Do pancakes? Yes. I take it back. Only Neko doesn't have rights. If only they had farmers only back then, he could have had a life instead of a war. Okay. Question. I'm approaching 10K on YouTube, not rapidly, but closer than I ever expected. My goal for the year was 10K on YouTube, and right now we're at like 7.75K. We started the year with 3.5K. We have already more than doubled our subscribers in less than half the time. Much like the world population. Do I make a farmers only account for 10K subscribers? Farmers only fans? What made you think I was a cat? No. Not you. I'm talking about Neko. Neko's a catboy. He doesn't get rights. What is Surer? If you want modern-ish mustard gas, it was the Brits in 19... Oh, it was the Brits. I know mustard gas was like the first... Mustard gas was the first big like... Uh-oh. Of the war. Like, yes, there was trench warfare. Yes, there was mines and there was all of the new ballistics that they had invented and all the tanks and all of this. But like mustard gas was the first like, oh, this is not the war we're used to. This is not the injuries and combatants and the maiming that we're used to. This is the war to end all wars. And then trench warfare made it worse. No Man's Land made it worse. The complete obliteration of Central and Western and Eastern, all of Europe, really, and all of its agriculture made it worse. My one buddy's hot take is to combat modern racism in the US by introducing people to, I don't know if it's right, but it might work on the edgelords. I don't think that will work. Although it worked on Shadow the Hedgehog. Sonic, I've stolen your passport. Shadow, what could you even use it for? Why are you going to Mexico? I just love Latinas, Sonic. Wasn't it the French that did first chemical weapons? Referring to mustard gas as uh-oh is insane. What do you mean? It was a big uh-oh. In fact, trench warfare became problematic because mustard gas is heavier than air. So it would flush troops out of trenches, which then you would open fire and gun them down. Kind of similar to how in modern usage, I'm sure a lot of you know what white phosphorus is from Spec Ops: The Line, which is a game I haven't played. I would be interested in playing it, but I know the big twists, right? I've never played it. I've never watched a playthrough. I know like the big twists people talk about, but white phosphorus is something that is super war crimey to use on people. It's super awful and you should not do it. However, some military circles still use it as screening because it's so good at like fogging an area. So what will happen is that you'll have like a group of troops here, an enemy group of troops here, and then you'll like do an airstrike for white phosphorus like here. So then it like spreads out like that. You have screening, you can go around, and then you can flank them with conventional weaponry. What happens if you miss and you accidentally drop it here? Uh-oh. Awesome chemical. Not worth having any. Not worth actually having any, but very cool chemical. It's also impossible to find in online stores right now. It hurts a bunch of people and creates a bunch of smoke, so they just claim plausible deniability. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, what if you accidentally overshoot? Uh-oh. What if you intentionally shoot it here and claim that the pilot missed? Uh-oh. And that's where we get into war crimes. Uh-oh. Okay, gamers, I gotta run. Have fun with your war crimes. Neko, I'm gonna play Dwarf Fortress, so if you're around later, please help. The plan is to play Dwarf Fortress soon. But yeah, so saying white phosphorus hurts a bunch of people is the same thing as saying, dang, warfare is really bad for people's health. Like, yeah, that's really a bit of an understatement. It is a bit easy to make chemical weapons, but good chemical weapons are a bit harder. Listen, I'm not going to say, I was going to call something POG, and then I realized taken out of context, that would not be funny. That would be endorsement. How about we Dwarf Fortress? How about we swap over to Dwarf Fortress instead of talking about war crimes and chemical weapons? Shall we? I think we shall. Let's open it up. No, keep going. No. I must insist. Okay, as I do this, oh my gosh. I assume there's no, like, streamer stuff. Does anyone know if there is anything I need to do to, like, make this stream safe? Is there, like, nudity? Is there copyrighted music? Or is it literally just hop in? I don't know. You should go into a deep psychological dive on this, definitely. Maybe, okay, so for those of you who weren't aware, and I probably should wait until the ad is over to do this, I am setting up a Patreon. That is something I am doing. I could have a chemical weapons deep dive on my Patreon. I've almost discussed enough war crime to be an honorary Canadian. The dwarves can be nude, but it's censored? Okay. You want to avoid having the dwarves walk around naked anyway because it's bad for morale? You know what? I figured it would be good for morale. Personally, I don't like walking around naked. But I thought that was a me thing, you know? I thought that was something that most people just were fine being naked. Okay, so I'm going to wait them 1 minute to remain. However, when I come back from the ad, remind me to talk about Canadian war crimes because a certain Canadian I know has talked to me quite a bit about Canadian war crimes. So I have a little bit of information on Canadian war crimes. What do you mean I was going to... What did you think I was going to say? Also, hello, Stunov. What did you think I was going to talk about when I was talking about being naked? I don't like being naked. If anything, I will have clothes on. I shower in a swimsuit. No, I don't. That's silly. Well, thank you again, Azu. I hope you're making sure to take care of yourself. I know that it's been a couple gift subs, so I don't want you to like be spamming if you're in any position where it would be risky. Why are we talking about being naked? Because we're talking about Dwarf Fortress, which involves naked dwarves. Oh, hey, welcome back, everyone. We're talking about naked dwarves. Okay, Azu, I just wanted to make sure, but I appreciate it very much. Okay, so, Canadian war crimes. I gotta get my honorary Canadian in. So, Canadian war crimes. Did you know that in World War I, trench warfare, the Canadians would throw cans of food over the trenches. Oh my gosh, that's terrible. They would throw cans of food over the trenches to the German side so that the Germans would get, yeah, so if you're Canadian, you probably know this one. They would throw it over to the German side, and then suddenly the Germans would be like, oh, they're giving us food. So then they learned to run to where the things are being thrown to. Then the Germans did some war crimes. The Germans were aggressive. The Germans did some, what's it called? The Germans, I think it was like did mustard gas on the Canadians or like firebombed them or something. So then the Canadians did a little sneaky where instead of cans of food, they started throwing grenades, unpinned grenades that they like activated. So then the Germans see, oh, the Canadians threw something. It must be a can of food. So they ran over to pick it up, and then they got obliterated. Yeah, the Germans did some oopsies. The Germans did some uh-ohs, whoopsies. And then the Canadians were like, bet. There's no Geneva Convention that says I can't do this. And when there is one, you think we're going to respect it? Yeah, so real quick, let's not chat about Japanese war crimes in Unit 731 because that is something that is less like, uh-oh, oopsies, and that is more like a distillation of human evil. So as awful as something like mustard gas is, as awful as something like tricking your combatants into running towards grenades is, it's easier to say like, uh-oh, oopsie, war crime, to something like this than to something like the systemic issue of like Unit 731, of the camps the Germans set up, of, I would even say like American internment in World War II and post World War II. So that's the sort of stuff where like, we're being a bit silly right now. We're being kind of blasé about all of this. Let's avoid the really heavy stuff, at least for now. We might have a full-on discussion about that at another time, but that would probably be something where like I would have to mark stream, I would have to notify, or I would have to like list it as like an 18+ stream because of certain topics. No. I mean, no one went into detail. I'm just kind of nipping it at the bud before it goes into it. No one did anything wrong. So, Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress. Semi-organized methods of cruelty versus top-down actual government organized torture syndicates. Exactly. I like Pokemon. I like Pokemon too. All right, so what we're going to do. We are going to game capture Dwarf Fortress. We're going to turn off the music because it has its own music. So, y'all can see this fine, correct? I'm not going to lie. I'm going in completely blind. Is there anything I need to do beforehand? I love it when arrow dwarfs until we fortress. No, you're blind? Got it. Oh gosh. All right, so let's also, for the sake of it, because I think it's silly, let's start the timer to indicate how long we've been playing Dwarf Fortress. So this is... So let me know if I need to change around the actual like overlay, because this is a little bit awkwardly placed. Do I alter anything? Welcome to Dwarf Fortress. Prepare to guide your stout charges to fortune in a world fraught with many perils. You'll begin by creating your world and watching the region's history unfold. Once this process is complete, you can prepare a group and send them out to seek wealth deep in the mountains. As you dig deeper and more citizens take up residence in your outpost, your doings will attract attention, both wanted and unwanted. Deal with challenges as they arise, and you might one day find that your humble settlement has grown to become a mountain home, the center of your civilization. Game music's a little bit loud. It's a little bit loud for me too, so I'm actually gonna real quick I'm gonna go music to like 70. So you also like 70. Okay. So, should I start with a small map? How powerful is my computer? It's like a 4070 Super RTX. I think it's like a like Intel 12th gen. I got it. I got it at end of last year. It's like under a year old, but it wasn't with newest high-end top of the line stuff. It was with like 2-year-old stuff. CPU is a lot more important than GPU here. Oh gosh. I am also streaming. Keep that in mind. I am also streaming. If your computer's powerful, then a larger world is okay if it's less power. See, I'm thinking not from a perspective of like CPU processing. I'm thinking of a power of like being overwhelmed. Smaller. Okay, history length. 5. Number of civilization. What? Leave everything else. Are you sure? Should I not go like? Should I not go high? Very high problem. Okay, so I'm gonna just have default history length. But what if I go like max on literally everything? What if I go max on everything in a pocket-sized world? How would you feel about that? Would that be foolish? Would that be a mistake? Go very low for resources. You got it. Have fun finding an embark. What does an embark location mean? What does embark mean? Okay, fine. I'll just go medium. This is all. I'm just gonna go back. Create a new world. I'm gonna go smaller, not pocket. And I'm just gonna leave everything default. Great world. Okay, so. Oh gosh, okay, real question. This is a colony sim. Do I need a wiki open or can I just trust that y'all will do that for me? Cause I assume, the golden age, okay. Oh, it rejected 2 worlds before. Creating Ilatho Yula, the domain of forever. The Golden Age, year 100. Historical figures, 2069. An abridged chronicle of 15,000 events told. In the midsummer of 38, the human EC Stirred Blameless of the barricaded realm created the position of head cupbearer as a matter of course. In the mid-spring of 66, the human Genom Sealing Honey of the Hermitic Confederacy created the position of royal treasurer as a matter of course. In 92, the human Uso Taper Galleys of the League of Equaling persecuted the righteous cult in Kostrust. Dozens of people were expelled. Okay. To recenter. Oh. Ah. Domain of forever. That is pretty cool. Trust your chat. We will not lead you astray. I need to remind you, this game used to lack a UI. It was all ASCII. Oh my gosh. I've heard about that. Sure. I like politics. Politics? Okay. My goal with this is to become a tyrant. My goal is to become a megalomaniacal, awful work camp. But I want to do that in as vanilla an experience as possible. What are we feeling? Someone said legends earlier. But is Fortress like standard? Oh, embark with a group to start a settlement. You will build, Minecraft, trade, fight, and manage as you guide your outposts throughout its history. Design the shape and purpose of the fortress by issuing orders for the residents to follow. You can play a sequence of fortresses and adventurers in the same world. Migrants from retired and abandoned fortresses may come to visit, along with any surviving adventurers. Directly control a single individual or party. Follow destiny or strike out on your own. Explore, quest, fight, and perform. Visit your own retired and ruined settlements. Serve a deity or become a creature of the night. You can play a sequence of fortresses, blah, blah, blah. Explore and investigate the history of the world as it stands. Events and other modes are incorporated here. Legends lets you read about those 16,000 event. It's basically a wiki about the people. Fortress is... Okay, I guess Fortress then. On your own. If this is your first time playing, please heed the embark warnings about aquifers, saltwater, and other hazards. Some locations are challenging even for experienced players, and it will be a very short game indeed if you don't know how to deal with them. After you embark, help is available by pressing the help button in the top right corner, including all of the tutorials. Okay. Click the map to zoom in and choose your embark location. To recenter, press WASD or hold and drag. So if I keep startling myself. Okay. Oh, wait. So if I like click here. Oh, this is a. Oh. Interesting. Oh my gosh. Volcano, Pog. What if we go by the volcano? So first click on, yeah, if I want something specific. So question, what am I looking for here? Temperate grassland, surroundings haunted. So what? Oh my gosh. Do I need to worry about aquifers? Like, I assume I want high aquifers. I assume I want soil and aquifers, right? Very deep soil, heavy aquifer. They will flood your forest. Something without an aquifer. So light aquifer is better. So what if I set up here with, I mean, shallow clay, shallow sand doesn't seem very good. Temperature scorching. What if I just make Mount Doom? Aquifers are annoying for a first fort. You want no aquifer, but you do want surface water. So I want no aquifer, but by like a river? Is that what this is? Oh gosh. I'm already overwhelmed. Is this normal or am I just scale issue? So if I like click here. So like this says, this doesn't mention an aquifer, but this does say little soil. So I don't want something that, so I want like near here, I guess. I want to make Baradur. Is that so wrong? Do you take issue with that? Do you take chagrin with that? Also, I assume all of these are like, yeah, all of these are different nations. What if I just like, the only iron, wait. I kind of want to go here, but I don't want to like lose. Nah, you're taking it fine. There's a filter for locations. Soil's okay. Sand is actually useful for eventually setting up glass making. So I want very deep soil, right? So like light aquifer, very deep soil, but I have no water access here, correct? It'll just be hard. Dang it. Yeah, it could go like ice. So I want very deep soil, no aquifer, and a water source. So clay, sand, and soil are all independent from one another. Got it. Iron, gold, silver, copper, nickel, zinc, platinum, tin, lead, flux stone layer. This seems pretty good. I assume? Because I want different resources? Non-salted water. So I assume rivers, right? Because there's like no lake. I can't find a lake anywhere, right? Like what? This is haunted. What does it being haunted mean? This has no aquifer. It's temperate. There are sparse trees. There's other vegetation, but it's haunted. Why is there a haunted island here? So I'm just moving the timer on my screen so I can actually read everything. The unkempt prairie, the sea of echoing, evil biome. Are you? legally, you're not allowed to lie to me. So, question. There are goblins which are hostile to me. Humans and elves are not hostile to me. Does it make sense to set up a nation, a embarkment by another civilization? Or do I want to be as far away from them as possible? Because, like, if I'm a dwarf, I'm probably isolationist, right? If I'm a dwarf, I probably don't want people. Also, I'm not finding any spots that have fresh water outside of like a river. Also, like if I do this, like if I go in the mountains, elves are not hostile yet. Elves can be reasoned with somewhat. I love hostile neighbors. When you're picking your embark site, you can see whether you will get trade caravans from elves or humans. Elves are variable, but humans can be valuable trade partners. Got it. So if I go like in the jungle strikes me as a pretty good location because it's got nearby elves and humans. It's got wood, very deep soil. We don't negotiate with elves. With Telvarus. Jungle might have dangerous wildlife, but it is great for wood and farming. There's shrubland, conifer forest, wasteland. Goblins are to the west. Goblins are dark human pits. Dark goblin pits. Dwarven hill. Oh, there's dwarves here. Humans hold them hostage and ransom them back to their tribe. You want wood because you need wood to make beds. You want soil so you can set up subterranean farms before you find underground caverns. Okay, so I don't want... So aquifers will flood me. Soil helps me with farming. Wood helps me with setting up scorching the flowery island. Wait, it's a woodland? Actually, wait, what if I go on the... So if it's scorching hot, like how do dwarves handle temperature? This actually might be really good. This island here, the land of feeding. It's a woodland. It's only warm. There's wilderness. There's very deep soil with shallow sand. Okay. What if I set up here? Because then like I have the land of feeding with the rapid hills, the desert of biting, which gives me some sand off to the side and some clay. Like, I don't know the frame of reference for how big this is. So what if I go like... Here, wilted. That might be good. You'll be a little isolated, but that also means no attack. So that's what I'm going for. Is like isolation so that I'm not attacked. Click on the map to embark, right click to abort. Sure. If you select an area with salt water, it might be very difficult to survive here. You may have selected within a light aquifer. It may be pumped out or carried away. So this is not fresh water. I thought this was fresh water. So like if I... So this will give me a warning because like the aquifer. With a light aquifer, a savage area. Got it. Okay, so it will warn me. It will warn me. So if I go here, light aquifer, savage area, salt water, how do I tell if it's salt water or fresh water? Okay. My question is like, how can I tell which stream is salt water, which one is fresh water? Like, wait, so if I like embark there, salt water. You'll be heading out. Enjoy. I take a look at the site finder if you're not overtly opposed. What is the site finder? Show elevate. Oh! Reclaim, unretire. Find embark location. Oh. Holy heck. What does high mean? I think I just F it, we ball. Like, if I die, I die, you know? I want to make better dur. That would be so funny. Ah! That'd be so funny. I think I set up here. I think I have my own little, like, island of biting, island of feeding. Saltwater. I can select for no aquifers at least. I think I'll do that real quick. So find a bark location. No, I don't want these. And I want a river. Begin. Okay, so these are all spots where there's no aquifers, but there is a river. So I'll get fresh water, but not have to deal with an aquifer. Oh, wow, this is right next to goblins. That is not very cash money. So if I go up here... Goodness gracious. I mean, you're humans? You're more humans? I could go ice. That has no soil, though. Oh, gosh. I got unlucky with the generation. I heard goblins. Yeah, Kaza, we're playing Dwarf Fortress, and I'm realizing how difficult this is. So let's say we don't care about light aquifers. Greater than or equal to some soil. Huh. Wait, this... oh, so I can still go on this island, though. Understood. So this will be a light aquifer, but it's on a stream. It has very deep soil. It's on this island I was looking at. Oh, this is a brook versus a stream. Interesting. I could go here where... No, I want wilderness. I want... You have selected area with saltwater, but this says it has a river. Am I dumb? Real quick question. Am I dumb and it's like me selecting where it says there's a river means that it's not saltwater? Or is that the game just saying because you're next to an ocean, you can't rely on the ocean? You can use screw pumps to purify saltwater. I've never done it, so I don't know. It might be saltwater river, or it might mean saltwater from the aquifer. If we go there. Saltwater. Oh my gosh. Saltwater, light aquifer. Surprisingly, this one is not a savage area, though. Because it's a brook instead of a stream, I guess. I don't know. Screw it, we ball. Enemies, economy. Oh my gosh. Most small items will have salt water. What in God's name is happening? I don't know what's happening. I assume I want the default skills, or do I specialize for island living? Do I choose a specific skill set so I can thrive on this island? Werebeasts, mega beasts, civilization. Curious wilderness creatures come to cause trouble. I'm not going to touch that, respectfully. I'm just going to play now. All right. A dwarven outpost. You have arrived. After a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond, your harsh trek is finally ended. Your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all Kikrostin. There are almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by bolt, plow, or hook. Provide for... I can fish. We can be a maritime civilization. You are expecting a supply caravan just before winter entombs you, but it is still spring now. Enough time to delve secure lodgings ere the cougars get hungry. A new chapter of dwarven history begins here at this place. Loga Madril, painted dwarvers, strike the earth! Okay. I'm paused. Space is pause on pause. Okay. I think that your dwarves just walked across the bottom of the sea. I guess. Wait. Oh. Okay, so it's like an elevation thing. Sure. Wait, is this? This is like the 2x2 area I selected. This is the brook above me. Holy heck. So how can I check what type of water this is? Ah. So like, do I know if this is freshwater or not? Okay, so I assume digging orders, tree chopping orders, plant gathering orders. I assume the first thing I do is I start digging down so I can make lodgings. I start gathering everything in a nearby area. I start chopping as many trees as possible. And then I start setting build orders, right? Workshops. Oh my gosh. Work. Close. This game might be too rich for my blood. You want to make a stockpile zone first? Okay, sure. And then we can unload the wagon. Got it. So what we're going to do, place stockpile and storage. We're going to add this and we're just going to make like a nice 9x9. This is storage. And we can draw or erase. Why we have a green timer? Because that's how long in this 2.5-hour stream we've actually been playing a video game. Okay, so place zones to establish meeting areas. Finish placing stockpiles. Oh, did that not register? So I'm going to, fine, I'll do it. I'll do an 8x8. Finish placing stockpiles. Oh, no, I didn't. Except this will be, I mean, I could have different stockpiles, but for now I'm just going to do all. Okay. I think that gets the point across. So this is just our offloading. Do I rename all of these characters? Do you want me to rename the dwarves after y'all? 76 years old? Or do we wait? Do we wait on that until we start getting actually like invested in this game? Oh gosh, proficient mason. How do I check my dwarves? You're adequate organizer. Proficient planter. Proficient stonecrafter. Proficient carpenter. And competent woodcutter. So I want your job to be woodcut. Oh, you're already Pog. Proficient fisher dwarf. So labor, you're a fisher dwarf. Understood. So they're already set up because this is the default. That icon looks like a dwarf in the bottom left is a population one. Oh, I didn't even notice that. That was blocked by my mic. It's specialized and will do any free task that is available for mining, wood cutting, fishmongering. Is not specialized. Got it. So you're gonna fish. I'm a little bit overwhelmed. In the labor menu, you can make it so only dwarves. Yeah. So like I want labor menu. I want only selected to do this. So like only you're gonna do this. You're a proficient miner, so only you do that. We don't have any hunters. We do have a planter though. Everybody does this, but I could make it so that the planter is the only one who does that. Are these going to get collected automatically? Pigtail cloth, some maple wood, plump helmet, spawn bag. I have some copper weapons, some copper axes, a bunch of beer, and quivers. Gosh. So I guess what I'm going to do, I'm just going to chop down some trees near here. Where do we want to set up our base? I assume we don't want to set it up on the brook, nor do we want to set it up next to the water. So we probably want to set it up like here, because if we set it up here, we have water sources nearby, but not directly in our base. Alternatively, we could set it up in a kind of moat situation. So like, oh, these only go down one, at least to my knowledge. Like, I don't see any further down. So I can like dig under the water, but that's probably not the best plan. Okay. All right, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to finish chopping orders. I'm just going to play, see what happens. Okay, so they're offloading. Oh, gosh. This is too complicated of a game thus far. Let's get someone to gather. And let's have you gather all of this. Just because if we have some folks gathering while we offload, it appears actually an 8x8 is not sufficient for all of our gear plus more stuff. Also, if you get lost, F1 brings you back to the wagon. Awesome. So what I could do, I'm actually going to set up a raw goods. And this is, oh no. I'm going to set up a y'all, and you're going to do that. And this is going to be wood and stuff. Where this can be wood and stone. I can only do one. Custom wood and stone. Because I just want this to be like raw materials, right? Say raw. Because I know how quickly in these games like raw materials just fill up your inventory. I can do both here. Yeah. So this is just temporary lodgings. I suppose when I dig, do they automatically like slow? Oh, I can do a stairwell. Okay. Going up or down. I can do a ramp, a channel, or be removed. I think I just start mining down, right? Like we're dwarves. What else am I going to do? So I think what I do is I build down this way and then we kind of build out to the left because then we don't run into the water anywhere. If I die, I die. Like, oh, that's actually a good point. Must span multiple elevations. Sure, let's do a 3 wide. Is that good? Are you facing the right direction? Who knows? So I don't really know what the goal of this is. Personally, I hope my dwarf explodes out of nowhere for no reason. See, that's the thing. I was gonna set up in a volcano and make Baradur, but then everyone was like, no, don't do it. A stray dog tame. If you're a stray dog, how are you tame? How do I tell you to fish? How do I tell my boy to go fishing? Also, I have no idea. So furniture, I can make beds. Select material after placement. So must be inside. Okay. I don't know how to designate inside. How do I tell you to fish? Just has no owner. I mean, that would make sense. Like, open the labor menu. Fisher dwarves. How do I command you to go fish? Oh. I assumed this was the build menu. Because, like, workshops, furniture. This is... I am built different. And by that, I mean built incorrectly for these sorts of games. So we have 80 food, 60 drink, and 30 seeds. So is there any reason not to... So seeds are for underground farming, correct? Were this already mined? This looks like it was already mined. I don't want to go too far to the right. So I will go like... Yeah, so that's a damp wall. So I want like at least a couple blocks between this. So I'm going to make just a quick hallway. I would have liked it to be facing to the left, but oh well. Actually, wait, does that matter? Does facing matter? What? No. How do I cancel this? How do I cancel orders? How do I remove? I'm struggling. I am trying my best here. So it does not go two ways. This makes me want to start owning again. The eraser. Ah, yes. Thank you. So it actually does not go both ways. So I need to have it face to the right. So this is not incorrect. So this is fine. Because there's like material here. Like, I don't know if I want to go for these materials or not. I'm going to say I'm gonna let them mine this a bit. I can plant seeds on sand, you say. This is all grass. Do I want to plant seeds up here on actual thing? Establish burrows to organize work and living spaces in larger fortress zones. Zones are areas you designate where your citizens will work, socialize, rest, or perform special duties. There are specific kinds of zones. They're much like stockpiles. Bedrooms can be placed several at a time. So they have to have like a bed and a door, right? The important zone is where all your citizens gather to socialize. Crucially, its locations such as taverns, temples, and hospitals are established. Bedroom, it should include a bed enclosed with walls and or doors. So first thing I want is I want a bunch of wood so I can make beds, so I can get them bedrooms so that they have privacy, so that they're not annoyed, I imagine. And then I probably want like a meeting room and a dining hall, correct? Fishing. Citizens assigned to a fishing zone will fish in the zone if it exists. Otherwise, they'll fish everywhere. Oh, so I don't assign a fishing zone. They just fish naturally. Most dwarf plants don't grow on the surface. I assumed, but did not know. Okay, so I'm going to do that. Okay, so you're already getting dug out. I assuming having 2 levels of mining above, 2 levels of block above me means that I'm not going to have like cave-ins or whatever. So this is my grand entrance. It's just a 3x3. What do I do? I assume I just mine a whole bunch. Let us... We're gonna get like real aesthetic with it. Is this the proper play? No. Is this the play I want to do? Yes. Like, no, this is probably not the wisest choice, but this is the choice I decided to make. And you're gonna have to live with that. And I think what we do is we do that. And then we can kind of set up like, I don't want bedroom. I mean, I can move it all later. So I can set up bedrooms right next to the... Hope I brought a canary to the mines. You wish... You think we can afford a canary? So I can plant seeds. Set wall smoothing, engraving, track carvings, and fortification orders. So like what I'm thinking, right? Over here, bedrooms. And like common area here, right? Socialization area here. Because they need an area to socialize. This might be the dining hall, actually. So I could have actually like residential up here. Like storage and equipment down here. Socialization over here. Okay, so what I can do is... if I want this to be residential, what I can do is... I assume the way bedrooms work in this game is just like that and like that. And then this will be a door, and then it will be like a single bed, and then maybe like a table. Arrow puts things in my enrichment area. Exactly. That'll work? Okay. Actually, if I erase these and instead I start, these are just temporary accommodations. So if I start going around and I'm like, bam, bam. So that's 5 rooms right there. And then if we just expand this out a bit more. Do socialization areas, like, so if I do this, yeah. If I do a meeting area, does this have to be enclosed, or can I just put that there? It looks like I can just put it there. Also, yeah, I am big on symmetry. I'll need to make beds and a woodworking shop and doors at either woodworking or stone cutting. So I think I have a bunch of wood right now. So what I'll need is I'll need to make a workshop. Probably carpenters. Use closest material. Blocked at this location. So like if I... Is there like a mechanic where I need my workshops to be in their own separate rooms? Because I feel as though the pinging clang of industry is dystopian enough that if it doesn't mechanically impact me, I'll just go for it. Dwarves can walk through them. Then I can just have this lower hallway be workshop central. So I imagine a carpenter is required for beds. Do I care about birch versus oak? I don't think I do. So I imagine I need a carpenter. Similarly, I imagine I need... Well, farming? Oh, farm plots. You will need seeds or spawn with potash. Soils richer, deeper underground. So do I want to continue digging down deeper for seeds, or should I just build seeds on this one floor? Crafts is another important one. Got it. So if I do crafts and then I drop you there, just do that. So those are 2 just buildings right there. I have a social area. I have a little bit of an industry section coming up. I have a residential section coming up over here. Do I just dig down further? I mean, if I really wanted to make this nice and aesthetic, I could have different floors for different things, which I probably should do that. Like I could have my residential floor, I could have my industry floor, I could have my farming floor. So for instance, if I do, and I don't have much time to kill. I have time to kill. So if I do like, this is industry, that's farming. So then I remove this. Can I not remove these? Whoop! Or did I commit to these? You also need more bedrooms. Yeah, I know I have 7. I'm trying to figure out how I can fit 7 bedrooms here and how I can have it be scalable. For right this second, don't worry about going deeper. Understood. Well, I might as well build a stairwell going deeper because why not? But I will... For right this second, you're right. For right this second, I will not worry about it. right this second, these will be the bedrooms. I'm going to build the workspaces. I'm going to have a stairwell going further down. All as well. Hello, cat. Okay. Workers. Work orders. Task. Add new task. Make bed. Repeat indefinitely. I don't want to do. Can I just copy this? It's more important that they have bedrooms than the bedroom be nice at first. Yeah, I assumed. So, can I copy this? And also, how do I make doors? Rock, wood, bone. Display case. Altar. Oh, there's more. So I can make a door. Got it. So the workshop is where it's at. No, you have to select bed from the menu 7 times. That is kind of silly. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's 6 plus 1. This is... They don't need doors at first? I assumed that they did. That's 3... Ah! Just gonna get out of this. I'm just gonna get out of that. I have 3 doors set up, so that's 4. And I think the queue is full. Did Arrow just quack? Ah! I do that sometimes. What is this? Opens menu for wood. Gem, cup, crown. So this is like stuff. These are crafts that I can make. Okay, so now what I can do, I can place my furniture bed in here. And I can place my bed, use close material there. So if I do F, B, there. I go F, B, there. Needs a bed. Okay, so they're still making it. Yes. So they're still making it. Got it. So there are bedrooms now. So I can set up bedrooms. Like that. Bedroom. I mean, I could just do this. It doesn't matter if they have that one extra thing on it. If anything, that's just they get some of the wall space. That's intentional. FB there. FB there. FB. Can I rotate? Cannot. And then FB there. So now there are enough beds for everyone. There are distinct bedrooms. And if I go F, probably D for door? Doors, hatches. So P, R. F, P, R. P, R. P, R. Okay. So we're still working on the doors. Got it. How many do we need? I think we need like 3 more. Four more. I think. Let me check. Okay, so. Hello, those bedrooms are all zoned as 1 except for the first one. Really? Yeah, as you can tell, this is absolutely my first time playing this game, so I'm just kind of like figuring it out as I go. Backseating is encouraged. So if I... These are all one. Remove the zone permanently. So if I do a bedroom, and then I do that. Then I accept. Then I do that. And I accept. Then I do that. Then I accept. Oh no, I can do multi. Select the rectangle which contains beds in order to form bedroom. Multiple will be made in. So if I do this. Nope. Undo. I'm not smart enough for that. I'm just gonna do this. No, undo. Turn off multi. How do I remove multi? Oh no. You have doors, select multi. It has to have a door. Got it. So real quick, did I get my final door? Yes, I did. Okay, so there are doors. Bedroom. I can just stick with paint, really. That's simple. Nope. I forgot that I have... Please hold. Please be patient. I don't play Colony Sims. Okay. We have a socialization chamber, which is not a chamber at all. It's literally just a back alley in front of someone's room. Everyone has a bed. I don't know why these beds aren't lined up, though. Oh, well. Okay, so. We're pogging. I'm going down. Whoops. So, up here, we have some wood. We have our wagon. Socialization, back alley, pog. Let's get bedroom zones fixed. I'd set up another room for growing and processing food. Okay. So, we have water. Stagnant water, 7. So I don't want to go too far in this direction, but I could make just right here, you know? And for the sake of our 3x3 hallway pog, how big of a room do we want? I can deconstruct the wagon, but like the wagon is my boy. The wagon would never steer me wrong, you know? I don't want it to go too close. I'm actually going to have it be tall and wide. And then I'm going to plant in it. Back alley dating simulator. This is a heck of a game to start Colony Sims with, but also a good one. Yeah, so I had a friend who gifted it to me because he wanted to support the devs. And for a while, I've been like, you know what? I'm interested in checking it out. But I just figured I'd jump feet in the fire first, you know? So if I make this... Wait, no, sorry. Not that. I have to here... what was it? There was a thing I could do. There's a what was it? It wasn't a zone, was it? It wasn't a farming zone. It was a construction I could make. Workshop, farming, farm plot. So then I can just do that. Correct? What about them short and wide, also known as short stacks? You disappoint me. Oh, also, I'd have 3 to 4 farm plots that are 2 to 3, and then you need a 3. You want multiple smaller ones. Got it. So if I use the eraser... how would I remove this? Suspend construction. Cancel construction. So what I'm going to do... I'm going to go to workshops, farming. You say multiple 2 to 3 with a few 3 to 3. So if I go like there and I go there, and then I could go a little bit further out because even though, oh, we dug into water. Whoops. So this might just be our initial base that we then make an actual proper fortress, like 50 meters to the left. So this, oh my gosh, my voice. We have an ad break coming in a minute. So this is not, that's a little risky. I'm not going to lie. I don't know how close I can get. I assume they add seeds automatically, or do I have to choose that? So now that I've built those, I can now make next to those workshop, farming, farm plot, a 2x3. And next to that one, I can make a 2x3. And presumably, there's no issue of like stepping on farms, right? So if I just build another 2x3 here, select the plot, leave fallow, dimple cups, plump helmets, quarry bushes, sweet pods. Not set to fertilize, poor soil, cavern soil. So this is poor soil. One of your 3x3 you want to designate plump helmets for all seasons. Oh, I have different seasons. Plump helmets, plump helmets, plump helmets, plump helmets. And then this one, I assume I want dimple cups are for dye. So you can say, okay. So plump helmets is like a staple food, right? Or is that for beer? Because I assume that in Dwarf Fortress, I need beer and I need food, right? What is my food? Or am I hunting for that? Cave wheat and sweet pods are my secondary alcohol crops. So what I'm thinking is I have a single 3x3, which is plump helmets for all seasons. I have a single 3x3, which at least for now is seed pods. Or sweet pods. And then I make it cave wheat. And I can make it, leave it fallow. Is there crop rotations I have to worry about? Is this a game where I have to worry about crop rotations? Okay, so plump helmets are primary alcohol and also food, but yes, you want them for alcohol unless you have enough of a stockpile of seeds, because you don't get seeds from cooking them, only making wine. No crop rotation. Got it. So if I... Okay, so I only get more seeds from making them into alcohol. So if I go workshop, farming, so I have 3 2x3s, I have 2 3x3s. This is always plump helmets. This is cave wheat and sweet pods. These, I assume, are going to be more plump helmets? Gosh. Quarry bushes are for their leaves for food and nuts for oil, but those are more advanced and not something you want to worry about in poor soil. Got it. Let's go back up to the surface. Let's just get some more... Like, let's just do that. Get some more chopping going. Let's just get some more gathering going, just so people have stuff to do. It said that farming-wise, it's just gonna... Oh, I'm sorry. I realized that we're in an ad. My apologies. I paused during ads. When it comes to fishing, I have a fisher dwarf who is set to fish. Where would they do that? 87 years old. Blissful after sleeping in a good bedroom. So they like their bedrooms. They're drinking. Felt humiliated at lack of chairs. So if I make... You want a fish cleaning station so that they can process the fish before they rot? Do I pog during ads? Always. So so workshops. It's not crafts. It's not a magma forge. It's clothing and leather. Farming. Fishery. Process raw fish into edible food here. Raw fish will not be eaten. Cook meals here. You can also reduce fat into tallow. Welcome back, everyone. I played a little bit and then I realized, wait a second. No. Process plants and work with livestock here. Milk and shear animals. So what I should do is I should get a fishery. And I should also get a kitchen. Correct? As for where they fish, they'll fish wherever unless you designate fishing zones and also issue an order to only fish there. You think they fish from the river? So I need a fishery and I need a kitchen. I assume I need a kitchen at least. Fishery, kitchen, and brewery. Got it. Well, thank you for the follow. Personally, I turn off fishing because dwarves can't swim and being outside the So would you say that even... So I did generic skills. I did generic like default skills setup. I have a fisher dwarf who is a proficient fisher dwarf. And I don't know what I need to do for food production. I have no one who's a proficient hunter. So you would recommend turning it off despite that? I want a kitchen and a brewery and a fishery if I want the fish dwarf. If I don't want the fish dwarf, I imagine I still want a kitchen. I still want a brewery. I did embark on the island. I am on a giant island. I don't need to worry about hunting right now. Got it. So I'm going to go farming. So when you say brewery, do you mean still? Brew alcohol from plants, fruits, or honey? I assume you mean a still. The thing that makes alcohol. Yeah. And I'm also going to go for a kitchen. Because, like, I don't need a farmer, do I? The farmer doesn't seem useful yet. But if I get a kitchen... I have a peacock? No, not the puppy. Peacock. Okay. Your dwarves literally don't function right without alcohol. Yeah, still brewing. No worries. Okay, so I have some folks who are planting. I have some folks who are gathering and chopping down wood. So I have a good influx of wood up here. This is just a generic, like, put everything here. Excuse me. Put everything here. Put all the raw materials there. Okay, so now we have a kitchen. Prepare. Do they make food automatically, or do I have to micro this? Usually farming can take care of most food needs, but I'm not certain that it will be enough in this soil. You could just make more farms if needed. Okay. And what the advice I got was plump helmets, but I'm out of seeds. Which is a shame. Put prepare easy on repeat. Got it. So this is going to eat up someone's time. It's free for anyone to use. Will that mean one person is going to stay here? Or is it someone comes here, makes it, and then they leave if they have a better job somewhere else? Pause. Farmer's Workshop is for threshing and the like. You don't need it for turning sweet pods into rum or cave wheat into beer or plump helmets. It's required for processing quarry bushes into edible leaves and also, I think, turning cave wheat into flour. Got it. So it's closer to like a windmill than anything. Okay, so I'm currently paused. Brew from fruit requires empty food storage item, which I don't have any barrels. I don't have any empty barrels. So I need to make barrels in here, or do I make cups? Do I make barrels or cups? Also, should I be making chairs right now because they need to socialize? Click on the swords on the left side of the screen. Somebody is fighting. Oh, the dog is fighting? Is that the combat log? Wait, so... where is this? Why did the dog fight? I presumably didn't have any food. Click on our report to view the full text. Where is this? Does it say where it is? Chairs, tables, barrels, and cups are all important. Got it. So I have barrels that are full barrels. So I shouldn't make barrels yet. I should basically turn my socialization room. I should basically make a dining room, is what you're saying. Which, right next to the kitchen, I will have... a dining room, just right there. So you want to go into your settings in order for them to not cook your plump helmets right now. Okay. I assume... Names building, add stockpile links? No. Kitchen... Pause. If you put a stockpile for food and drink next to it, they won't have to go into the rain to get food. Oh. So I should probably bring a stockpile in here, huh? To the dining room. You can get to the settings from the labor. Thank you. So if I go... This is labor menu. So add work detail. No, that's a job. That's not... What? Kitchen at the top. Oh my gosh. Am I blind? Labor menu kitchen? Because labor... Oh! There's a secondary menu. I thought all of this was one giant menu. My apologies. Plump helmets... Is allowed to be cooked? No. Is allowed to be brewed? Yes. So where's my food production coming from? From fishing? Because I have 37 raw mussels and 15 cave fish. It's a tab. Thank you. See, that's the thing. It's always so fun in theory to be like, oh, wow, I'm so happy to see someone like playing this game for the first time. And then you realize, no, I'm stupid. I'm not like struggling. I'm stupid is what it is. A food stockpile is good to have near your kitchen. Yeah, so what I can do is I mean, honestly, if this is going to be my dining room, I can just say... I want to minimize my... Well, so actually, real quick. As silly as it is to have... So y'all were saying dwarves can get in each other's way, right? So I want at least 2 entrances to something like the dining room, right? So like there's an entrance and an exit kind of deal. So if I do that, then I can put one there where I just put a big old storage room right there. So this is going to be storage with a single entrance because it's going to be a little bit of like people coming in, going out. And then it's also going to be a 2-entrance dining room. So I've been doing 3 wide hallways explicitly to avoid folks having to walk past each other. Is a 2 wide enough? Or does it not really matter? 3 wide is great? Oh, okay, I brought in on the wagon. The 15. You're back, what I missed? I think my expedition leader got into a fight with a dog. I'm not actually sure. So, this is making easy meals on repeat with no alcohol. I need to make cups in order to make beer, or I need barrels to make beer. I have mining set up, but I only have a single miner. Two wide is okay for some slightly lower traffic areas. Okay. But generally I want 3 wide. Understood. So this is my storage area. I'm going to add storage to here, and I'm going to move all of my food down there. I'm going to leave my raw materials outside, I think. And I think what I'm even going to do is I'm going to... Can I extend this? No. Oh. What did I do? Can I toggle the forbidden status? Citizens will not use forbidden. Toggle visibility, camera, dump status. Is there a way to extend this? Start a new one. Dwarves can pick up an entire 100-pound barrel and drink from it, but they understandably would prefer not to. I don't know. If they really want it... Oh, no, I wanted to go there. I'm going to do this. Try double clicking. Okay, okay. I'm going to do yes. This is going to be pantry. Oh, pantry. Pantry. And it's just going to be food. And is there also alcohol separate from food? I don't think there is. So I'm going to go back up. I'm going to double click this. Repaint the stockpile. There we go. And just for the heck of it, we are going to chop down YouTube. So now we have more room for raw materials. This is going to be split up because now we have a section downstairs for... And actually, real quick, I'm going to view stockpile. I'm going to do custom. I'm going to turn off food. I'm also going to turn off wood and stone. Because now this is my wood and stone pile. Hello, Quest Wizard. This is my this is my I'll rename it to Wagon Pog. This will be raw. And then down here is my pantry. So I have a kitchen with a pantry right next to it. I'm setting up a dining table. I'm actually going to start making chairs, tables. I'm going to make a table. How many tables do I need? You've known this game for years, but you haven't actually played it. You tried it a little today without knowing, and the start is very overwhelming. Well, luckily for you, I am just as, if not more overwhelmed than you are, because I have never played this game before. And I've been playing it for like an hour. So if I do this, so now I can do this. I can repaint it to just be all of this. Now it's this full room. I have a nice little kitchen area. I don't think I need doors here. I can just have open entrances. But now if I make a dining room, when not assigned to a particular citizen, citizens without their own dining hall will eat here. Tables and adjacent chairs should be included. So I'm going to put this there. Except... and now this wants a table and chairs. Which I'm building a table right now. How many tables do I need? Well, slight pain, you can buy them, I guess. Oh, it'd also be a good idea to get your anvil inside. We'll steal it. I have an anvil? Where? I didn't even know I had an anvil. Oh no, it's a dead bird. I didn't know I had an anvil. I mean, I can just move my anvil inside real quick. Should I be growing dimple cups at all? Because if they're made for dyes, like, I don't think I can eat them. Is the wagon empty? It has a little bit of wood in it. That's it. You're around 1/3 of the number of tables as dwarves will be using the dining. Okay. So what I should do is I should just make a row of like 1, 2, 3, 4 tables with like chairs on either side. Is that right? Dimple cups are not needed at this time. Actually, what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to extend this one more out so that there's like maneuvering that you can do around it. Okay, so they're bringing in food, which is very nice. Also, why does nobody play the ASCII version? So the ASCII version was the only version until it got launched on Steam. I'm playing this version because a friend of mine bought it for me. You also need 1 chair per table. Do not put chairs on either side. This will make dwarves angry because they hate sharing tables. Got it. So what I should do is I should do like bars. I can play this with ASCII. I don't know if I would be able to handle that. I'm already struggling in this most basic of playthroughs. Something tells me I'm going to need to extend this pantry. And I think, gosh, my voice is all over the place. I think I make another storage room. I think I bring a subterranean storage room. I put it like there. take this. And we'll like freaking do like, I don't know, that. So now, I mean, there's no reason not to just combine these rooms. It's just a matter of I personally will have all of the pantry stuff over here, all of the raw materials over here. I mean, so question, is there a reason to keep food separate from raw goods? It doesn't really matter. I watched a video about the game yesterday and be very careful with things that don't seem like they will work IRL. So I've heard. That's why, like, I have a water source up here. I am keeping multiple levels away from it, despite the fact I'm like, oh, I can probably just go right up to the end of it. No, what if like there's some flood or whatever? Also, apparently, I tried digging down and it's flooding. So I don't like that. I don't love that. Avoiding food and raw group in the same is mostly due to space concerns. Okay. So I can just build one giant pantry. I can build one giant storeroom and just have half of it be food, half of it be raw goods. You're 99% sure that earthquakes can happen? You just learned yesterday that you also need a 24/7 production of shirts and pants. Otherwise, after 1 year, all your dwarves will be running around in rags. Food can't spoil if it's in a food stockpile. If it isn't in a proper stockpile, it will. Oh. See, it's so nice to play a game like this and just be like, listen, I respect the work that so many of you have put into this game in learning it. Please teach me your ways. And just kind of not worrying about figuring it out blind, but instead being like, hey, teach me. And then it's a fun little community event. So I'll make some and also make some... make some chairs. Chair. I will make 4 chests and 4 chairs. Because then I can put furniture. Because then I'm going to do a bar setup. Open one of the dwarf menus and see the thoughts. Yeah, I know. I'm fine. Euphoric, annoyed, fondness, pleasure, satisfied, blissful, fondness, satisfied, annoyed, satisfied, didn't feel anything while in conflict. After having a drink without using a goblet, cup, or mug. So if I make like a bar, if I make like table, and then chair, will that upset my dwarves? Or is it table with chair, that's what upsets them? I don't want my butcher shop or leather tanneries getting backed up. Oh my gosh. So I guess what I'm asking, if I put 2 tables next to each other and 2 chairs separate from one another, can I still do that in like a bar setup? 1 chest at the dining hall for mug. That's a very good point. I'm going to add a chest. And I'm going to add, is it mug or is it cup? No, it's a crafts, right? So I'm going to use, is it mug? So it's cup. So I'm going to make in the craft thing, in wood. How many cups do we think? Do we think 7 or is it just like 4? So chair, table, chair. Okay, so it's as long as a single table does not have 2 chairs. Understood. You want to play this now, but I also don't have the brain power. I'm going to make 4 cups because I don't know how many I need. I'm not going to lie. So I'm just assuming that this should be fine. And if it's not, then, well, if I die, I die. I have, how many, does it tell me how many tables I have? Furniture, table. Nope, I don't have that table. So we're still making tables. We're currently making some cups. We're going to make a chest and put it near the main entrance. Oh, they're from different wood types. Okay, so we have a stockpile here. I'm going to do this. Use stockpile. I'm actually just going to leave. I'm just going to extend this some more because raw materials, if they sit outside, I don't know if there's like a rotting mechanic for raw materials, but at the very least, I don't need to worry about them right now. Table. Table. Nope, I don't have it done. So you're making cups. So you have 4 more chairs and a chest. Right, so I want to get this set up so they don't have to run all the way upstairs, grab wood, run all the way back downstairs. That's something I'm noticing. That's slowing down my production. Also, I just noticed this guy went all the way around because this entrance was taken, I guess? I don't know. I don't know what the deal with that was. So you have already started making chairs and you have made your cups. So I'm going to take a furniture, a table, put you there. I'm going to take a furniture, a chair, put you there. Now we just have we have 2 more chairs after this. Cut to a month in the future where dwarf arrow has completely been consumed by dwarves. I don't know about that, but no, I'm definitely like, I was intimidated. Having you here makes me much more comfortable because if I'm confused, if I don't know what's going on, if I need some support or guidance, I know I can just like look to you for support. And that genuinely really lowers my stress of this game. Despite the fact I am literally like making a fool of myself in front of a bunch of people who are watching me, I am less concerned because I know I can just ask you for help. And if that ain't sweet, so I'm going to put a chest in here. I'll just put it in the corner for now. Oh, I don't have it. What? I thought you... I told them to make a chest and they completed it. Did I not have enough wood? I definitely have enough wood. Listen, Arrow doesn't have quite an addictive personality. I can quit Balatro anytime I want. I have not been playing Balatro recently. I've been playing Marvel Rivals. Okay, so I at least have some tables. I don't know what the deal with... Now you aren't making a fool of myself? Oh, we need me with a horned helmet, an arrow kisser with a horned helmet, a tankard of booze, and a beard, but still a gun. Not an axe, still with a gun. So, question. I told them to make... Are they still making it? It looks like they did. Was I just premature? I guess I was. And furniture chest? Okay, cool. So now we have 4 tables with 4 chairs in the dining room. How do I say iCup? How do you spell that? It'd be a gun axe, but that might be too much detail. Did I get the Wolverine skin? For Marvel Rivals? Yes. Or like in Dwarf Fortress? No. So should I... Okay, so I have some cups. How do I get them to put cups in here? Room setting. Okay, so with this... Oh, wait. That's not in the dining room. Oops. Let's redraw. Let's do that. Okay. And this is... Assign a new or existing location or groups of zones and rooms with a larger purpose. I believe just having a chest. Okay. So that was not present before, but now it's in it. So now they're going to put all the cups in there. Tavern has to be separate from a dining hall. Press the plus. So do I want to make this a tavern? Arrow, very serious question. Go ahead. Very serious answer. So if I... So this is the Lemon of Whips. All visitors welcome. Chests in the area. Goblets desired. I have set 8. I guess because I just made 4 more. Stored instruments. Performer. So I actually, did I need to make 4 more cups or? Also, I like how the back alley is just where all the animals and all of the dwarves are. Okay, so this is going to be, this is going to be redraw you to be like that. Would you rather be Isekai or Portal Fantasied into Dwarf Fortress? I feel like because there are humans in Dwarf Fortress, we have established that Isekai kind of changes you to fit the world, and Portal Fantasy is just you are transported into that world. So I feel as though the answer that I would go for is Portal Fantasy because I don't want someone changing me, right? Don't worry about performers. So I was more concerned with like, do I need to change anything else in here or is this fine for now? Right now, I'm worried about setting up my very first Dwarf Fortress in such a way that my dwarves like aren't depressed. We can make it a labor camp later. Is the ideal dwarf restaurant a ramen bar with separate booths? I guess. Like, I could do that. But I could also be, like, mean to them if I really wanted to be. So all of my food goes here. I have a bunch of raw resources here. I have tools and whatever here. I want to bring those inside, ideally. You have the wiki up. Can you have a combination tavern and dining hall and have it work okay? Like, I don't... This is a dining hall. So I guess. Well, no, I'm mean to everyone. I'm just a bad person. I thought you knew that. Wait, would you rather be hit with a burrito or a ham Sammy if they're both the same size? I feel like being hit by a burrito would have more heft to it, but at the same time, it would be more contained. Wait, why are you in... Is this Yowie? Annoyed when caught in the rain. Humiliated the lack of chairs. Blissful after sleeping in a good bedroom. Is this old man Yowie? We have a 73-year-old and an 87-year-old. And one of them is unhappy. Wait, do I have to like assign these bedrooms and they get upset if I don't? A burrito might be hot, a ham sandwich is probably cold. Disagree. Have you ever had a ham sandwich before? You have it hot. Oh, we're already in summer. So we're doing cave wheat now. Pigtails. What are pigtails? Pigtails is for like cloth, right? I have no seeds for cave wheat. I have no seeds for plump helmets. I don't have anything for brewing because I don't have any barrels, I guess. Do I make more barrels? Or do I just like use these barrels once they're used up? Rope and clothing? Yeah, I assumed because I have like pig's tail cloth. Do I make some barrels so I can make some more meat? Or do I just rely on the fact that I have 30 drink? Make like 5 barrels? Sure. I'll make 4 barrels. Because right now I have enough wood. I don't want to like assume money printer go burr and just that I will never run out of wood. Also, what's the deal with I look at my woodworker. Where are you? If we look at you, like, or I'm looking at my miner, my expert miner. Where are you? Oh, you're cooking. Huh. You can always want at least a little bit of alcohol production going, you know, as a treat. I got you. So we have 2 happy dwarves, 1 content dwarf, 3 mad dwarves, 1 annoyed dwarf. Honestly, I feel like that's pretty good. I feel as though that's pretty good. There's some barrel production going, which means that now we can do extract from plants or brew from plants. What is the difference? I'm going to brew from a plant. They can slide into annoyed just from rain, yeah. Yeah, which is why I'm trying to bring stuff inside. You know what? Call it suboptimal. I like the aesthetic of this. Okay, I like it, Picasso. Get that in. So now what I can do, there's like a big entryway here that separates these two rooms. I check, and we like make Arrow turn this colony into a drug lab. I wanted to make this into a labor camp, but I don't know the game well enough to do that yet. So this, I think this is our new wood, right? I think this is rawer and deeper. I think this is where we do wood, and then we also add in stone. So this is a secondary stockpile where they can bring stuff down here. Because there's a bunch of wood lying around that isn't in this stockpile up here. So we put it in here. This is more accessible. They can grab that instead of going into the rain. I feel like annoyed is what I imagine a dwarf's neutral mood to be. I would say annoyed is not the same as grumpy. You know? Annoyed is not the same as disgruntled, I feel. Yes, this is going to fill up with a bunch of wood, maybe some stone. I can't dig further down because this floods. Also, I can't see this. So I just kind of got to trust that that's there. Now, we're at the point where we have a dining room. We have a series of bedrooms. We have farms set up for alcohol. We have no fish, which is a little concerning, but we have food. So we seem to be fine right now. What is our next step? Workshops. Clothing and leather. Leather. Loom. I mean, I could grab a loom if I start planting, like... If I start planting pigtails. Oh, now I have more plump helmets. I need a fishery if I... oh, right, I didn't grab a fishery. I forgot. Because I was going to expand down here, but I think what I do... This area floods, so I actually don't want to go down. So I don't actually think... Like, I can't do that because this is a flooded area. So this central stairwell just goes down one. Wait. We have 13 pop? What happened? Why do we have more people? What? Do we have more dwarfs? You can plant plump helmets if you want something for the field to grow in off-season. Migrant... Are there like people here? So that means I need more bedrooms. Yeah, I guess I need more bedrooms. So what I can do... So I want this to be my residential area, right? So what I'm going to do... I'm going to... I need 6 more beds. So first off... Make bed. Make bed. Make bed. Make bed. Make bed. Make bed. So 6 more beds. I also need more doors, which I'm not going to worry about that yet. I think what I do is I break apart these bedrooms and I just make a hallway going up, and I kind of like make it an L situation. Right? Because I dismantle these bedrooms to make way for newer, greater things. Alternatively, I just make this a central hallway that then splits off. That actually might be more efficient. It might be more efficient to just kind of be like, okay, do you. It's a 2-way hallway because it's just bedrooms. We're going to have it open up into a 3-way. Don't be weird about it. And I think what we do is... we just go around and we make a series of bedrooms. And I'm going to purposely keep this central like spine open, but otherwise basically keep it the same. This is probably not the most efficient from a like pure numbers perspective. It's probably not the most efficient from a pure like spacing. I could probably cramp more in here. But I kind of like it. Castle. Actually, and what I'll do... actually, no, this is where the riffraff is, right? I was going to say I'll make this like a special end suite, but I don't think they deserve it. I don't think that they've worked that hard yet. So like, this is 7 beds. I'm removing 1. I need 6. So this accomplishes it. They can also walk over beds, chests, and cabinets as long as they don't have to crawl under another dwarf. Let me real quick. Don't show me again. If I grab you, I delete. If I grab you, if I remove this, it doesn't deconstruct it. It just like puts it back in storage, right? Same with the door. So if I go in and well, real quick, if I grab you and I start making doors, I need 6 doors. I need 2 doors. I need 1 door. Okay, so that's all of our doors and all of our beds. Now this is all set up. This is like a passageway that's going to keep going, so it's not this one. Yeah, they don't destroy, just put... Okay, so if I remove this building, and then proceed to immediately bed, door... Oh, well, they haven't deconstructed. But point being is that they can transfer it over real easy. Awesome. So if I just... Yeah, so now you took that apart. What? Oh, never mind. The door is there. And then it's furniture, bed there. Furniture, bed there. Furniture, bed. I'm learning. This is actually so hype. This is like the most complex game I've ever played. And it's not even that difficult. It's literally just I'm stupid. But I'm adapting. Okay, I don't have doors yet. So yeah, this is a nice little like residential section I have going over here. I'll probably end up destroying these rooms at some point, and I'll end up opening this place up to expand left. Next time you want to place beds, look at the tooltip. There's a box you can click to keep placing them. A lot of these games just suffer from bombarding you with a lot, but once you get into the flow, it's pretty manageable. Yeah, I mean, right now, I'm not doing anything complicated. I'm making some stuff for beer. I'm making some stuff for beer. I'm making some stuff for cloth. And what I'll probably end up doing is I'll probably end up changing this farming area. I'll probably swap out the farming area to go somewhere else. Like maybe behind the dining room. Like the farming area doesn't need to be accessible from the main entrance. I could just have it be that I have the farming area like over here, right? Accessible through the food storage. And then I can have this kind of be like my like a bit of an industrial sector, or probably storage, really. Close to the kitchen is always good for the farming area. Yeah. I think what I am gonna literally do that. Bop. And we're going to... Which the farming area doesn't need to be wide. It just needs spaces for like a 3x3, a 2x3, a 3x3. Right? So I can just do this and move my 3x3 plot, my 2x3 plot, my 3x3 plot. Like I can, for instance, remove this because I'm not planting anything here. I can remove these two because I'm not planting anything there. This has a single seed in it, but I'm out of cave wheat. These are both planted, so I don't want to remove those. But what I could do is I could leave this fallow so I can kind of rotate it out, you know? So in autumn going forward, yeah, I might miss at the very beginning of autumn, but I can kind of rotate it. You can even do 1x3 if you want, since you're not using fertilizer. The exact size doesn't matter. I mean, I want to set myself up for good habits, but I also recognize this as my first base is basically me learning the mechanics. I'm basically learning how to adapt to the game. And then I will make a proper, like, aesthetic, themed, proper base after. So if I go doors, keep building after placement. So there. And then this is bedroom. Actually, this says I can do multi, so it's just like that. I don't understand how multi works, and it might make sense to learn how multi works, but I don't care enough. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna do that. Accept. Bedroom. Accept. Bedroom. Accept. Bedroom. Accept. Bedroom. Accept. Okay, cool. So now, I'm going to place new workshop farming farm plot 3x3, 2x3, 3x3. And then I can set this, because I actually don't need that many farm plots. I can set this one up to be plump seeds all year round. Because plump seeds is alcohol, right? Plump seeds gives me my alcohol. Past that, in my 3x3 down here, I can do cave wheat, plump seeds if I got them, and sweet pods. In the middle, I can do, I had pigtails, just so I get some, I'll have this kind of be like my off one. So like I have quarry bushes, I have pigtails, or actually you said don't worry about quarry bushes yet. So I'm just going to keep it with dimples, because this middle one is like, for all the stuff I don't really care about, right? So I'm going to remove that because that has been phased out. Gotta love how they make alcohol from mushrooms. Doesn't that sound good? I don't know about you. It sounds fantastic. Should I be making more food? I had this on a repeat task and it doesn't seem visible anymore. And like, this says I have about 100 units. Oh, miasma? Wait, so my horse and my donkey died because I don't know how to take care of them. What is miasma? Something died and is rotting. You need to dump it. Ugh. Miasma is food rotted or so probably the donkey or the horse. Do I need to like have like an off to the very corner of the map style? Yeah. So this can be, you want to know what, just for the sake of it, we'll grab everything around it just so we don't worry about it later. This will be corpses, I assume. And then also, just because I haven't done this yet, I suppose I should probably make it that there's a stockpile, like... Ah! That one went through. I suppose I'd probably make it there's a stockpile where the horses are? Question mark? Like this? Oh, whoops. I keep misclicking because I'm still learning the game. My apologies. Like if I do a big like 13 by 13 and then you're for animals, Is that how that goes? It doesn't need to be far away if it's on the surface. I take care of this with a good old dwarven trash compactor, but I don't have access to stone yet. Exactly. And my big stairwell just leads down into... water. Miasma is what's happened when you forget to get rid of a corpse early on, and then once you are 20 hours in, you accidentally uncover a cave passage, and then 50 in-game years worth of miasma unleash onto your base. Eee. So what you're saying is dig deep, have a mine shaft separate from my home. Understood. So I can't help but notice my animals are... Oh, that's why. So that's my horse and my donkey. Why are they down here? Can you remove them? Toggle the dump status. Items are dumped in the dumping zones. So do I dump it? Or do I... Is it an aquifer layer or is it flooded? I don't know. I tried digging down and it said that there was water. This region, I think, has a light aquifer. Oh, they like meeting areas? I guess the animals gotta be social too. It's starving? How do I get them food? Oh gosh. Okay, so do I dump these? Do I not say corpses, I say dumping? So this is not... This is dump? This is not corpse? Refuse? What is a pasture zone? Is a pasture zone one of these? Yes, pen/pasture. So this, I don't want this. I want a pasture zone. Like that. They even have a nice little tree. Do I need anything for this? A pen/pasture. Can certain livestock need to graze on grass? Assign these animals in a pasture zone. No fencing needed. Got it. Dining room. Pit/pond. Animals assigned are dumped into the pit, but will leave the zone afterward if possible. If the pit is designated as a pond, your citizens will attempt to fill it with... Okay. Water source. Drink. Okay. Is this fresh water? Stagnant water. Murky pool. Goodness gracious. Dungeon, fishing, sand, office? Do I need to set up an office? What if I did dormitories instead of bed? I feel like a dormitory is much more efficient. Squads, archery, garbage dump. So for trashing the animal corpses, do I need a garbage dump? Stagnant water needs to be processed to be okay for dwarves. There's an aquifer, yeah, you can dig through it, but you need to be ready to build a new wall around the stair to stop a flood. Oh my gosh. Oh, but less happy. Got it. Clay, tomb, animal training. I mean, like, I want the corpses out of my base. I assumed that refuse was where it was. So is it, I do a garbage dump or do I do mark for dump? I assume that's what I do, right? Dwarves like owning things. Dorm bed they don't own, but bedroom bed they do. True. Okay, so we've solved the miasma. We now have a pen up here. Although the animals are not up here yet. We have 2 very happy dwarves. 8 dwarves. Wait, stray reindeer bull tame. Is that down here? No, it doesn't look like it. Okay. So, question. Why donkey? Donkey. Go upstairs, you fool. How do I move you? So if I have a pen. Select animals to be placed in this pasture. Oh. Donkey and ram. And I don't know what the yellow means. I assume that means this is how much they like it. They like if they're like white. If it's yellow, they're meh. I assume. Like the dog can chill downstairs. I don't care. Yeah, it's like the ram's up here. The donkey's up here. Oh, they're like literally eating all the grass. Oh. I think red is for babies. Yellow's there. Yellow indicates grazer. Red is baby. Understood, understood. Okay. So, we need fish processing. We need expansion, really. Which we can expand like left and up. I kind of want south to be more my industrial. So what I could do is I could move these past the storage room. Have two big hallways. What social rooms do I have? So I have meeting area. I can make this meeting room. I can make it a new inner tavern, a new temple, a new guild hall, library, hospital. Do any of these mean anything for me right now? Because like, I just have this as a meeting area so people show up and are like, yo, I like it, Picasso. Some birds are grazers, but most are not, thus making them superior for underground horticulture until cave fungus is a thing. I think this game would drive you nuts. This game is driving me nuts. I think this might be... So I think what I do, actually... So if I think I clear out these buildings. I shift them around. I put the kitchen behind the dining room. I put the fishery probably behind the dining room. I put the carpenters or I put the still in the kitchen behind the dining room probably. Okay, I think I know what I'm doing. I think we do that. So we take this 3x3, we take this 3x3. So we have a still and a kitchen, but they're behind the dining room. So it's more of a like actual proper setup, right? I wanted to have tables here, but what I could do is I could move this so it's table there, chair, 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 chair. You're doing a lot better than my first four for sure. I also have a collection of people who are lovely in chat telling me exactly what to do. Also, do I need to add anything for beds, for bedrooms? They're in a good bedroom. I mean, they have a bed and they have a door, but do they need like personal tables and chairs or whatever? Lack of decent meals. Unable to pray. Reindeer body. Yeah, none of Arrow's dwarfs have been eaten by giant cave spiders before the first migrant wave. You can add chest coffers. I mean, is that worth it? Do you think? Like, I have wood. I have wood to spend on chests, but like, is that just gonna be like, hey, they go from annoyed to not annoyed? Or is it like, no, they'll be super happy. They'll be happier with wardrobes in the bedrooms, but those aren't strictly necessary. Let's do this. So we're going to mine out here. We're going to shift the kitchen and the still over here. So we're clearing out this hallway. Further, we're going to do I think what I do is I shift this storage room down and I fill this room with building, with actually like construction stuff, right? I think I put my carpenter, I think I put my craft dwarfs, I think I put my fishery, I think I put all of that in here. That's 3, 3, 3, 2. And then I can put storage over here if I really want. So I can go, and just go stupid, go crazy. Like, make this massive thing all storage. Well, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. A general purpose temple would be good, but it's not a priority and you need a certain amount of value in the room for it to count, which is difficult without stone and metal. Yeah. Okay, so what I want to do, I want to destroy my kitchen or remove my kitchen. I want to remove my still. At the same time, I want to make a new kitchen. And I want to make a new still. And I think what I literally might do is I might... Actually, I already started planting these because I'm in summer. I was thinking of destroying this top bit and making this like a farmer. So it's kind of like the kitchen goes into the farmland and just shift all this down one. But I don't know if that's like that. I would have to mess with my plumps helmets. Let's remove these plots. I'm messing with stuff. I'm seeing how it goes. I'm figuring out this as I make it. Also, we're currently in an ad break. I'm gonna keep playing, not because I want to keep playing despite the fact some folks are in an ad, but just because this is such a slow game. This is such a game that is, you make incremental progress that I don't actually think you're missing much. Does this game tell a story? Yeah, this is the story of 7 dwarves who came to like the land of destiny or whatever it's called, and dug straight down into an aquifer and set up a base where they're constantly rearranging all of their materials for really no reason because they don't know how to properly manage this. And they're struggling, but they'll survive, as they always do, because that's as dwarves do. I'm getting a feel for the dwarven culture of Dwarf Fortress. Right now, I'm getting a feel for the mechanics of Dwarf Fortress. You can expect the mead halls and the warrior culture and the praising of deities to come later. So this can go there. This can go there. It will be wood and custom and I don't really have stone, so I don't need to worry about that. And then this will be removed so that I can replace that, because I don't need to worry about blocking doorways, correct? I don't need to worry about blocking doorways when it comes to buildings. So I can just build a new carpenter and put it there without blocking this doorway. Something cool I've seen people do is games like this or RimWorld to use tabletop maps. Oh my gosh. That's actually pretty pog. Like I can put you there. And then with workshop, I can put crafts there. Okay. Now folks will move this stuff over because that's free stuff for folks to do. That's much more storage area as well. I'm going to deconstruct you. I'm going to deconstruct you. And now we have a nice little farming section. Well, actually, I deconstructed these. I could have a 2x3, a 3x3, a 2x3, a 3x3. Yeah. So now we have different little areas of industry that we can work with. We have stuff out here that we can bring down inside. I heard RimWorld. Yeah, RimWorld was also on the list, but I own this game and I don't own RimWorld. So That was a bit of the decision. Let's do one more further down, and we will do this. And for the heck of it, we'll also do this. Just so that I want all of my stuff that's out here, I want it at least to be able to come inside. So I want my non-food items to be stored here. I want my weapons to be stored here. I can shift it later, but for now, we pogging. Let's get a workshop, farming. Also, welcome back from the ad, everyone. My apologies if you were sat in the ad and like, oh no, what's happening? I'm just kind of building. I'm mining. I'm readjusting stuff. I don't know how interesting that is, and I don't know how much you're missing if you don't see it. So my apologies if you missed anything. You're like, oh no. So I'm going to put the fishmonger there, because I assume I don't need to worry about like the smell impacting people. Although, oh, that was just halfway through the year, I think. So now what we can do is we can remove this. We just have these small bits. We're leaving this fallow. Yeah, and I think that we just workshop, farming, farm plot. Dwarf Fortress. RimWorld is a DLC game, so it can be a bit expensive. Yeah. I am not good for the for the DLC game. So catch live fish. I'm not gonna mess with this. This seems to be someone is already there. Oh wait, I just realized since I have new dwarves, I have some masons. I have a clothier, a weaver, a peasant. So is there any reason not to just start like clothing and jewelry? Leather, loom, like turn thread into cloth. Can make clothing and tools. Like, should I just start getting a bunch of workshops? Like, should I just make the industry quarter? It's like leather, loom, clothes, ashery. I don't know. A metalsmith. Like should I just start? I'm just gonna start making stuff. Like, let's see what it gets me. And I don't need to micro these, right? Broadly speaking, these are, if they need clothes, they'll make clothes, right? That's my understanding. Aw, it's all of the... Oh, these are seeds. So if I just grab... Well, thank you for the subscription, Axolotl. Always a pleasure when you swing on by. See, I saw it in my notification before I got the ping. I'm just precognition. It's simple. So this is all plump helmets. This is, like I said before, this is going to be my cave wheat, and then plump helmet if I can afford it. I'm low on drink, so I need to add task brew from plant repeat. My kitchen is currently set up so it doesn't take plump helmet. One day I will have tier 2 subs and you'll be ready. I do have tier 2 emotes. I have tier 2 emotes. I have tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. Oh, you just subscribed to tier 2. I just realized that. Yeah. Because I have more emotes than I have tier 1 slots. So I was like, I guess I'll just make them tier 2 slots. Once you get set up, you can have them make full outfit of clothing for like half of your fortress once a year or so. Understood. Weave thread into cloth. So they're already doing this. Like, I don't need to tell them to do this. They're already doing it. cloth. I'm just gonna let them do their thing. Also, I am going to view stockpile. Can I like repaint it to be like smaller? Can't. What if I just remove this stockpile? So now they bring all of this raw material inside. Oh, I think I did just hear thunder, yeah. I heard thunder bringer. Make your... like, what is it? Like, ring your ears and spear you as your death is near. So I'm gonna go all, but custom. I'm gonna turn off wood. Turn off stone. I'm gonna turn off food. So now we are shifting all of our storage downstairs into the ground as a dwarf should, really. Yeah, the thunder is just in the game, I believe. And if it's not, well, we're in danger. Yeah, look at how much like just this industry quarter is. So if I... See, the thing is, whenever there's different colors of buildings, I'm always like, oh, this one's still being made. This one is still, like, being altered. I don't think that it's just made from a different material. So, military... Ornamental, demanded by some nobles. Like, do I have any military units here? I think what I do... I'm actually going to change the meeting area to be there. And then I'm gonna delete this one. Now all the dogs and whatever are in there. The ram is outside along with the donkey. I guess we chillin', like... Is all well here? So we have 40 drink now. We have a little bit of seeds. Yeah, because I just put brew drink from plant on repeat. I don't actually think that we have make food on repeat, but we seem to be fine on food. Now that we have a fishmonger, they're preparing raw fish. Should I have the fishmonger? Actually, the fishmonger should probably be over here, right? I should probably make a butcher and a fishmonger and put them back here. So if I go workshops, farming... I probably want my fisher, a farm... Oh! Although it is a grim reminder of the winter hardships to come, the supply caravan from the Stockade of Strife is a welcome sight. Their eyes are alight with the anticipation of inspecting the splendid products of your industrious craft dwarves. Take careful stock of your own stores. What these merchants offer might very well be the difference between a prosperous future and a slow and meaningless death. Understood. Alert. The merchants need a trade depot to unload their goods. Suppose I should build one. Still early for a military, no actual threats ahead. A full squad would have 10 people inside. As a rule of thumb, you'll need one when you can afford the lost labor. So right now, I'm on an island where there are no humans, elves, dwarves, goblins in a nearby radius. I think my only threat right now is beasts, presently. So right now, I should build a trade depot where all trading will be done. Pack animals from distant civilizations will need to access this from the edge of the map. So I have to build this outside. So I'll just put it there. Okay. Oh, I totally forgot about the caravan. We have nothing to trade. What would I trade with them? Also, like, 200 food. Is that a lot of food? Is that not a lot of food? 50 drink. That doesn't seem like a lot of drink. I don't have a broker. Trade is barter only. Diplomacy? The expedition leader meets with the outpost liaison. I am your liaison for the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. Okay. There's much to share. Information added. Make requests for next year's caravan. They'll charge more for these. So I can request they give me specific items, and in exchange, the price goes up. I don't think I have anything in mind. Unless I want to ask them for, like, high level stuff, assuming a year later I'll be in a better, like, do I ask them for gardening stuff? Like, I don't think I ask them for anything. The only thing I could think of is something like I ask them for, hey, give me, I mean, do they have like seeds, maybe? Splints? Miss? Is that Coke? Like cocaine? Or Coca-Cola? Livestock's good, actually. Yeah, because I don't really have a way of getting more livestock, is the thing. So if so seeds are up here, actually. So is there a reason not to just get like, hey, get me a bunch of plump helmet spawn? Coke is in process cold, boring. Okay. Where is... That's pets. Is pets considered livestock? So like if I request like, I don't know, sheep, you have to process wood into charcoal or coal into coke in order to smelt metal. Got it. So if I request that they bring me like a yak cow, and then I trade for the yak cow next year, then I can get like yak milk, male and female birds, because birds aren't grazers. Which other coke? I mentioned multiple other forms of coke. You'll be able to make cheese also. See, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking from the perspective of like, do I go alpaca, llama, like yak cow? Because then I can get renewable resources. Yes, I would have to have them graze, but I feel like this early, that's not a big issue. Similarly, do I want like a sheep so I can get wool? I can milk cows and yaks. Like, I don't know. I feel like I want yak cow. And they don't appear to have multi-gendered freaking birds. I mean, they have hen and rooster. Hen and rooster would be a really good combo, because then I imagine I get eggs. I imagine I can slaughter them for chicken. So if I go cow and I drop the seeds. So if all I ask for is, hey, next year, bring me a yak cow so I can milk it, and then like a hen and a rooster. What do you think's better? Do you think like a cow or a yak cow? This is a warm climate. Yaks are made for cold climates. So I think actually just like a cow might be better. Alpacas and sheep can be sheared. Cow or yeah. I think I go cow and then hen and rooster. Priced at 200% each. Oof. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer for your craft stewardship. A need for fish is expected, and if you're able to provide some, this caravan will offer 192%. The export agreement only applies to trades next year, not with merchants current. So luckily, we have a proficient fisher, and we're on the coast. So, cool. As long as it isn't so hot your dwarves die or cold they freeze, temperature isn't too important. If you want to breed, you'd want a bull as well. I wasn't thinking breeding the cow and the bull. I was thinking hen and rooster. Because at the suggestion of chat, I'm actually also going to remove dead bird. Dead bird. At the suggestion of chat, I kind of want to go for birds. Hamster. But why are there a bunch of hamsters here? Like, what? Do I have to worry about my asthma? So I have a... Oh, they're up there. They're on their way over. breeding birds does require a bit of extra compared to mammals because they need nesting boxes. That's not too bad. Pog. So, no trader. Broker requested, anyone requested, move goods to and fro. Where is my anvil? I don't want to sell my anvil. Bags. Barrels. Beds. Mussels. I mean, I could sell mussels. I have a ton of food. The issue is I want to stock up for winter, and I don't know how fast food is consumed. So, like, how can I sell here? Like, I do not have a broker. How do I trade? No miasma on surface? Got it. Hamster. No, you can't say that. Now that's just all my brain is going to think of. Pigs are ideal livestock because they don't graze and they reproduce on their own without input as long as male and female are close enough to get married. Ooh, nice. Cute. Okay, so this is going to be like my new social area. I could even make this like a temple. Okay, so what are we thinking? I can assign a broker now if I want. Broker requested. Oh, no trader needed. That was an option I could choose. So I do not have a broker, despite the fact that I just requested one. So you're interested. Huh. So what, is that something I have to assign in labor? I have to assign a broker? Because I imagine my expedition leader is the one who would be my broker. The broker assigned in the nobles menu, specifically his appraiser skill, is the one determining value. No broker equals no value shown. Trade is hard if you don't know what anything is worth. So objects, justice, nobles, expedition leader. Can I also make you a broker? Okay, here you can view your nobles as well as administrators, military leaders, officials. Military commanders are assigned here. Subsequent captain positions will appear. Certain important functions in your fortress can only be performed by assigned administrators, such as a manager and bookkeeper. Once they're assigned, you can create work orders, run a hospital, and count and appraise your hoard. Nobles and certain administrators require rooms, and some also make demands. So if I click broker, competent negotiator, okay. I assume the topmost one is the most competent because they're a negotiator, intimidator, flatterer, persuader, liar, comedian. I'm a comedian too. What do you know? Conversationalist, judge of intention, consoler. Wow, this is a little bit hard to read. I'm not gonna lie. They can do more than one job, literally on time as always. Always on time. A wizard is never late. He always arrives precisely when he means to. So it seems like I want a good negotiator and appraiser. None of these people are good at appraising. They're all good at talking. You're a competent liar. Actually, none of these mention appraising. All of them just mention like, oh, you're competent at negotiating, competent at judge of intention. Let's get them to like us, I guess. No study, no... Okay, so these are understood. Appraisal skill. They're also the default negotiator. So, broker can access depot, store items, and stockpile. So if I want to trade with them, do I have to move? So, okay, so values around 100. So these are all stuff I have. Muscles are not really worth anything. all of the stuff I brought with me is worth money. But I mean, I could sell doors. Oh, fish versus... Oh, these are shells. So if I sell some mussels, or if I offer mussels in exchange for what they have, all items meant for trade have to be moved to the depot. Understood. So I move them here, and then I can trade. So if I move some of my mussels here, because mussels are something that I'm getting a lot of, logs, similarly, I can sell a bunch of. Plants, I don't really want to sell. I'm not using my quivers. Oh. So I think what I do is I probably just sell some wood, right? Like that'll be value 50, and I'm not hurting for wood. Actually, I'm really, really not hurting for wood. So I'm going to go value 100 and see what I can trade for that. So now what we're doing, we're just lining up a bunch of wood. Now we can, awaiting 3 items. So let that wait first. So now we can trade with them. So now I can ask you like, okay, I want lives. I guess it would be hen, pets, livestock, meat is not bad. So I have 100. So this is value 3 each. My fortress. So I have value. So they're listed at value 3 each, despite the fact they were listed at value 10 each. Animals are traded in cages. Turkey gobbler. Pog. Okay, so I basically just ask them what they want, like what they can give, and I can give various stuff. So I don't think I need like, oh, give me armor, give me weapons. I think what I need is like, can I get berries and plant them? Do you have seeds? No. Plump helmet spawn bag? I assume that's filled with plump helmets or plump helmet seeds. So spawn seems to be seed. Rock nuts bag. Seeds equal spawn. Understood. So rock nuts and okay, so plump helmets is what I make for alcohol. I've been primarily fishing for my food, I believe, unless I'm mistaken. Is there a fishing pole that I can get? Is there like anything I can do to make my fishing better? Because I guess like I'm not at the point where I even know what I need. So I don't want to squander this opportunity, but also like I have wood to quite literally burn. I don't know if there's anything that I definitely need right now outside of like, I need more seeds. I need more ability to advance my like my metallurgy. So like I could trade for something ostentatious I don't need, like some sort of rhubarb seeds. Why? I could trade it for like, I don't know, a really expensive gem so I can put that in a room so it increases the room's value, but it doesn't really seem necessary. I think what I do is I trade spawn for you. This is 3 each. Like, I don't know what rock nuts are. What are rock nuts? Is that like that sounds like a tree to me. I need more alcohol privilege. But not everything. So let's do that. And we will also get more. So we currently have 30 just based off of logs. So what we're going to do is that if I had 10 more, that would be 60. And we're still good on wood. Well, yeah, I have an anvil, but like, how will I get an anvil back if I sell it? And so I'm just going to sell them I'm going to give them a bunch of wood. I'm going to give them all of my wood. I'm going to wood them down hard. I'm going to give it to them fast, give it to them as much as they want until they're asking for more. And then I'm going to get a plump helmet in response. Wait a second. All right, so now we can trade. I just meant you don't need to buy one because earlier I thought you had already lost it. Nope. I don't know where it is. But, so if I do this, this is value of 81. I assume because this is bartering, I don't know if there's anything value 1. Like, is there anything for value of 1? Like, there's some clay that's like value 3. I think 3 is probably the minimum value. So if I'm 1 over, it doesn't really matter. So we're going to trade. Even with your combined trade goods, such they are, I can't fathom you ending up with the items you desire. Okay. So they don't like us enough to give us the helmet. For whatever reason. I have no clue why. So we're gonna go helmet. Well, no, we want, so we said you. Is it because of the weight? Is it because this all weighs too much? Oh, never mind. I guess I just needed to give them one more to kind of tip the scales over. All right, so now we have so now we should have, we have nothing here because we just got seeds. Seeds are good because seeds allow us to plant more alcohol. We love alcohol. So with a meeting room, do we need anything in a meeting room? Crucially, taverns, temples, hospitals, and the like. What if I make this a temple? 2 worshippers, no worshippers, 1 worshipper. Like, if I make it a temple to no specific deity, what does that do? Set details. All visitors welcome. Long-term residents. Only fortress citizens. So it's currently a shrine, but if I get it to $2,000, then it's higher up. Only organized religion can have recognized priesthood. Okay, so is this even worth it to have it be a... I don't think this is worth it to have it be a shrine. I think all I need is it to just be a meeting hall because then people hang out here, right? Unless I'm mistaking something. Because this is a dining room. I believe this is a tavern. I made this a tavern. Yeah, lemon of whips, all visitors welcome, chests, goblets, stored instruments, which I don't have any. Proficient liar, competent negotiator. I mean, our broker could also be our barkeep, but I feel like we need to build this out a little bit more before we do that. What does a tavern even do that's separate from just a dining room? That's my question. How can a tavern... Do I need to have it be, I need at least 5 instruments and 10 goblets, and then it can, like, level up? Temples are essential for dwarven well-being. The one you made in the first one The one you made is the first one to make and will serve you well. So you're saying I should make this into a temple non-specific to a deity. I mean, they're still eating here. This is still a dining hall. I just made it into a tavern. I mean, I don't have any instruments, and I don't know how I would make any. I'm assuming it's crafts, no? Like with bone. I go make instrument piece or make instrument. So I need one of these. Cancel. So I need to go like make instrument pieces, unrodden bone body part. Make it, I can make a Tellus keyboard. Non-economic hard stone boulders. So apparently I can make a keyboard. Find book. Decorate with horn. Nope. This is so interesting. So if I actually do have a lot of shells, I could make a shell crown out of like our mussel shells. I could make a bunch of shell jewelry that I could sell. Tavern also has socialization function and dining hall doesn't. It's also good to put statues and stuff in temples. Dwarves will hang out in a tavern and talk and dance and sing and tell stories. Meanwhile, in dining hall, they'll talk about the dwarf sitting next to them while they both eat. Yeah. So if I make a large shell gem, how would that work? Like, what if I take mussel shells and then I make amulets out of them and then I sell them as like my DIY craft system? So if I make this the Voids of Veiling is my shrine. Is this where I would like decorate it with shells? Is that what that means? So if I go shell, decorate with shells, what does that mean? I'm going to try it out. So you have the shell that you're decorating with. What did you just do? Oh. Decorate with shell. So you're making it. Okay. Did it get decorated? I don't know. I don't know what that is. I'm also going to make a shell amulet. Large shell gem is basically an object in and of itself. Decorating with shell means taking furniture or another item and they encrust it with shell. Oh, the pigtail bag was decorated. Ah. Because I'm thinking like, can I sell any of this stuff with bartering? So I have a mussel shell amulet. And if I move goods to and from, this says value 10. Well, it's who knows how much value it's actually going to be. But like, if we then trade, it says it's value 10. So if I just spend a bunch of, if I spend some resources, just get a bunch of, if I just get a bunch of like mussel shell amulets. So what if I do, what if I make a bracelet, a crown, and an earring? Just see what I get with it. I want to see how much I can sell those for. And also, because it's approaching winter, we already have a bunch of wood. We have a bunch of wood. Let's chop down some more, because who knows anything about keeping track of your environment? Not me. Decoration increases value. You can even look at the description of the now decorated bag and see the decoration. It's decorated with mussel shell. Man, imagine you have a bag and it's got a mussel shell on it. You must be living the lap of luxury. So what should I put in a shrine to make it like shrine-like? Should I make a shell gem? I'm gonna make a shell gem. Because like, I don't know what to use mussel shells on, so I'm just gonna use them to see if I can get value. I think mostly jewelry has this same value depending on its material and quality level. It's largely a matter of preference. What are you upset over? Oh, you're fine. You were just upset for no reason. And let's real quick, let's make an altar. An altar sounds good for a thing. Floodgate, great, minecart, shield. Okay, so large shell gem. I assume that's in what, furniture? That I don't have a statue, so I can't place that. If I place furniture and then I play display, would display be that gem that I just made? Furniture, offering place. An offering place must be placed. An offering place object must be placed before it can be. Huh. Altars are risky because dwarves can topple them if they have a tantrum, and then the deity can curse them with various things like becoming a were lizard or were snail or were giant panda. I feel like all of them are were themed. So I just built me an altar. So is it an altering place? Is that like what the altar is? I think vampirism is another cursed option. Pog. We love vampirism. Also, let's move goods. The amulet is already here. Bracelets. Let's get a bracelet there. It was a crown. Let's get a crown there. Yeah, that's what I assumed. And I don't know if I can, like, I don't know, let's get like wooden chair, chest, crutch. Let's go chair. First off, I want to like fill out the dining room a little bit more. Chair. But also, I want to put some chairs in this shrine. Because, like, I feel like people deserve to sit down if they're going to be in worship. So, no. Are they leaving? Why can I not trade? What is the issue? Anyone. Move goods. Do they not want it? Or can you only trade once? Oh no, more grazers. We already lost a donkey and a horse. What do you mean more grazers? There's nothing left to catch in Central Swamp. Somebody is fighting? I don't know. Oh no. No, the alert has just been this, which it won't go away. Oh, I can right click it. Pog. You have one animal inside starving as we speak. Some animals are grazers. You should assign it to a pasture outside or butcher it soon. So I made this. Oh, dogs are grazers? Weird. I'll put all the animals outside. Like, I don't know. Why are dogs grazers? Grouchy when caught in the rain. Stray baby alpaca starving. How do I get the baby alpaca up there? Do I just have to... Oh, I was... The red means baby. That doesn't mean that they're stuck out there. The baby. Got it. I assumed because they were red, I couldn't access them. So, cat's healthy. In here, we're also going to make some table. Now we can trade. So we have value of 24. or 34, which is not that great, but it's not the worst at all. What do they have that we want? I got some seeds from them. Oop. I got seed spawn. They have no more spawn. Like, I don't care about gems. I gave them a bunch of wood. Bunch of logs. I could get, like, I don't know, bronze, copper gear if I feel I need it. I have an anvil. I mean, I could go, like, just give me plump helmets. Garden cross leaves, capers. So, berries. Can I plant berries? Can I plant garlic? Am I able to plant stuff like garlic, caper berries, that kind of stuff? It's generally better to convert things like logs and boulders to lighter forms in order to not eat up all the caravan's carrying capacity with lower value stuff. Oh, that carrying capacity is like total. Well, these are all super cheap, so I didn't really know what I was going to give them. Berries can give you seeds. So if I go bam, 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 that's 30. I don't know what garden crest leaves are, but if I then go bam, 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 what's this? Llama wool yarn. I could get cheese. Llama cheese, donkey cheese, reindeer cheese, pig cheese. You can have pig cheese? I think what I then do is actually just to ensure that I'm pogging. I think I buy back one of my pieces of wood, actually. Nope. Yeah, they don't like me enough. So I have to, like, I have to give them more than they're worth. Making logs into wooden goblets increases the value of the wood and decreases the weight by a lot. Oh. That's actually so true. So if I do furniture, chair, keep placing after building. Nope, we're not there yet. Nearly. So, like, will people be less upset? Annoyed and caught in the rain. Annoyed and caught in the rain. If I put chairs in this room. Because that's something I need to worry about. Like, a lot of people are neutral. And some people are unhappy. Which, as funny as it is to have all of my people be upset, I want my people to actually, like, be fine, broadly speaking. I don't think they usually use chairs outside of eating or office work. Got it. So we've been using fish a whole bunch. We have alcohol. So I want a new task. Brew from... brewing from fruit gives me seeds just like brewing from... What's it called, right? Brewing from fruit gives me seeds much in the same way that brewing from vegetables does, right? Oh, I can see the tables down here. Pog. Okay. So I want to brew from fruit. I want to brew from seeds. Okay, I'm going to put furniture. I mean, I could swap this. I have it bar style. I could have it be like central long table style. I don't know. I like the idea that it's like a bunch of bars. So the little symbols on each side of the table indicate the quality. Oh. So like the dash versus the star. I assume star is best, dash is worse. To exist in the first place is the most important part of temples. Added value just make the stay more enjoyable. Everything adds value, even empty tiles. So if I look at this room now, this is value 60, where before it was value 5. The altar gave it like 55 more value. And then if I had chairs, that would add more value, but obviously not significantly. Regular, well-crafted, finely crafted, superior, exceptional, masterful, artifact is named, decorated, foreign. Bar style means they can sit next to 3 to 5 other dwarves instead of just 1 to 2. Is that good? Do I want them saying that? I assumed they wanted to like have their privacy. I assume they didn't want that. I'm actually going to swap this over to also be plump because I just got a bunch of seeds for it. Yeah, so now I have way more plump going, which brewing it gives me seeds. If I go to, I think it was labor, kitchen, sweet pods, capers. Can capers give me beer? No, so capers is just food. Garlic is just food. I can't plant garlic, correct? Sitting next to each other is more socialization. So it's good if they don't hate each other. Understood. Understood. Okay, so we have a temple set up. We have like an industrial sector that we're building out. We have an eating section. We have a full-on like residential area. Is it worth it to have multiple meeting areas? Like, should I also make like a library or something? Or do I need to focus on like military now? There are no merchants trading. No trader needed. Puppy tame. Aw. You're a puppy. Library's late game once you have bookmaking. Okay. Oh, I have 21 population. I just realized that I have a new wave of migrants. Well, I need 8 more beds. 8 more bedrooms. Is there a more efficient way to do this? And by more efficient, I mean like significantly more efficient. Waiter, more bedrooms, please. Okay. First off, I think, do I make another carpenter's workshop? I feel like I'm using this one most consistently, right? I need what? This is 6. I need 8. I'm at 21 right now. That's probably why so many people are unhappy. Does this require? No, it still says 10 to 10. So it has enough goblets. It has seating for 8. So if 8 people want to eat at a time, they can. There's a blueprint system which can let you record a floor plan for mini. Oh. Time to dig down. Living in stone means more room value, more resources. So I tried digging down, which meant I hit the aquifer. So I need to go to a different location and have this be like our step 1 base. And then have a step 2 base is where I make it actually proper. So I think what I do is I continue here. You say just build. I don't know if I can. I tried digging down and they stopped. Oh, wait. Or is it the aquifer fills up with water sometimes and fills out with water other times? I just have to have the building materials on hand. So I can dig down if I really want to. Well, so I'm not going to stop. I'm still gonna build another residential section, and then I can just pivot later. I don't actually think this is the most efficient room layout, though. So this is gonna be 6 more. I need 8 more. So I'm actually just going to... I'm actually going to do this. And just connect these. Just so that it's... And actually what I might do... I might... What if I have a hallway here? Because, like, I think loops and hallways and intersections is, broadly speaking, good. Unless I'm mistaken. Light aquifers are a nuisance only unless ignored. The first mining designation will be cancelled to protect you. Just redesignate. The walls protect the water. In soil, you dig out the walls and replace with... Okay, so if I dig down, I then have to break a bunch of walls, replace them with like wooden walls or stone walls or whatever. Once I hit stone, I have to smooth them. Got it. Got it. Okay. So I'm going to do that. First, I'm going to make some more bedrooms. Because... Hog. Understood. Understood. Thank you so much. I appreciate, like, being able to actually... I appreciate being able to just, like, learn stuff like this. I'm actually going to do this. Because I want... Okay. So I want a situation where I can, like, loop in on itself. You can also use aquifer layers to produce water to fill a well. Oh. This is a bunch of digging for now. We have some beds being produced. We don't need to destroy any existing rooms, so we just need 8 more bedrooms. Which we have a bunch of people. I'm actually also going to extend this down by 1, just because this is like full with nonsense. Oh my gosh, this is also full. I think I build another carpenter. I think I have a second carpenter because I'm just not able to keep up with production whenever I need it. This freshwater can be used for hospitals. You can make artificial ponds and safe spaces for your fisher dwarves. Oh. So let's get door. Okay, so we are making doors. So now we have 8 doors being made, 8 beds being made. This is 7. And if we do... Let's just have this. Because, like, I don't really... This is a little bit weird, but it does kind of fit. Okay, so now we have a series of bedrooms. We have a series that we can set up. We have beds. So first off, I'm going to make you, not you. Hog. That's 6 and that's 7, right? So I actually need 1 more. And then I have you and you and you and you and you and you and oh, we're still building. Don't panic. Don't panic. We're still building. And I think we also need to dig out. So I want this to be a passageway. I want this to be a passageway. I actually don't need that though, particularly if I'm going to be pivoting soon. So I'm just going to do this. So I can do furniture bed, and then I can do furniture door, you, and you, and you. Cool. So now all of these are set up. Now I just need to make them bedrooms, which I've tried doing multi-room before. It doesn't, I don't know what the deal is. I think I'm just dumb. So I'm just going to do these manually because it's not a huge deal, really. Oh, more fighting? Why is there more fighting? Is it fighting down here? In here? Are these people fighting in a church? In holy ground? How dare they? I mean, to be fair, they are dwarves, so it is part of their culture. This is the luxury suite. You get 2 more rooms. You get 2 more spaces that happen to be part of the wall. Strange mood. One of your systems will make an artifact or die trying. Where do you see this? Has been possessed. Do I have any metal? Recenter on the announcement's location. Oh, okay, my dwarf. Metalsmith. Who is the metalsmith? This guy. Strange mood. Possessed by unknown force. If they can't make it, they'll lose their mind. I have to make sure they have the material. Well, now we have an ad break as I've learned that my dwarf is possessed. Holy heck. What do they want? Unmet need, craft object, competent lie maker. Like, they say they're a metalsmith. They're competent in all of these things. Like, so what do I do? You need to build a metalsmith. He will claim the shop. He will also require at least 1 bar. I don't have 1 bar of metal. And I didn't get it at the broker because I didn't think I needed it. So what I should do really, and I can't do this because it's wet. There's the rub. Stocks. Here you can see every item in the fortress. If you don't have a bookkeeper or they don't have an office to work in, numbers may be approximate. Okay. So, workshop. I can make a metalsmith, but I don't have the facilities. Needs fire-safe building materials, non-economic item, mine rock or chop trees. No access to fire-safe building materials, non-economic. Okay, so dang it. I can't mine here. So I guess what I gotta do is I gotta like start a new mine. Yeah, my only metal items, I don't have access to smelting them. Eep. Oh no. Sometimes you lose a metalsmith. I mean, he's a metalsmith. Is it always gonna be metal? How even good are you? Thoughts. Felt wonder after communing with the... Okay. Little willpower, meager creativity, a poor ability to manage or understand social relationships, and a really poor focus. Goodness gracious. No, it can be any craft? Okay, so it's not necessarily going to be metal. So what do I do? Do I just let it ride? I'm currently paused for the ad, but I think I just kind of gotta let it ride. Like, I can make a jeweler just to make sure that it's there. I can make a ashery. Make it a work. Needs blocks. No access to blocks. Right, so block. Which blocks? I need that for the aquifer anyway. So I'm just going to make some blocks. Leather workers in a strange mood can even grab another dwarf, kill them, and make a dwarf leather silva. Oh, so they're the Drukari. You can save him, your choice. Without intervention, he will die. Okay, so what I have to do... So he's a metalsmith. Or she's a metalsmith, rather. But she's a competent lie maker. Because she's a metalsmith, is she going to, like, definitely make... expel this creature entirely? I mean, is it definitely going to be metal? Because they're a metalsmith? That sucks. Like... Oh, wait, why are the muscle shells over here? What are muscles? Huh. Can I use these horse skeletons to make, like, crafts? Can I go to here, add new order, make instrument piece, unrotten bone body part? Dang. I assumed that... Well, let me just double check. If I undump you... Like, that doesn't count? I just can't take it? I mean, I could throw everything into, like, oh, let me go mine in the countryside. Let me go see if I can get some iron. But, like, I don't know if that would be very effective, you know? Like, I don't know how reasonable it would be to attempt to throw everything I have to try and find metal. Particularly because I think only one dwarf mines. If I check... Let's place task. Labor. Miners. Like, only he can mine. Because he's a master miner. Build a metalsmith. I can't build a metalsmith. I don't have resources. Dig down, find some more. Build a wood furnace. Make one charcoal. See, that's the thing. I tried making a metalsmith. If I do workforce metalsmith, needs fire-safe building materials, non-economic item, mine rock or chop trees. I need to get to rock to make the metalsmith in the first place. What if I just let him die? Who up dwarfing they fortress? Apparently the possessed spirit of, like, an evil god. Digging down will supply the rock as needed. Well, I can't dig down. That's my issue. Because I... Can I? Oh, that is working. Hog. So, what is this? Black sand. The soil here is very deep, it said. So what I could do, I mean, I suppose instead, is I could mine into this, because this is rock, right? Or is this also soil? Okay. This is loamy sand. This is shale. Is shale rock? Oh, it's flooding. So what you're saying is I need to like block up these with wood at some point. I need to keep adding the order again when they hit water, but oh, okay. Got it. Thank you. They're just continuing to flood. Man, this master miner, like, the absolute Giga Chad. So this is gypsum. This seems like stone. Bituminous coal. I think that's good. Is that good? Mist? What does mist mean? So it's shale coated with water. So now what we can do is, I imagine that we just got some stone, so we can make a metalsmith. I also need a wood furnace, you said? Furnaces? Furnaces. I need a wood furnace. Make charcoal and ash from here. Does not require fuel. Because now I just got some stone. I'm just going to keep digging down because, like, what's the worst that could happen? I found a Balrog. Tough. Yeah, keep digging to find some ore. Cat, why are you down here? Cassiterite? That strikes me as very... Is cassiterite a material? I don't know. I don't know what cassiterite is. So y'all are being built. You're nearly there. So I can make charcoal. I need to make at least one, which I just got some coal. Building has been by the metalsmith. Needs bars. Metal. So I need to find metal. Right? Cassiterite is an ore. So if I then mine this cassiterite, smelter to smelt, thank you. Smelter, I assume under furnaces. So we have a wood furnace and a smelter. Probably shouldn't have the smelter and the wood furnace next to the giant stockpile of wood. But who's keeping track? Now let's look if there's any more cassiterite here. There is. Then make... Do I need to make coke from the coal? I thought that was what this was for. So I made charcoal. So now I make coke from the coal. So then I can smelt the... Melt a metal object. Smelt cassiterite ore. That's what I want. Like, just repeat that. Which it appears we had got like, I don't know, 4 chunks of it, 5 chunks of it, 6. I don't know how much is required to make something. So you're smelting. Do I need to make coke? Which is so wild to say out of context, but FBI, I promise. It's about Dwarf Fortress. Oh, I got tin. So now, I have tin. I have a metalsmith. So are they just good now? Bituminous coal and lignite are coke-bearing ones. Charcoal equals coal equals coke. We're fine. Got it. So the coke is charcoal. So you're good. You're just making stuff now. So are they going to make an artifact, or is it going to be a chance if there's an artifact? Also, real quick question. Am I at risk of like a fire starting here? Is this a workplace hazard? I am legitimately concerned that there's going to just be a massive fire. I should probably be making Pepsi instead. not gonna lie, I legitimately have a preference for Coke over Pepsi. And I know so many people are like, they taste the same. And I'm like, no, they taste different. No risk of fire? Okay. So I made some wood blocks, chestnut blocks, ashen blocks. They're like 5 blocks. So real quick, back down to the conversation about aquifers. You're saying delete this wall, replace it with a block wall, and just do that around my entire staircase. Not gonna lie though, they do taste different, and Coke is just straight worse. Disagree. Disagree. I also have no idea if 300 food is good for winter. Like, I might be cooked. Yes, replace. Okay, so break them, then replace them with blocks. There's no wall I can make, but there is blocks I can make. I'm gonna set you on repeat for a bit. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. I recognize this game. Hiya, Arrow. Hey, Kakro. I don't recognize this game because it's my first time playing this game and I am struggling. But it's okay. We're fine. We have someone who's currently making an artifact and is possessed. I'm gonna delete this. Delete this. Delete this. Oh. Created Misho Musar Dumar Usal. A tin warhammer offers it to the mechanisms of fierceness. Okay. It is the Warhammer 40k. I'm amazed. I can inspect it. Where? Where can I inspect it? I assume in Besmar's, creator of the Misho Musar Dumar Usal, which is like pretty pog. Like, imagine every time you're introduced to someone, it's like, hey, this is Plu, creator of the Misho Musar Dumar Usal. Check stocks? That's a good question. Stocks. Weapons, I assume. Misho Musar Dumar Usal. This is a tin warhammer. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is studded with tin. It's valued at 1,000. At worst, it kicked me into high gear to like start digging, and I can sell it for 1,000. Oh, it was left here. That's where it is. It's studded with tin. I can construct walls. Any material will do. Using blocks is more efficient. 1 log / boulder equals 4 blocks. And faster. Blocks are far lighter, easier to carry. You told you it's the highest quality. Hey, yo! Exactly. Our girl made it. So what I want to do, I want to mine all of these and replace them with 16 walls. That is correct. Right? And then I want to go down and I want to do that again. I want to mine all of them and replace them with 16 walls. Or like I'm assuming that's what this is. Yeah, it's already flooded. You lost internet right at the start of the crisis. Don't worry, we survived. We make it. Peak behavior every stream I see of yours is amazing, silly. I miss the cozy. Well, obviously, you're not thinking of the right vibes if you think this is cozy. I'm concerned if you think this is cozy. Okay, so question. We kind of panicked real quick. We dug down. Dare I separate my base from the central shaft of our mine? You may need a new stairwell, honestly. You're supposed to do the building quickly. Oh, got it. Yeah, I'm thinking like, what if we just kind of like block off this section and we start a mine shaft like over here or something? So that if like goblins spew out or like miasma creeps out, then it doesn't affect the rest of the base. It is cozy compared to what you normally expose yourself to. Artifacts are the crowning achievement of that person's life, an item without equal in the entire world. While you can technically sell them, the artist would have his heart broken. Well, yeah, but she would die anyway. I don't think you understand when I say that I'm being like a villain here. Also, can I move this? Can I like put the Misho Musa or Dumar Usal in the shrine to increase its value? Like, toggles of forbidden status will not use. This item is a permanent part of the building. View items sheet. Birchen altar. Like, hey, I made this amazing once in a lifetime thing. I want you to have it. Oh, sweet. It's worth $20. No, it's worth $1,000. That makes it much more inclined for me to sell it. Make pedestal, place pedestal. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. So I think we make a pedestal. I'm going to tell you to chill on the blocks, Holmes. So we're making a pedestal. And I think that we have it across from the altar. Bare minimum, I think that's cool, right? Bare minimum. Would it be an display? Yeah. Me waiting on the altar to the display to be put. Oh, it already is. Assign new. Now. The Misho Musa or Dumar Usal shall be displayed for all to see. Also, it's a simple thing. I like how they physically walk around and like move it. So now we are instantly far higher. I want, maybe this is not the best thing to focus on right now. I really want instruments. Make an OTIC. How do I make an OTIC? I just make an OTIC. What is an OTIC? I'm gonna do it. Instrument piece. Oh, and then I can make. Oh, I made that twice. Whoops. Instrument piece. No! Dang it. That was always one of your faves, but I didn't want to tell you. I wanted you to have the satisfaction of finding out without my help. Hey, Athea. Exactly 1,000 is 980 more than 20. Wait, so I want to make. So I made an Utik. Stop that. So I have an. What is. So I can make the pipes, but then if I make the pipes, I can also make the keyboard? Question mark? What do you need? I assume you need bone. Instruments strike me. Chalk. Oh, we need stone for a lot of this. Keep in mind that those instrument pieces are part of an instrument. Yes, so that's why I didn't want to build just the Bukshan pipes. I wanted to make both keyboard and the pipes. Understood. So I can't make both because I don't have enough chalk because I haven't dug down deep enough. Understood. So I need to dig down somewhere else. However, if I go in here and I assign a performer. So there's there's dancers, a legendary speaker. I give you presumably you take the OTIC. Like, where did the OTIC go? If I go stocks, and then I go instruments. Is there no instrument? I have one. I forgot I have the large oval mussel shell cabochon. Like, I suppose I can probably put this in here too. Like, how much was it? 18? Yeah, that's not worth that much. Buying them is defo an option, and sometimes I get frustrated and just do that too. A lot of stuff needs multiple workshops for different parts. See, that's the thing. The instruments, I assumed it was you need like 2 different parts of the instrument and combine them. Where did my Otek go? This doesn't appear to be... There doesn't appear to be an instruments thing. Tools? Step ladder, I'm stuck. Sorry, I had to cough. I have tables. Yeah, is there no instrument section? Not mechanism. Not tools. But ballista arrowheads and ballista parts get their own sections, of course. Step ladders can lead to dwarfs being stuck in trees. Also, if it can't build it, it will clear the builder. Yeah, I noticed. What if I build another... No, I was going to put my large gem on the pedestal, but I suppose I can just... Oh, I can't move stuff because there's no one there. There's pipes you made or tools. Yeah, but I want... That's materials. That's not an instrument, right? Like, who took the Otik? Because I don't know where it went, and I don't know how to look it up. Otik. Musical instruments. Understood. Oh, it got put in here. Got it. So if I go here, and then if I... Performer. Can you be a performer in both places? Yeah, you're a legendary speaker. Where do I want you though? So did that take you away? That did take you away from here. So I want you in the priest in the shrine area, and I want you up, and I want you in here with the Otik. So we have a poet in the shrine and we have an Otik in here. Now we actually have culture. We have music. We have poetry. I think. Strand items. Is the Otik still in here? Yeah, the Otik is still in here. Exceptional chalk Otik. The Otik is a mid-sized handheld percussion instrument. It consists of stone bowl. The musician strikes the bowl. The instrument has a single mid-high pitch. The instrument has an evolving sparse light mellow timbre. We have achieved culture. No, literally, like, we have actually reached the point where we have distinct culture. We are running low on drink. We need to make more drink. So this is why it's nice to have like the food pantry right next to the kitchen area. I think I might want to move the fishery over. Actually, now I can delete you. Because I can remove you two, because this is a hallway, not really where I want my farms to be. Where do I want my farms to be? Good question. I want them to be near here. I think I do this. I think that we do this over here. Always be making booze. Listen, when you're a dwarf, you dig a hole and you drink booze. That's not stereotyping if it's true. My roommate walks in right for me to say it's not stereotyping if it's true. I feel like as though they have a very different perception of me than what it should be. So I'll do this, and then I'll have kitchen, brewery, farming, butcher. So what if... I See, now I'm at the point where I'm trying to make this at least a little aesthetic. I'm trying to make this look not awful. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put these like recessed into here a little bit. And then I'm going to have farms over here. So I'm going to do that. And that. Because then I can have a 3x3, a 2x3, a 2x3, and a 2x2. Okay. We're pogging. We are indeed pogging. Fishery doesn't need to be too close to the farm or kitchen. It can be better for the fishery to be just near where the Fisher Dwarf works. The Fisher Dwarf works here. So unless you're advising I build it outside, I don't know about that. Okay, so I'm going to do the exact same thing I did before. I'm going to workshop. I'm going to... Bro, I don't even know. Soap maker workshop. I'm going to... Farming. Still. I'm going to... Workshop, farming, kitchen. Well, actually... Cancel construction. I want it here because I want it near the pantry as well as near the what's it called? The dining area. What if I build the pantry like right here? Because the pantry does not need that much space. I gave the pantry a ton of space. It does not need that much space. So what if instead I kind of recess this back out of the way of the hallway, but then I kind of attach... Okay, watch this, watch this. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. I'm going to make this area a pantry. This is going to just accept food. This, I'm going to make this accept all custom, just like before. No stone. Actually, this might be where I put my stone. What if I just do stone on this one? Because, like, this one I have stone and wood. What if I just do wood here? What if I just do... bars and blocks and stone? And then here... I drop bars and blocks. Because then this is general storage. This is wood storage. This is like raw wood. This is like metals storage. And then I can put, just like I was doing before, I'm just kind of recessing it a bit so it's out of the way. The still. And the kitchen. I'm going to remove this, remove this. So then all of the food is going to get moved here. Look, they're all moving like ants. All the food is going to be literally right next door. We don't need that much space for the food because the food is primarily just barrels. Honestly, I'm also going to add wood to this. Because I have enough wood. I have enough wood. This can just be overflow. Like, this is our storage of wood. So then in the still, we're going to add repeating task, grab it from plant. So you're still grabbing plants from over here. So do I want to add something else to here? Like, can I add food? Also, another thing you want is to assign a bookkeeper and other managerial position. Start with the bookkeeper so I can count your stuff so you have an accurate count. Yeah, it's probably for the best. See, like, I like that the dining room has its own little, like, recess area, right? The dining room is its own little corridor. It's a little cramped, particularly for 21 people. There is 8 spots you can get in. Also, I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to properly expand it out here. Do people still eat in a tavern? This is considered a tavern. Do people still eat in a tavern? Stored instruments, desired, right. So now what I can do is, because it's winter, I'm going to build more furniture farming farm plot. I'm gonna have a 3x3 there. I'm gonna have a 2x3. I'm gonna have 2x3. So you can kind of just like swing on by, and I can even dig out this part right here. And like I can do that. Oh, this is actually shaping up quite nicely. I'm actually liking this. Because then I can go farming, and then I can go farmer, drop that there. I can delete this to build a new chest, or I can move the chest over with furniture chest there. I can expand this section to include this little nook, because now there's a little chest in the corner instead of just being in the center. I don't know what the farming workshop does, but it does something. This is going to be my plump, 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 plump all year round. This is going to be my plump in winter, cave wheat, sweet prods. And then this one is going to be plump, plump. This is going to be plump overflow. Plump overflow. So now we have like proper industry with storage. We have a little farming sector that's tucked off in the corner, but still near the kitchen. We have the kitchen area, which is right next to the dining room. We have culture. I like the red sand. I do too. Like, I wasn't used to it at first, and then I got used to it, and then I was like, whoa. And then what we can do is that, for instance, because right above this, we can't go to the right more, but we can go up. From here, this can be a bookkeeper's office. Sketching. So you're sketching Chibi Arrow. It's surprisingly fun. We have food, we have rooms, we have booze. What more could a dwarf need? Probably fighting, honestly. Like, how are livestock doing? Do I need to do anything up here? The puppies don't need to be up here. Yeah, the dog doesn't need to be up here. Yeah, like, we have a proper little spot set up, and we're closed off. We're sequestered from the rest of the world, so we don't have to worry about, like, goblin invasions, to my knowledge. IKEA has stolen... Where? Huh. I don't know what Kias are. But I'm at the point where I think I have enough I can... So, why are people unhappy? Why are you... No job. No job. Unemployed. This is what happens when you're unemployed for like a week. This is what happens when you're unemployed for a year. Here's our kind of parrot. Is Chibi Arrow the proper name? So Fugi is the little thing that pops up when I'm on call with someone. And Chibi is the style where I have like a really big head and like my proportions are all silly and I'm like plushified. That's a Chibi. It just so happens that I made my Fugi my Chibi. You know? So people like statues, y'all said, right? How do I make a statue? Can I rock statue? Nest box? A pot? A mug? Scepter? Is it here? Would I make a statue? I mean, I can make another pedestal to put stuff in the shrine if I really wanted. Like, do I need to tell them to make clothes, or are they just going to make clothes if they have the option to? I don't think I need a butcher right now, personally. Make cheese, milk, animal. Let's just put that on repeat. Probably for the best to milk the animals. Wiki says Mason's workshop for a statue. If be told to make clothes, that's silly. Clothes. Like, what does this take? The issue is I don't know what any of these cost me. I don't know if I can build them or not. They only tell me when I can't. I'm just going to make some trousers. Remind me in like 5 minutes to tell them to stop. Because out of everything, I feel like trousers are probably the most important bit. I mean, would you make clothes if nobody told you to? I would if I couldn't just buy them from the store. Personally. So I guess I make a bookkeeper's office now. Or no, I think I expand... Do I expand down? Is that what we're doing? Do we want to... Oh, this is just going to start filling more and more, isn't it? Do I need to seal this off before it floods my base? That's a very real concern I have. I'd wait to start making clothing until I started making offices and assigned a dwarf manager stuff. Good. Yeah, me too. Good call. Given how much water is already down there, dig down somewhere else. Well, yeah, I'm going to dig down somewhere else, but like, do I need to stop it from rising? Or is that just my new well? Like, does this just count as a well now? How do I seal it off? Do I just do like... Also, can I tell them to grab this? Or is it so flooded that they can't? Like, I want them to grab this stuff before I seal it off. Wall smoothing, engraving, track carving, and fortification orders. Like... Because, like, I could just seal off this area, but... I want to, at the very least... get the stuff I worked so hard to grab. Miss. Spooky. They will probably drown trying. It's not worth it. Okay. Okay. So this is the level right beneath me. I think methinks I seal off the level directly beneath me. I have a level above me that I can go into if I need to expand. But I focus on setting up a different mine shaft somewhere else. They'll resist trying to path through water. Actually, I could have this like just one level underneath. I could have this just be like an underground railway so they don't have to go in the rain. And I just pass this off. Water pressure will not cause the water to rise above the aquifer. Oh, so I'm safe here. Because I didn't initially dig down into the aquifer, I'll just have like a lake. Which will this eventually become a pit? A well? Can this just like double as both a well and a stairwell? Or do I have to remove the stairs here? Because like if I have to remove the stairs, I could just like, wow, you know? And then suddenly there's just a hole underneath my stairwell that we can get water from. Which sounds pretty pog, I'm not going to lie. But I don't know if that's how that works. I think the stairs would interfere. So if I do this. And then okay, so you can climb back out. Well, so if I just fill this in with water, if I have them be, this is a water source. And I accept. Yeah. Removing all the stairs would introduce... Yeah. I do know that when you get around to making a hospital that you'll want a well in there. I just removed the center stair. Ah. Well, I already removed this one, so let's just keep at it. I was actually thinking everything except the center stair. Because I want to maximize how much water is in the water source now. Like, this will not strand anyone. Right? Unless I'm mistaken. Unless I'm mistaken, this will not strand anyone because there is a central single one the entire way, except for this one, which is a single block increase where he can just climb out. Man, my shrine is so pog. It's got like 3 dogs, 2 cats, an altar, a freaking like wooden pedestal with an artifact. The place you don't want that stairwell is the... Okay, never mind. I guess I'm wrong. As I so often am. Okay, so I will... I will... Remove. And instead, I will just mine the center one. Something died? No! A pup starved to death. Wait, that's a while ago. All of these are from a while ago. Huh. Outpost has arrived. Merchants. Animals grown. Created a masterpiece. Wait, I have a masterpiece ashen door? Pog! No, the puppy's right here. Healthy. Weird. So, click you. Click you. You've been possessed. Claimed a metal forge. A tin war hammer. Offers it to the mechanism of fierceness. Is that a god? So migrants have arrived, too. Put that in the Baron's office when you get a big enough door. Oh, gosh. Carpenters get good over time, I imagine. Okay, so what is next step? Because we have resources. We have a bunch of wood. Do we want to set up this mine shaft? I think we set up this mine shaft. Like, the mechanism of fierceness is the name of your dwarven civilization. Ah. Okay. So, is there any other workshops I can build right now? Like a mechanic? I built a jeweler, an ashery. I mean, I could make these. Can I make more instrument pieces? No. I need more stone. That's what it is. I need more stone so I can build more instrument pieces. That is numero uno right now. I think we're building up. We're building to the left. So I don't want to like build my mine shaft there because then I'll stunt my growth. Do I just like build off and like dig down here? Learning how to breach the aquifer without flooding is probably the next step of expansion and learning. I think... Methinks I'm gonna expand out east of all directions. Probably southeast. Probably here. Nope, never mind. I'm just gonna go dead east over this, like, so around that. And I'm gonna start mining down here. Because I don't want it to be that if I have miasma, it will screw me. I basically want like an air vent. I'm going to build a second 3x3 digging down. We don't need to chop these, but I will anyway. Because deforestation is pog. Don't actually deforest, please. That's very unpog of you. However, I'm going to make a 3x3. And I'm just going to go down to this level. And then I'm going to connect this here. So they don't actually have to go above ground. They can just go here. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying is I'm not thinking miasma as like, oh no, that's like going to end my runs. I'm thinking of miasma as what's a good metric to avoid, I don't know. What am I trying to avoid when it comes to annoyances? Right? Do this. So we're going to do this. So there's a passageway between these two underground, but there is still an above ground section, right? So you're mining your way over. You can either go up into the rain and be sad, or you can head over here. And then you can go over to the mine shaft. Don't actually deforest, please. Sounds like Arrow is an elf sympathizer. Listen. Listen. The elves can have a little deforestation as a treat. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to dig down to this level. Now, below this level is the aquifer. When I dig down, I need to dig down like this and then do this, right? I need to do this and then this and replace the surrounding ones with blocks, right? That's how I understand what I should be doing right now. Yeah. So if I do you, and then I do, how do I make walls? Constructions? Wall. Do I have walls? I do. Cool. So what I can do is I can just do this. And then I can just construction like this. That's basically what y'all are saying? Pog. So then now I have like this little super highway. Although cool. So now I just do that again. So then I hit, let's go down. They're going to stop because of the water. You know, I'm beginning to think that Arrow desires becoming a tyrant. Listen, I think that that's elf propaganda. I think you know the good I've done for this community. And I think that all of VHive knows that. Understood. So is the aquifer like the entire way down, or is it just like 1-2 levels? Because I dug for like 6 levels and I had to deal with that. Okay, so you're getting dig dug now. Then it's just a matter of same second verse, same as the first. So you're already starting to flood, but that's okay. Now, we build walls. And we just build the walls around, and we keep doing that ad nauseum. Is that high and low traffic? Oh, I can have high and low traffic areas. Hauling routes for minecarts. Burrows to organize living spaces. Oh. Oh no. Actually, do I need to do the full surrounding, or is it just the cardinal directions? Also, your people crafted a masterwork tin warhammer under your rule. Obviously, that means you're doing something right. So does this mean I have to break this? I have to... How do I remove this? Aquifers can be a variable depth. I don't think they go super deep. Okay. You gotta deal with that because I think it can leak through. Okay, how do I deal with this? Because I can't deconstruct the walls and I can't mine them. Do I have to wood them? No. Deconstruct. There we go. So I'm just going to deconstruct you. And then that's already in the queue to build back up. Okay. So it's starting to leak in. There's no big deal. How do I drain it? I got to resume. Ah, thank you. So how do I drain this? Or do I just kind of like let my dwarves suffer? Okay, and then now I build yet another wall there. Cat, you better run. Okay, so is this going to drain naturally? Okay, it'll evaporate. Understood. So that's like a couple centimeters, like 1 inch of water. Got it. We're in mid-winter. Ooh. No one told me. I forgot. We are out of beer. We need that stat. Luckily, we have stuff to make beer. It's just we ran out of material for it, I think, so that we had to stop making it. Okay. However, we're going to continue. We're going to keep going until we reach the end of the aquifer. Listen, we might not have beer, but we have soup. Also, this one miner who's got like a master craft under his belt is just like, listen, you keep sending me into like basically knee-deep water. Melville Rimaven has been appointed to the position of General of the Stockade of Strife. I assume that's not something I have to worry about. But it just might be. Okay, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this as they mine it. And I'm going to leave like little open bits so that they can't do that again. That I can then fill in once we kind of... And they manage to do it again. Their idiocy astounds me. I specifically was avoiding the situation from last time happening again. So how do I do this? Not remove mining. I destroy. So you're getting built. Resume you. Construction wall. And now we can continue onwards and downwards. Dwarves are kind of dumb. Hey, just because my entire civilization is illiterate. Wait, is this? These are not... Oh, wait, no, these are walls. These are walls. It's just a microcline as opposed to a wooden. Got it. Depth 1 is probably ankle to knee. Depth 2 is probably knee to waist. But they have to swim at depth 3 or more. Depth 7 fills the entire space from floor to ceiling. Oh my gosh. Well, just remember, they're dwarves. So if it's like up to our knee, that's like their shoulder height. I'm not even being facetious there. Like, that is a genuine difference. I'm going to do the corners first. That's what I've learned. We wait to do the corners. Oh, and they'll make it out of stone. Because the stone is right here. So I suppose I don't care if it's wood or if it's stone. I matter that it's built, right? It doesn't actually have a mechanical difference. All dwarves that are NPCs are illiterate in Fortress mode. Well, these aren't NPCs. They're my PCs. Don't you make assumptions about the literacy of my people? I think we're approaching the end of the aquifer. Yeah, so I definitely see why y'all were saying like, hey, you do not want an aquifer. That's damp. Oh, so there's different... So if these are damp, can it leak through anyway? So like this has a partial aquifer, so I don't need to actually, well, question, do I need to build walls around all of this or just this little section right here? I think it's just this little section right here. As long as they aren't using valuable stuff, it doesn't matter the wall material. I assumed. So now what we can do, luckily there's rocks right there. I do want rocks though, is the thing. Now imagine if the water was just gushing out of the floor and ceiling, not just the wall. That's a heavy aquifer. Oh my goodness gracious. So do I need to reinforce all of this or just this one wet section? You can try just that section. I've never actually done an aquifer in Bark for this long. Oh, really? I think we're at the point where we're like past most of the aquifer. So like this is a short enough distance that it's just a small hike, but it is far enough away that it is letting us expand without issue. Nope. So it keeps going. So we're currently about to head an ad. So how many dwarves are going insane currently due to my poor enrichment? Currently we have 21 total population. We have 4 that are annoyed, 8 that are neutral, and 5 which are content. The others are happy. I keep telling you to do this repeatedly and you keep not doing it. We have an artifact. We have the Mishomusar Dumar Usal, which is a tin warhammer. But it's an artifact, that's what matters. Actually, wait, can I put the wooden artifact door on a pedestal? Let's show again. Like, can I put the... What was it? What was the artifact quality one? Like, exceptional quality? Was this one it? Like, this is, like, exceptional, right? I find the aquifers annoying. Double check your farm plots to make sure you're producing crops for booze. I am, yes. I have... This one is plump seeds... sorry, this one is plump seeds, cave wheat, and sweet pods. This one is plump seeds all around. So is this one. This one is just on plump seeds during the winter because we're currently in winter right now. Should I just milk shear animals? Probably. Like we have, I don't know what I need to be doing with those. I can put that door on a pedestal. That's so funny. Let me make another door real quick. And watch that this one becomes a pedestal. And then I'll make this one a pedestal. I can actually just try that section. Yeah. Yeah, so aquifers, I see why y'all were telling me like, hey, don't deal with it. Oh, we can bring it all the way in here. And then we shear it. And then you walk out with it. And then we can milk animal. Right, so... You can put basically anything on a pedestal. Door, floodgate, artifact, warhammer, a crown, or a scepter. So, I had 2 things that were like masterwork, right? I don't remember what they were. It's been appointed to Stockade of Strife. Cool. Yeah, that's off the map. Hogging out my gourd. Okay, so we want just this section because we are just shoring up the little area that it was. This is a tetrahedrite. This strikes me as mineral. No? Is this ore? I actually don't know. So I'm gonna do wait, do I even... Yeah, this doesn't say it's flooding. I think we might be fine now. Is it -9 where we finally start? Is an ore... Okay. So we're gonna do this. And I think what we do is this is our first level where we start properly mining. And immediately we get a ton of ore. Oh my gosh. Straight pogging. We're going to make so many instruments. Screw being an authoritarian regime. I want to have a culture victory in this game. I want to win the elves over. I want the humans to bow before us with our tin warhammer. Holy heck, there's actually a lot. Also, our singular miner. Should I allow someone else to help mine? Because then that would like... Because the thing with this, you're a legendary miner. Watch out for cave-ins. I didn't know that was a thing. That's good to know. That I kind of like left that there for the aesthetic of it, not for the structural integrity, but I suppose, yeah. So should I let other people mine? Or is this guy being a legendary miner like... Because I imagine other people should mine to get more like points in mining, right? Now that you have copper ore, it'd be a good idea to smelt some of it, make some more picks, and assign some idle dwarfs. Yeah. Think. Smelt. Oh, I need charcoal. I'm just gonna repeat this because I have tons and tons of wood to just burn, like literally burn. Now, should be able to requires fuel or furniture, armor, other objects. Goodness gracious, this is so much. Weapon. So I have to choose what metal I have in order to make it. So I have bronze bars use ore, billion ores use ore. Melt a metal object, smelt accessorite. Do that. The dwarves yearn for the mines. They do. However, only a single one of them actually has done so. So I want not metal clothing, instrument, instrument piece. I can make more instrument pieces. I can make more instrument pieces. I have pipes. I want a keyboard. I want to make bells. I'll make a keyboard. Okay, we made a bunch of charcoal. I'm gonna stop this. Billion bars, Casserite bars, which is what I was doing. Leveling up to become a legendary miner will make a dwarf stronger and faster than they were before too. So that's the thing. Do I only have a single pick? Is that what this is? Do I have tools? It doesn't say. Now we can make an instrument. I can make another otic. Oh, we're in spring. We made it through the winter. We have nothing to drink again. We keep running out of drink. I think because we don't have enough production? Or no, it's because people stop. I can extract from plants to get brew from plants. Got it. Or is extract from plants different? Did I screw myself by extracting from plants somehow? Shouldn't I have Bukshan? I need bellows? How do I make bellows? Instrument piece. Ooze keyboard. Instrument. An ooze. I need ooze bellows. How do I make bellows? Leatherworks. Instrument piece. I need tanned hide. So I need a tannery. Okay. So I have 2 of the 3 pieces for a Bukshan. I have 2 of the 3 pieces of a Tellus. And I have an Otik. What is a Tellus case? So I need a tanned hide. How do I get a tanned hide? I assume that means I need a tanner. Extract from plants is different and you don't want to extract. I did that a little bit because that was my only option in the brewery and I was out of beer. But right now I'm brewing drink from plants, so that should be fine. I'm actually going to drink fruit and then you're going to repeat after. Then after that, I'm going to do brew drink from plant again, repeating. Bellows are probably made at leather worker shop. I mean, I need leather. I don't have leather. Make parchment, tan a hide, unrotten tannable hide body part. How do I kill? How do I commit incredible violence? Is there even anything on this island outside of like me? I did go for the region of the world that has no like wild beasts that would attack me. Also, now that people are drinking, they are much more happy. They're actually like very happy. They are content on average. Because they have food, they have entertainment, they have places of worship and jobs to do. A tannery requires a butcher shop, and if you want to slaughter and process animals, you want to build a special chamber. Want to know what I'm going to do? This is exactly why I did this. Want to know what I'm going to do? I'm going to build a tanner shop right here, connected to this little area. There are parrots, so there is wildlife. They just like me. Okay, so I don't want the tanner shop then. I want to move the tanner shop then, correct? Because I want a butcher and a tanner shop off in their own corner together. They just can't have gobos? Oh, right, I have my pedestal. Hog. Let us... Furniture. Display. You. We're also going... did I make a new... Yeah, I made a new door. Which, this isn't, like, amazing, is it? This is just... This is a superior quality oaken door. This is an exceptional chestnut door. Did I have a better one? Why do you have trousers in here? Value of 50? So I want a bookkeeper, right? I want a bookkeeper. Proficient record keeper. So you need a study. Let's do that real quick. Let's make a study real quick. So we're going to do... You're going to have your entrance right there. I don't know how big the study needs to be. Or actually, I think that we do that. And then entrance right there. And then you just kind of get that. Like that can be like a big room, which can be a study now. And potentially later, it will be a like Baron's room. Because as a bookkeeper, you need a meager study, which I imagine needs a door and a chair and probably a table. A chair and table is all you need for basic office. Are any of these, like, this is finely crafted. Superior quality. Like, I might as well put the best stuff in the office, right? Unless I'm mistaken. Unless that is not the way to do things. Also, I should probably... weapons and ammunition... No. How do I make... not furniture. Would it be weapons and ammunition and like iron? No, I'm trying to make a pickaxe. Other object. Anvil. How do I make a pickaxe? Bronze? So it can be a 1x2 room. If they need to meet someone, I think it needs to be a 2x3. Well, I already made this, so I know what I can do. I know what I can do. I can just build walls here, and I can have two. I can have two offices if need be. So I'm going to deconstruct this. And then, now that that's deconstructed, how can I assign building based off of rarity? Like, good quality stuff is better to prioritize. We don't have to obsess over it until you get proper nobles. Okay, I just think it would be nice. So if I do doors, select material after placement, chestnut door. Because this chestnut door is the really good one. And then you just oaken door. Similarly, I'm going to deconstruct you in the same principle of I'm going to furniture table. That's not one that I want. I want a nicer table. Ashen table, ashen table. I actually have two really nice ashen tables. I'm going to deconstruct this one. So what I'm going to do furniture. I'm going to do chair. I'm going to place it just in the corner. This one is really good. And then I'm going to place furniture table, ashen table, which might not be the same one. However, it did get grabbed. Awesome. So then what I'm going to do, I'm going to furniture door. You already got put back there. Now I'm going to furniture chair through there. I'm just going to use closest material. And then I'm going to furniture table there. So that should be, this is all nice. It's a nice ashen table. It's a nice table, like chair. It's a nice door. And then I can make this an office. Except. And I can assign it to my bookkeeper. That's how that works? Yeah, I'm still going. Oh, I go for like 6 to 8 hours normally. But if you mean if I'm still going, like I didn't die, I have had lovely people assisting me. So now stocks, I have exact counts. Pog. However, is there any reason to give an office to anyone else? Oh, this is actually a really nice display piece. Anvils, I'm using it. Beds, I'm using them. Like, I had a nice door, but I just used it. Like, where are you? Where are you? And I'm so sorry. So sorry, the asterisk is better than the 3 dashes, right? Yeah, most first-timers I've seen end really badly. Well, most first-timers you've seen have not had people who were lovely enough to guide them on their journey. Okay, so we're out of beer material. So we need to grow some more, which is what we've been doing. But we're out of seeds. Yikes. I'm actually going to remove you independent of that. I mean, is there any reason to make a second office? Just straight up, like, do I have any need for that? Okay, now I can brew drink from plants on repeat. Brew drink from fruit on repeat. I'm really struggling to like keep up with just the beer like requirements. Shear animal, sure. Milk animal, sure. Has my gnome exploded himself already? I mean, I might actually move the farmer's workshop. So if I set up like a little tannery, a little butcher area, a little farming thing right here. Like, if I just do... Bomb? Bomb. 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 And then I set up... Was it workshops? Farming? We're talking a... tanner? A butcher? I'm gonna move my, because like this is where it's kind of grim, I'm not gonna lie, to bring all of my animals into the butcher shop to like shear them, but it would be really funny. Is there anything else I need to like keep away? One of my friends had his fortress collapse because one dwarf accidentally made bread out of another dwarf's cat, and the subsequent rampage was cataclysmic. Yeah, it sounds it. What does catch live land animals? There's no live land animals to catch. I'm actually leaning more towards aesthetic more than I expected. Now I'm actually in a position where I can afford to like make stuff look kind of nice. So for instance, if I do something like this, and that, and that, then I can have a nice symmetry going here. Where I have the butcher shop, I have the tannery over here, which has a doorway, which has a stairway going up onto the surface over here, and then I can have my workshop, farming, my farmer, and probably also my fishery, actually, because this is close to the surface. So I have a nice symmetry there, where simultaneously I can then remove this, and then I can remove this. So now I have these actually closer to the surface, which is more efficient, and it has a nice symmetry. Find small critter and trap it in a cage for pets or food. Ah, understood, understood. Vukar Baladictis has assumed the position of Queen of the Stockade of Strife. So the Stockade of Strife is, I assume that is my government that I have left. Spring has arrived, weather's cleared, we struck pyrite. Okay, so things on the agenda. Expand storage. Mine deeper. That's really it. Honestly, what I might do... What if I shift around and I make this my new dining area because it's larger? Wait, oh wait, I just realized. Why did the furniture chest... The chest never got placed. Which means this has been without a chest this whole time. Or at least since I expanded it slightly. Reinforce the mines? Do I need to? Like, do I need to, like, place a block, like, once every, like, 4 blocks or whatever? I assumed this was narrow enough. Alright, I was... What is this? Oh, gosh. Gosh. What is this? This is tetrahedrite. Let's remove that, because that's not necessary. Milk quartz, let's go. Listen. I know you're like our only miner, but you're done when I say you're done. Wow, that was a flicker of the lights. We found blue jade. I understand that you want to like be efficient. You want to run around. You want to like mine everything that there is to mine. However, you're done when I say you're done. Ooh, we have rubies. Unironically, like, hog fine, you know? I don't know what I can do with these. I assume these are valuable. Also, if you click on the arrow to the right of the mining orders, you can set different mining spots to different priority. I mean, honestly, like, this dude's one job in life is to be our preeminent miner. I would like if they could grab all this stuff. I think it's probably because we don't have enough space. So what I could do... I could set up a stone-based... what's it called? I could set up a stone-based storage area. Just like right here. Just to make it easier. And this is in that same kind of like path. So if I open all of this up, then I can do this. And this is just one extra spot. This is one extra location where we just throw stone for because I assume stone also includes ore, right? And if I really wanted, I could shift I could put my butcher and my tannery in here, and I could put my smithing stuff over here. I could put my smithing stuff right next to this like big stone deposit, right next to the mine shaft that we have. Because like now they're grabbing the rubies, now they're grabbing the pyrite, now they're grabbing all this stuff. Although I couldn't find, so like I could destroy these three, shift them. Oh my gosh, these mussel shells. Tin bars. Like I could move my industry to a separate section. We need more drink. We have plenty of food. We have plenty of fish. This is pretty pog. So like what I could do is I could swap this all around. I could make this the dining room. I could make this like where the crafts tables are. This section. And then I could have this be like backup storage. So if I take metalsmith's forge, wood furnace, and smelter and move them all like over here. Big dining room, exactly. What if I try that? So like, what if I do that? Yes, it is grim to have a butcher and a tanner next to where I shear my sheep, but such is life, you know? What they don't know won't kill him. Although the butcher certainly might. Fear will keep the sheep in line. Truer words have never been spoken. I'm going to go furnace. I'm going to grab a wood furnace, workshop, furnace, and a smelter. I'm going to grab a workshop, a metalsmith, not a fire safe, needs a fire safe ammo. Okay, because this has not been, I have not deconstructed this. I'm going to deconstruct. I'm going to deconstruct. I'm going to deconstruct. Once this is deconstructed, I will then have access to an anvil. I will then bring the anvil over there. I now can put the... Oh, it's red. So the metalsmith can go there. And then the other thing that would go here is... would it be another furnace? So I have a smelter, a wood furnace, a metalsmith. Would I add like a kiln? Clay can also be collected here if you have a clay collection zone. Glass. I don't have much. I have a lot of clay, I think. I think I grab a kiln. So now I have I have my little animal goods section. I have my little industry section. I've kind of cleared out this area some. So now these 6 can fit like in here. And if I drop one of my carpenter's workshops, I can probably fit that in an even smaller area. So I'm not using you. I'm not using you. I'm not using you. I made some pants. That was all I needed. Oh, I probably want the leather worker out there. You know what? I'm making a world so I can play my own fort after stream. You're making me want to play this? Aw. Cute. Okay. This is going to be a storage room. So this is just the wood room. This is going to be our miscellaneous room. And then this is going to be the dining room. And this can be industry. Because industry needs to be next to both the wood as well as the miscellaneous, right? Let's just deconstruct all of these. I can reconstruct them super easy. So now what I can do, I can make this. And if I do this, whoops. If I do this, then suddenly I have access to another all area that I'm going to just say for everything. This pantry is just bars and blocks, stone and wood. I'm going to delete you. I'm going to make this an actual proper dining room because it's still close enough to the farm section. It's still close enough to the kitchen that it's worth it. I mean, I couldn't leave this for now. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I'm like brain blasting right now. I hope you know. I actually might just keep this as another storage area. But where would I put all of my industry? Well, I could open this area up. What are we thinking? Big brain arrow? Oh gosh, I don't even know what I'm doing. And you want to know what? I will also do this. Because this is another area for bars and blocks. However, this kiln, make instrument piece. I can make a stand. Collect clay. Sure. Metalsmith. Okay. This is just going to get dug up. I'm shifting this over. I think this is actually where I put my... So let me check real quick. If I make a workshop, if I make a carpenter, that's a 3x3. This is a 5. Okay, so if what I do is I destroy this bottom wall, I can then have 1, 2, 3, 4. Like I can have a series of buildings. So I think that's what I do. I think what I do is I destroy this wall. And I'm not too concerned about cave-ins because I'm still making an effort to leave pillars. I'm still leaving areas which are not completely empty. I'm going to expand this. I'm going to expand this. And we'll expand. So this, for instance, can just go all of here. Meanwhile, I'm going to reconstruct. I'm actually going to make 2 carpenters. I'm going to make a crafts. I'm going to make all of the like freaking The clothing, I'm going to make a loom. I'm going to make a jeweler. I'm going to make a... I don't have soap maker. I can make a stonemason. Clothing. I'm going to make a clothes. I'm going to make dyes. Now we have a good spread of things here. They're right next to multiple sections. They're right next to multiple sections of storage, which are very broad, both of them. Because this is just about everything but bars and blocks and wood. None, say. This is just general storage. This will be bars and blocks. So we have bars and blocks, and then we have stone. However, we do have a bunch of materials over here, which I actually might make this no bars and blocks and no stone, just so it doesn't fill up with that. Because like I already have, it's already filling up with wood too. Like this is no wood, no stone, but this one does have wood. I want to keep stone over here. I want to keep freaking bars and blocks over here. Honestly, you have 1 to 5. What's your yap level? I mean, normally in my day-to-day, I'm like a 1 or a 2. I do not yap that much. However, when I'm on stream and I'm trying to be entertaining, I would say I'm more like a 4, where I'm yapping constantly. I'm yapping all the time. Not constantly, not literally all the time, but I'm yapping more often than I'm not. Right now on this stream, I feel like I'm like a 2.5 to a 3. I feel like I'm just mostly narrating what I'm doing, mostly with the end result of you not judging me. So, can I refine, polish stones? I'm gonna polish my rubies. Stonemason. I can make a rock altar. I can make a rock pedestal. I have a second pedestal set up. So what I could do is I could remove this. I'll set them up next to the altar just so it's fancy. So I do furniture, display there, and display there. Furniture, display there. They set up a while to set up that pedestal. Hey, Feifei. Wait a second, that's not my name. How dare you? Oh no, I like the Warhammer on the right side. I would never judge how someone plays this game. I would. However, I've also never played this game before. So, you know. Take that with a grain of salt. Oh, we actually have multiple copper picks. What am I doing? Actually, can I make better picks? Resume construction. Let's make cloth. I made some pants before. Let's make some... Actually, we didn't worry about clothes. I made like 2 pairs of pants. We are out of stuff to plant. And we have no things we can extract. How diabolical. Also, I need to add to this one finished goods. What is leather? What would berries be? Animals? No. It's not food. Or is it that this has access to food? Okay, don't want food here. And I don't want food here. There we go. That fixes that. Because then I want all of my berries here so you can just quickly... Wah, 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 wah. Metal quality doesn't matter for picks as mining tools. Only picks as weapons. I was hoping to get some advice before I hit the Google grind. By all means. Okay, so that immediately filled that out. Okay, how are we feeling in terms of design of this? I feel like we have a very... I feel like this is a face. Like, do you see this? You see one eye, two eye, mouth, like ear, hairdo. Do you see that? Or is that just me? Am I weird? It might be weird. Oh yeah, look at how this is filled up with water. Goodness gracious. Well, good thing we're not down there. We are over here. Well, we have a stone. Let us... That's Dyer's shop. Let us... make a statue. Let's make a statue. Let's make 2 statues. Let's make 2 statues. So actually, I feel like the statues, I'm going to have them be on the opposite side. So should I have them flank the pedestals or should I have them on the opposite side of the room? That's my question. You're a proficient mason. Do you have any experience with the exploration phase of D&D? My friend really loves mapping and discovery, but I'm having really hard at rules as written. My advice is don't play it rules as written. My advice is play it as if you're not playing D&D. My advice to make travel and exploration and like non-combat conflicts interesting in D&D is to treat it as if it is not D&D. Oh. Because D&D is not well prepared to handle exploration, and everything it does to prepare for that, it does to ignore it. Like being the ranger, for instance. So don't try to add like rations or speeds of travel or tracking. Instead, focus on, okay, I'm at point X. Point Y is a week away by road, or it's 3 days away by forest. What do you choose in order to get there? Because the road is going to be safer, but the forest is going to be faster. And you might get lost in the forest. But as safe as the road is, that's where bandits are going to be. So give player choice that will impact how they interface with the non-exploration options of D&D. And on top of that, give them the occasional, don't do this often, give them the occasional complete flashbang of a discovery. They choose to go through the forest because they're getting to location Y. A day and a half into the forest, they discover the entrance to a dungeon that no one knows about. You might have just derailed your campaign. The players will feel awesome because they know we found this. We didn't get told about this. We stumbled into this. Do you have a system I could recommend? I mean, I don't use a homebrew. I don't use a dedicated system. I just kind of like vibes it, right? I just go into storytelling mode when I'm doing exploration. When I'm in combat designer mode. When in crafting, I'm in game designer mode. When I'm in exploration, I'm in storyteller mode. What is the most narratively interesting thing to happen? What is the thing that will keep the players engaged longest? Where do players want to go, and why would they interface with it? If they don't care about combat, don't give them a random encounter. However, if they care about, I don't know, making their legacy on the world known, have them stumble across a dungeon that has lore implications of the fallen empire from 1,000 years ago. Suddenly, they become the sole people in the world, presumably, who know about this. they get to talk about that and share that, and other characters, NPCs get to go, what? You discovered that? That's crazy. And then the players feel awesome. And then because they feel awesome, they want to go explore more. So the world created at the beginning of the game is active, and others take an interest in your outpost as it grows. So when artifacts and kidnapped citizens can be recovered by preparing missions from the screen, you can also cause trouble if you like to raid your neighbors. Raids are created by clicking on any site not belonging to your civilization. Okay, so I cannot raid my civilization. Everyone else is too far away. We are really just alone. However, there is this civilization there. Cats go crazy. Cats go crazy. Cats go local. So we have no drink. That is a bit unfortunate. What to do? So I just built some statues. So I'm going to, I assume, statue. Interesting design, these statues. Wait, I zoned out. Why are we on the map screen? I just clicked on it to see what it did. Can't raid your own civilization, but what if I wanted to start a civil war? Exactly. So how's the shrine doing? 2,000, next at 2,000. Okay. Hog. Loom. Collect webs. Weave metal cloth. Okay. So, did I get something special in here? Is this room... Do I need to increase it even farther? Stored instruments. So this also wants instruments. I think what I'll do is I'll make another chest. And put that in there. Just between those two. Between the goose and the like army. Sand pear, persimmons. And now I should be able to furniture, chest, to there. Oh, we're planting. Cave wheat. Guess we'll go dimple. Like, I don't need dimple, but nice. So, despite the fact that I have no drink, folks are surprisingly chill. We have plenty of food. We have a bookkeeper. We have a shrine that is straight hogging. Yeah, we're at 2,000. The Voids of Veiling, do we want to dedicate it to a specific deity? Like, who are our worshippers? Dance floor in common area, 1x9. Is it this back area? Oh my gosh. There's a dance floor in the shrine? That's pogging. So, I'm not gonna lie, I don't really know what to do right now. We set this up, we have rooms, we have expansion potential, but not guaranteed. We're currently... Okay, we're doing some plump helmets. Wait, so... If I want to make mead, empty food storage item. We gear to war! Exactly. So, real quick, what would you say is the biggest thing I need right now? Do I just need to start mining? Is that what this is? I just need, like, resource extraction? Like... Let me real quick. I'm gonna go to labor. I'm going to... You're a legendary. I want you to take a break, bro. you should be mining. However, you should be mining. However, I want a younger folk. I want some younger folk to be... How can I see how old they are? Tasks? Drink? Places? Water source? Right, I made a water source. I actually don't know if this is valuable in any capacity. You can actually start a civil war, but you have to like set up a military, make them attack your own civ. Making sure your food and drink is secure, and then mining down so you can find coal and ore. Okay. Right now we're kind of struggling with the drink phase, but we'll manage. There's seeds. So I guess let us in labor. Age doesn't matter as long as the dwarf. So what I'm thinking, I want other people to mine so that I'm not just having... So I'm not just having one dude do it, you know? I want other people mining explicitly so that if something happens to him, we still have the ability to mine. So like, we do this, right? And I'm literally just gonna like have some random paths for folks to mine out. Not because it's valuable. So we back in the mine. Literally, I'm not doing this because I think it's valuable. I'm doing it because, or I suppose I do think it's valuable. I'm doing it so that people will practice mining. Yeah, because I have one legendary miner, not a series of like competent miners. So I figure if I start just a scattering of people now. Yeah, they're taking way longer than he ever did. Which is why I want folks to try it. Although I might be like, well, probably not my metalsmith or my butcher. I'm thinking my mason, my blacksmith, my gem cutter, you know? Folks who like work with their hands already, who work with tough materials already, who already are going to be on this portion of the map, which what I could physically do, I could make another dining area with another kitchen and food storage, put it like over here and like set up beds over here. And I have like my industrial quarter, and then I have my more like cultural quarter. Because this is the shrine, this is the tavern. Yeah. And like I assume if I just do these like little divots in, that's not going to cause any problems because it's not damaging the structural integrity. It is simply making like strip mining effectively, right? Like I don't know what that means. What is this thing over here? Why are there little like dots off in the darkness? Let me see what those do. Making bedroom close to where they work does help, yeah. Like if anything, this could be a level where we make a bunch of bedrooms. So we back in the mine, got our pickaxe swinging from side to side, side to side. Also, I am going to need to wrap up soon. I'm good to just keep going, but I do have stuff I need to do today. Not to mention the fact that I didn't get my video done. I was hoping that after stream, I could do the video. So I'm just hoping to get some of these folks like from absolutely inexperienced to becoming like miners. If you work from home and trip on the stairs, are you entitled to workers' comp? Depends. Are you your own boss? Bismuthian coal wall. I don't know what that means. So there's no sign of freaking aquifer here, so let's start pogging. I guess what we do is we'll just do like, do we just do this on like Minecraft style? Like we just do like a 2x, like we just do we strip mine. Is that what this is? I actually have no idea. Thank you for the stream. Well, I'm not wrapping up like right now, but like soon. I probably should wrap up right now. It's been 7 hours. Honestly, y'all have been incredible. I had so much more fun than I was worried that I was going to have. Because I was like, oh man, I'm going to suck at this game. I'm not going to be good. I'm going to struggle. Like, it's not going to be any fun to watch at all. But no, I actually have been having a great time. A 2 wide main shaft and then 1 exploration shafts? Yeah. Like, if I just do like this, right? And then I just explore out from them. Okay, let's see. Can I? No, I don't have any. Okay, well, these are all growing. I don't know if I have anything that I can make into beer. Surprisingly, most of my population is pretty happy because we're cultured. We have instruments. We have an otic. We have a poet. It's incredible. Although I am curious, like, what 2000 next at 2000 means. Although, I don't have any animals to slaughter. Turkey hen. Alpaca. Well, so, how are my animals doing? I have a lot of dogs. I love dogs. I'm a bit surprised I have so many. I don't know how I got an alpaca. Shear my animals. Make cheese. Milk them. Why not? Also, I don't know what processed plants means. Will that give me more seeds? Tanner shop. I require unrotten tannable body part. Catch live land animal. I don't have any. You want to get leather? I am not making leather out of dogs. I hope you know. I refuse. I don't care if it's like the most ergonomic. I'm gonna have a series of like war hounds that are bred for battle, and I'm gonna be like, oh, who's a good boy? Oh, you're so cute. Yeah, you. And then I'm not gonna let them do anything violent. So turning quarry bush into quarry bush leaves plus rock nuts. I'm looking at the Legends mode, and the queen of the largest dwarf civ on the planet is a mercenary who kept getting married, cheating on her spouse, divorcing her spouse for the new person, repeating like 5 times. Hello, Celador. Yes. Let us... Yeah, just keep polishing stones. Like, I told you to keep polishing stones. I don't know if you are, though. I think it's because my gem cutter is off mining. Yeah, maybe I should in the labor. So yeah, now they're novice miners, right? Now, even if I have something terrible happens and my legendary miner can't mine anymore, I now have some people that are novice miners. And I'll send my gem cutter back, but... So, this actually... I should probably keep the gem cutter. I have multiple blacksmiths. Like, I have a fish cleaner. Their whole job is like being a fish cleaner, right? Right? It's like, that's not something I'm going to really stop them from doing. Limonite wall. Mascasite wall. Interesting. Sounds like a dwarf queendom. Yeah, that's how dwarves rock. Like, I'm not going to get in the way of that. Although I have heard that like the stories this game diegetically tells are just some of the best in like all of gaming. Like, I don't know if it's the systems that were put in place or just the silly ideas that they came up with, but it's the sort of deal where it's just pogging like that. So we have All right. I need to check my left alerts more. So, fish. My fisher became a fish cleaner. Somebody's fighting. I don't. They're fighting each other. I don't care. A turkey hen, and we have puppies. We've attracted no migrants. Mandated construction of certain goods. Hog. Yeah, so this is why it's nice to have multiple miners, is because then we can have multiple people doing different things, and simply we are able to I mean, it's not even faster. I think the one legendary miner would probably be faster than all of these guys. But the thing that I'm like keeping in mind is I want these novice miners to be at least fine, right? Because novice miner, I imagine, is like slightly better than average. This strikes me as very skill based. It's very, if you are a Morian cluster. If you're like a good skill in this game, you do it faster. So I'm kind of curious to see what happens if I get like 3 legendary miners kind of deal. Oh, she ripped someone's arm off apparently. I think she is all 3 of Gaslight, Gatekeep, and Girl Boss. I mean, that's what you want from a queen, no? If I have a queen and she's not willing to like rip off someone's arm. Oh, my lights are flickering again. So I have stuff to do, and also my lights are flickering. So I'm going to wrap up this ad, and then I'm going to wrap up. So yeah, what I'm also going to do, I'm going to set this wood furnace up. Ooh, I need wood near here. What I'm going to do, I'm actually going to set up a small section here that is just wood, because let's get you on repeat. We're going to do you. We are going to smelt ore. You're going to smelt ore. There's a lot of ore here. I'm assuming this is like your copper equivalent. I'm assuming this is not a very good ore, but it is still a lot of ore. Yes, so after the ad is up, I think I'm going to wrap up. Oh my gosh, this was so much fun. This was so much more fun than I was expecting. And I am very appreciative of how willing to assist chat was. Y'all made this so much more enjoyable than it could have been. I was incredibly worried because I'm not good at these sorts of games. Let us save and return to title menu. Save to this timeline. Goodness gracious. Yeah, so for those of you who are only here for Dwarf Fortress, I am curious if you know me from either my YouTube or just have seen the stream before. But generally, yeah, that was my very first time playing Dwarf Fortress. I had a great time. I'm definitely going to stream it some more. Although I was hoping to be more of a tyrant. I was hoping to be more evil. I think that the fact that I started trying my absolute darndest to like just make the best colony I could actually ended up being the best. Because I had to just go along and figure it out. I had to deal with an aquifer. I am dealing with a beer crisis. Who would have thought that would be the greatest crisis facing our land? But I had significantly more fun with this than I imagined. I am definitely going to play it. I don't know about every week, like every stream week, because I stream on Tuesdays and Saturdays, but I definitely want to play it at least upcoming and probably for the foreseeable future. So we'll see how we're feeling about this. We have 5 seconds left on the ad, so Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I was just wrapping up and saying how I enjoyed Dwarf Fortress. I enjoyed Dwarf Fortress a whole bunch. I'm not sure if I'm going to be playing it consistently going forward. I might play it like on Tuesdays. I might play it Tuesday and this upcoming Saturday and then not touch it for a couple weeks. I don't know, but I had way more fun with it than I thought. Y'all were amazing. You did so much to make this more fun. I was so worried I wasn't actually going to be able to have a good time with it because I was so worried that I am just dumb. But I had much more fun than I expected. And I actually am going to send y'all out on a raid to Neko Boy Blue. He is a Catboy VTuber who does it ironically, he promises. And right now, he's playing Beyond All Reason, which I think he's currently in a collab with some folks. But it looks to be like a top-down strategy game. So not Dwarf Fortress, but definitely similar big brain vibes. He is also the one who actually got me Dwarf Fortress in the first point. Neko Boy Blue. So, again, for those of you who don't know, I'm primarily on YouTube. I make TTRPG content. I talk about D&D. I talk about Lancer. I talk about Kane, Vampire the Masquerade, all these different games. I dropped a link in chat. Feel free to check it out if you are interested in, honestly, not just my silliness, but also just TTRPG information. Also, I stream Tuesdays at 1 p.m. EST, Saturdays at noon, and I have a short going out every single day, Sunday through Friday, except for Mondays, because Mondays, occasionally, every other week, I will get out a long form video, which I got one out yesterday, but I'm super busy, so I didn't get showed out today. Be on the lookout for it. Join the Discord if you're not there already. And our raid message is going to be Arrow finally tried Dwarf Fortress Hog. So this is our raid message. Feel free to stick around in his chat and make sure to bully him